Story begins where a little boy stands in the middle of the table, completely bewildered by what is happening to him. Bright golden light exploded. People gathered around in awe while someone explained that this is the legendary golden light, which, they say, appears only once every few hundred years. The crowd erupted with excitement. A well-dressed nobleman exclaimed that he never thought he would live to see such a thing. Someone asks if this means that Lars is amazing, and someone else shouts, he has incredible skill. Someone tries to calm Ryaz and says that Lars is just the son of Rowan, but Ryaz only bitterly mutters that Lars is better than him. Meanwhile, a woman addresses Lars gently and asks about his skill, repeating the question. She is clearly curious about what exactly he received. Lars sat down relaxed and smiling slightly began to explain, in this world there is something called skills, and his skill is a true jack of all trades. Lars continues to explain, one of them is a skill that can be trained and mastered even later in life if you put in effort and practice constantly. Lars confidently confirms, another type is a unique skill given by God at 5 years old, and he assures that the information is true. The skill description is super jack of all trades but master of none. Nearby someone asks in surprise if it really says super, and Lars snorted and corrected. Noit just says jack of all trades, master of none, nothing super. He says that skills are not just innate abilities but literally techniques to survive in this world. The woman listens with closed eyes, then responds disappointedly, what a pity. Lars continues to explain, his father Rowan has a unique skill called fertility, which enriches the soil and improves the harvest. His mother Marion is incredibly hospitable. She is well versed in medicine and can brew an exceptionally effective elixir. In their family, the unique skills of the father and mother have merged. This is how they feed the family, by selling medicine and vegetables. The rarer and more useful the skill, the more society values it and the higher the income and status it brings. Someone asks, so what kind of skill is jack of all trades? The sighs of the woman who remarked with regret, the century-old blessing this time became a curse. Lars, hesitating a little, explains that jack of all trades is, supposedly, a very useful trait. It allows him to handle practically anything, but only to a certain extent. He says that over 100 years ago, someone else was also given this ability, at least that's what the records say. But Lars sincerely admits, no matter what he does, he grows slowly, and no matter how hard he tries, he will never become first class. He said that this skill is worthless. Lars just stands. The weight of these words hits him hard, but this time he can finally start anew. Lars quietly reflects on his new family. If it is with them, he will no longer have to feel that bitter loneliness. He wants to be happy alongside them, even though that is exactly what he longed for. Someone tried to calm him down. They said there's nothing you can do, but Lars insisted that it was not that, as if he had to die. Rowan tells Lars that being able to do anything is something to be envied, and then admits that he himself only knows how to work with the land. Marion intervenes and asks Lars to go with them, and meanwhile Lars suddenly realizes the most important thing, he truly loves these parents. Thoughts involuntarily return to the father. He is not like the previous fathers at all, but his memories are still with him. Lars wonders if this can be called his previous life in that world bore the proud name Hydioma. That memory from the time when he was not yet born into this world. Unfortunately, he himself did not deserve that name at all. Hideo remembers being asked, had he lost hope? The parents began to favor only his talented brother. From the very beginning, no one ever expected anything from him. His younger brother carried all the parents' expectations on his shoulders. With natural talent, the brother shone not only in studies but also in art, writing, and everything else. Each time there was less and less room left for Hideo. Hideo lived in despair with one thought: he wanted to be recognized. He passionately dreamed of having the same talent as his brothers. But reality turned out to be merciless and cruel, and the gap between them only deepened. Family began to treat his worthless self as if he were the heir. No, actually even worse, and they did it without open malice. Hideo sits alone and looks at the moon, thinking, maybe this is enough. Probably because he lived exactly such a life, and even if it suddenly ended, he would not regret it. In the darkness nearby lie the wreckage of a car. After all, his parents and younger brother would only have been glad for the insurance money if he had died. That was the kind of family they had. He longed for his parents to at least recognize him for something. He did anything just to hear praise. He constantly looked for something to occupy himself with. He even began to take games seriously just to beat his brother. But in the end, he never managed to prove anything to them. A hand reaches into the void. That is why Hideo felt true relief that it was over. The pain of his past life finally let go. Then the scene brightens. People joyfully congratulate Marion on the birth of a wonderful, healthy boy. Rowan holds the baby next to Marion and says that these are still their children. The older child, Dead 8, looks at this with admiration, and someone asks Dead 8 to look at his little brother. Marion says that the baby has her hair and he is exactly like his father, and she laughs, imagining what a joyful future awaits with two boys. Here is the birth of Lars in his new life. Some time passes and Hideo finally realizes what is happening. His new parents are nothing like the old ones, although he did not know them before, but somehow being with them makes him feel calm. It turns out that the one everyone thought was dead was reborn as the second son of the Irving family. Someone calls the baby Lars. Marion holds baby Lars in her arms and excitedly says how cute he is. Dead 8 also wants to hug him. Someone asks, "Are you trying to be a real older brother?" But they tell him maybe when he grows up a little. Lars notices that his older brother loves to stroke his head. And since he is stroked every day, he fears that his already thin hair might fall out, so he asks just for today to be given a rest. Meanwhile, someone asks where Nena is, and even for Lars, who has endured such a harsh past, this brings joy, although he is still an infant. Every time he sees their faces, they are always smiling. What a happy family this is. It turns out Nena is returning to her parents today and asks if anyone is planning to go out. Since Lars was born, Rowan figured that he would have to cut salaries. He wants both boys to be sent to the academy, so he probably can no longer afford to support him. Nena asked to stay even for low pay, but to him it seemed too sad. Lars also found out that she had money problems. She was close in age and rather resembled a friend, and that was pleasant. But then Nena returns cheerfully, smiling, and declares that she will work harder than ever and earn a lot of money, so they won't have to worry. Someone commented, "Quick," Nena greeted Lars, "You're home. I wanted so much to see how you would wake up as soon as possible." Lars joyfully exclaims, "It's Nena." He also wants to attract her attention. Dead 8 says that Lars is quite popular. Someone tells him that he is also cute. Now the whole family is together. Father Rowan, Mother Marion, older brother Dead 8, Lars, and their maid Nena. These 5 are the Irving family. Although they have little money, they generously pour their love on the children without restraint. Lars madly loves his new family. And 3 years later, when Dead 8 turns 5, the church grants him the skill Charisma, and Lars calls his older brother. Wait, Dead 8 answers him. Rowan tells Lars that his skill will definitely come in handy when he grows up, and for now be patient. Strength can still be trained. Lars admits he really wanted a skill like strength increase or acceleration. Dead 8 wondered when Lars would finally gain the skill, if that boy had any talent at all. Meanwhile, in the forest, Lars stood alone, and nearby a girl sat, leaning against a tree and resting. Worries were eating him from the inside. What if his ability turned out to be useless? What if he had no talent at all? And suddenly someone called him. Fear was stealthily creeping up on Lars. Would they abandon him again, like in his past life? Thought scared him so much that his hand trembled. The girl suggested going home, holding hands, so that they would not be separated. Her words warmed and calmed him. The girl felt that something was wrong and called Lars. He apologized and said that he was fine. She told him that everything was fine, and Lars agreed they should go home together. When they returned, Marion immediately noticed their dirty clothes and said she would wash them, so it was better for them to take off their clothes. Rowan laughed and said that the best is a healthy boy. But he sternly warned them not to go too far. Monsters could attack there. Lars loved how his parents always smiled and loved them, but also scolded them when they did something bad. Nena shouted, asking Lord Lars to wait. Lars raised his eyes to the sky and again thanked God. With this family, perhaps he could finally live honestly. He was sure of it. Later that night, someone in the house suddenly noticed something strange on their table. There appeared a white glowing object. They paused for a moment, wondering what it could be, but quickly dismissed it as imagination and decided to just go to sleep. And so the day of the skill-giving ceremony arrived. The Dead 8 led Lars to the sanctuary, telling him this was it, and he stood before a massive building with exquisite architecture, clearly showing today was the day of skill-giving. Dead 8 noticed how quiet it was here, while Lars meanwhile felt his heart pounding wildly. No matter how many times he found himself in this moment, the feeling never changed. In the shelter, Lars stood nervously, his heart pounding, while crowds of children with their families gathered around. Doors dramatically opened. Dead 8 carried Larson, and the vigilant officer noticed that everyone was already gathered. Meanwhile, Ryu's, that confident boy we saw earlier, stood with crossed arms and announced for everyone to watch. He would receive the best skill among all. Someone sharply asked Lowen what he was doing here, and immediately another person recognized Lord Blau. The noble lady explained that her youngest son had turned 5 this year, so they came for him to receive his skill. Lao told the woman that since her son was the same age as his, Ryu's should go congratulate that poor boy. Ryu's boldly approached Lars, introduced himself, and declared that he would one day become the ruler of this land and that Lars should already start currying favor with him, then asked what his name was. Lars simply answered with his name, and Ryu's called him boring and advised Lars to pray to receive a good skill. Someone even shuddered with surprise. Then Ryu noticed a girl with a teddy bear and remarked that she was cute, and Lars reacted stunned. The girl shouted at Ruse, calling him a scoundrel, and angrily said that being the son of a lord did not give him the right to behave that way. When they started fighting, Lars shouted at Ruse to stop, and Ruse in response called him the worst. And Lord Blau exploded with rage, demanding an explanation of how Lars dared to fight him, and yelled at Rowan, saying that he apparently had not taught his son at all. The priest announced that preparations were complete. It was time for everyone to approach the altar, and Lord Brau told Ruse it was time to go, to which Ruse affirmatively replied to his father. Lars suddenly recognized Lord Brau, an old acquaintance from his past. Someone noted that Brau had not been like that before. Lars mentally returned to his father. The girl with the teddy bear warmly thanked Lars for what had happened earlier, and the blonde smiled and introduced herself as Lucio. Meanwhile, when the ceremony itself began, Lord Brauick enthusiastically agreed that they should move forward. The priest called the next participant, and Bro proudly declared that, as befits his son, Ryu had acquired a wonderful skill. That aide told Lars that it was time to go. Lasil waved goodbye to them as they went upstairs. The ceremony continued. The priest ordered Lars to place his hand on the decorated altar plate. The ritual began. Everyone prayed to God to grant the newborn divine power, and then Lars received his skill. Lars acquired a unique ability, Jack of all trades. Someone called Rowan, and Lars had a realization this was exactly who he was in his previous life. Suddenly, a mocking voice laughed, saying it heard that Jack of all trades was a terrible skill, and that Lars deserved it for standing against them. The mockery did not cease. They said that Ryu had the skill of a magical swordsman and that it was like father and son. They added that Lars fit perfectly in that dirty little hut all his life. Lars shouted to his father, and Rowan, like a shield, placed his hand on Lars and shouted at them fiercely, "Stop." Lars apologized. Someone awkwardly told Lars that his skill was complete rubbish, and Lars only managed to mumble something uncertainly. That person added that Lars would do nothing with it anyway, and Lars reluctantly agreed. Then Lars asked who that person was. And the boy called himself Naruto. Lars looked at Naruto and asked, "What is your skill?" Naruto explained that his skill is called love for animals and allows him to befriend animals, although he admitted that he actually dreams of becoming an adventurer. Naruto bitterly confessed that his dad is a worthless drunkard who ran away, and that he came to the ceremony alone. Naruto sincerely said at the end that he just wanted to tell Lars that they both should try hard. Lars enthusiastically introduced himself and suggested that if they meet again, they should go for a walk together again, and Naruto smiled, said his home is on the hill, and agreed. The scene shifted, revealing plants and a wide landscape. Two boys were walking together along a dirt road, and Naruto sympathized with Lars because of his skill problems. Naruto told Lars that life is not decided only by skills. Sometimes people end up in jobs completely unrelated to them, and encouraged him to look for what he truly wants. Lars replied, "I will do my best." Lars looked at the display with information about his skills and noticed that it really said, "Super." He turned to his father and asked if his skill was super, Jack of all trades. Lars wondered if that janitor, whom only he had seen, made any sense at all. Naruto sharply remarked that from his point of view there was no super there at all. Lars announced that he was home, then decided that it did not matter now. Even with a useless skill, he would live strongly with his family. Lars thoughtfully recalled that version of himself from those times. He still did not grasp the true value of this strange skill called Jack of all trades. Suddenly, a memory of family flashed through his mind, and meanwhile Nena and another girl were greeting Lars at the door. They impatiently asked how everything went, urging him to tell faster. The family gathered around with excited exclamations, and Lars just stood there, his eyes sparkling with emotions. Lars explained with a bitter smile that it turned out to be one of those useless skills, the so-called master of all trades. Inside the house, someone asked, "What kind of skill is that anyway?" and Rowan began to explain. But Lars tried to stay positive, saying that it really wasn't the skill that held him back and that he chose the work himself, so he thought everything was fine. Someone expressed sympathy to Lord Lars. And Lars clung to Nena, not hiding his emotions, and she stood in complete shock at his reaction. Then the nameless girl confessed anxiously that people would look at her strangely if they found out about her useless ability. Nena agreed with Lars, said he was right, and added that there really are people who discriminate based on abilities. Meanwhile, Rowan simply stepped away from the group. Later outside, Nena and that nameless girl walked alongside Lars when someone respectfully addressed him as young master, my lord, saying that skills don't matter anyway, and Lars, pondering these words, felt as if he finally understood what it was about. He wondered how truly kind his family was. Rowan reassured Lars that he would put all his effort so that he and the others could get into the academy, and told him not to worry about money. Lars, with hope in his voice, replied that he just needed to find some kind of job. Then he fervently thanked his father. Meanwhile, Lars's thoughts wandered to the future. He imagined getting good grades at the academy and landing a great job, reminding himself, don't worry about money. He couldn't help but worry whether they would get angry if he worked in the city without permission, but he reassured himself, Dad is doing his best, more money would be nice, but overall everything is still fine. He decided to wait a bit before going to the city, and Lars was also gnawed by curiosity about that Lord Guy, Brow or whatever his name was, because his father clearly did not dare to oppose him. Then Lars thought about the 5 years of training he would have to undergo before entering the academy, and realized, for now he can only do one thing: finally truly learn to use his superpower, universal mediocrity. He decided that from tomorrow he would start doing everything possible. Later that night, footsteps echoed through the house. Shots of the stairs and the view of the street showed how quietly evening was falling, and Lars lay in bed staring at the ceiling. Suddenly, a mysterious figure with dark hair appeared and indifferently greeted Lars, saying he had indeed made it here, to which Lars sharply sat up in shock and demanded to know who they were. The figure smiled and said they did not arouse suspicion. Lars had already answered them before. Suddenly, Lars recognized the voice. It was the same muffled voice he had heard by the window then. Lars asked who they were, but the figure indignantly cut him off and called him a rude person. They complained, you can't even tell Lars boy or girl, and they even doubted whether he was a real god. Lars, indignantly defending himself, asked, which part of me looks like a boy? The figure decisively objected to something, then explained why she thought so. Lars was wearing a suit with trousers, had short tousled hair, and looked somewhat neat. Lars apologized, saying he didn't think Regalo would flinch like that, but the mysterious figure froze, then changed her mind. Such a reaction suited her perfectly. Lars was quite frightened by her sudden appearance. The dark-haired stranger politely introduced herself as Regalo and added one important thing: in fact, she was a woman. Then she continued explaining. Regalo confessed that she was the one who transformed Lars into this other world. Lars froze, looking at her, as the realization dawned on him. Regalo explained that she believed, if she showed Lars the evidence, he would believe her. Suddenly, Lars looked around and realized he was in his room from his previous life. Everything was going wonderfully, and he sincerely thanked her for the reincarnation. Then Lars asked in surprise if that meant she was a goddess. Regalo corrected him. On the contrary, people would call her a demon. Lars was stunned to learn she was a demon, but Regalo quickly reassured him. Don't worry, I'm not going to take your soul or anything like that. I just wanted to explain your abilities to you. Regalo asked if Lars wanted to learn about that super ability, Jack of all trades, with which she had endowed him. Lars ironically noted that 5 years had passed since he was reborn, and asked if she wasn't a bit late, then inquired what exactly that super Jack of all trades meant. Regalo explained that, as the name itself suggests, this skill is a Jack of all trades. If Lars takes it seriously, he will be able to handle any task or work at an intermediate level. However, she noted that, as he painfully realized in his previous life, this skill could only operate within certain limits. Lars said he understood that part and asked what exactly the super part of the skill meant. Regalo enthusiastically praised him for his cleverness and even called him Hideo Makoto. Lars immediately asked her not to call him that, it only reminded him of bad memories. Regalo apologized for getting off topic, then explained that her super universal skill could actually go beyond that certain upper limit. Regalo elaborated and said, if Lars works hard, he will be able to get better at anything, and with confidence and motivation, he can achieve anything. Most people probably could reach much higher if they just put in a little more effort, but they did not take that final step forward. Lars thought for a moment and admitted that in his previous life he kind of gave up, thinking he could not do anything better than what he had achieved. Regalo agreed, saying that is why the skill he was given then turned out to be just a universal thing without real power, and she considered it such a waste. Regalo told Lars that he would be able to surpass that arrogant guy who, becoming a magical swordsman, gained body magic and swordsmanship skills, so Lars would laugh at him. Then someone asked Lars what his name was. At first he recalled his father's name, then corrected himself and said simply Lars, saying it was a boring name, and added that Lars better acquire some really good skill. Lars smiled and said it was all right, there was no point in worrying about those two now. He was already Lars Irving, son of dad and mom. Regalo noticed, if Lars says so, what can you do? Lars decisively stated that simply realizing that the most important thing is effort is already enough, and he will do everything possible to master the super jack of all trades. Regalo put a period, that's all about skills, do you have any questions, Lars? She said she understood and was now free too, then added that she doubted she would ever see Lars again. Lars replied that it was a bit lonely there. Regalo Muse thought that maybe there is almost no difference between humans, gods, and demons. Lars thought so too. But then Regalo asked what Lars had done, already suspecting something bad. She announced that time was up. And laughing wished Lars, live happily. Lars pointed out that Regalo himself said they would never see each other again, so he decided there was nothing to worry about. Regalo began to say goodbye, but Lars admitted that he still couldn't get rid of anxiety. Regalo reminded Lars that she is a demon. Of course something was happening here. Lars probably will never see her in that form again. When Regalo left Lars's room, a lot of time had passed since they last spoke, and since then Lars decided to train endurance, strength, and swordsmanship every day, dreaming of becoming an adventurer. Today Lars was training again near the house with his older brother. When someone noticed a person approaching them, the girl finally found Lars and called him, and Lars recognized her. The nameless girl climbed the slope to Lars and thanked him for coming to visit her. Lars asked whom she meant, and she explained that she met someone when she got her skill. His name was Nolt. Nolt told them about his ability kindness to animals. When he petted animals, their fur became shiny, and if he clapped his hands and called them, they came even if they were not pets. But Dad got angry and sharply said that it was a useless skill, saying that just loving animals does not bring money. He called him a worthless loser, saying he needed to go and find a job that really brings money. Nolt sincerely admitted that he was clumsy and not very smart, and then, a little embarrassed, asked if Lars would be his friend. Lars at first looked uncertain. The girl and Lars warmly welcomed that note. After that, Nolt occasionally dropped by just to be together, and so Lars found his first friend. Later, people panicked and gathered in Irving House. Someone said that Nolt went up the mountain and did not return. They said that a witch lives on the mountain, and they had to find him before it became too late. Someone else said that this is bad. Meanwhile, another voice muttered fearfully, if the witch finds them, who knows what will happen then. The girl asked Lars what they should do in the meantime, and someone else stood up and asked if witches are really that scary. Another voice said that he heard that no one knows what will happen if the witch finds someone, and another confirmed that he also heard this before, but the girl refused to believe it. Lars could not understand why Nolt went to the mountains at all. And Lars decisively called Nolt. Someone warned that they would be scolded if exposed, but Lars said that he would go anyway. Dad said that he was worried, so instead he asked Lars's older brother to wait at home. The girl inquired if everything was okay with Dead 8. She said she could not just let her younger brother go while she stayed. Lars, of course, replied to her that no. And the girl decisively declared that she would do it. Someone asked Lars what happened and if there was something funny here, and Lars replied, nothing. The girl called out to them, go and call the older brother, as they were leaving. Lars and Dead 8 rushed through the forest, calling Naruto and demanding that he answer. Lars looked back, noticed that Nalta was missing, and wondered if he had indeed gone further inside. Dead 8 looked worried, and someone said that probably beyond here is a place only a mother can go. Girl was worried that Nalta might have been grabbed by a witch. She warned that if they went further, they would be seriously scolded, and it was dangerous. Suddenly a huge bear appeared before them and roared menacingly. Girl noticed the beast and shouted, brother. Lars told her that he would hold them off so she should go call for help, but the girl refused, could not leave Lars. Lars decisively ordered her to just run away, but the girl stubbornly replied that instead she would protect Lars. The girl panicked, shouted at the bear not to come closer. Dead 8 called his older brother. Then the girl raised a book and activated a spell called Water Prison. Water suddenly appeared around the bear in swirling streams, forming a liquid prison around the animal. Lars and the girl watched from below as the magical effect began to take place. Lars froze in shock, staring at what was happening, eyes wide open, while powerful forces rolled through the area. But the girl was not finished yet. She immediately cast another spell, shouting Earth Blade, and struck, releasing a powerful magical force. The attack hit and the girl and Lars fell to the ground, completely exhausted. Lars could barely comprehend what he had just seen and muttered something about magic. Meanwhile, Lars and the girl sat on the ground after the magical attack, staring at the bear, which was now covered in radiant magical energy, and Lars was completely stunned by what had just happened. The girl explained that this was completely different from her mother's water magic, but Lars could only mutter about how amazing it was. The girl looked herself over from head to toe. He asked if she was okay and how the one who cast the magic was doing. Both were quite shaken but unharmed after that powerful spell. Suddenly, among the flowers and leaves in the forest, a dark figure appeared. The girl noticed it and exclaimed that something had appeared. Her eyes widened. She recognized it and shouted that it was a witch. The mysterious figure apologized for appearing so suddenly, saying she just couldn't resist. Lars acknowledged that what they had seen was definitely magic and realized that this must be the witch everyone was talking about. And the witch smiled slyly and promised that she would definitely enjoy this for real. The girl caught that phrasing and asked again if she had just said that she was going to eat something, and Lars panicked and asked if by eat she meant both the bear and them. Meanwhile, somewhere nearby, Dead 8 shouted, "Hold on, big brother." The girl was worried whether Lars would be okay. Lars begged the witch in a trembling voice not to eat him. The witch noticed that the child had fainted there and asked if they wanted to come to her. The witch quickly assured them, "I will not eat you." After a moment of hesitation, the girl agreed and said they would go. The witch led them through the forest along with the bear, and Lars followed with anxiety on his face. They finally reached the witch's refuge deep in the forest, and the house turned out to be a fairy tale, somewhat quirky treehouse, cozily nestled among the trees. The witch dragged the bear's body to her house, and Lars and the others walked behind, eyes wide open, looking up at that strange dwelling. Inside, they already found Nolt. He called out as soon as he saw them. The witch said there was a real commotion in the town. They had not returned from the mountain, and the townspeople along with Lars's father were currently searching for them in the mountains. Nolt recalled that Miss Berna helped him when he injured his leg and couldn't move, and the witch indifferently replied that she had just come to gather herbs. "Lars, thank you for taking care of Nolt." And the witch apologized, gently hugging Nota. Lars hesitated, then asked if Miss Berna was really a witch. He nervously recalled rumors supposedly she kidnaps and eats children and asked if it was true. The witch smiled and said that since she was a woman who uses magic, such a stigma suited her perfectly. The girl shuddered and muttered that the witch was scary. She panicked and asked what they should do if the witch attacked, and Lars gave in to panic and also asked what they should do. But the witch just laughed and waved it off. "These are just baseless rumors. Would I ever do something so terrible?" She explained that the townspeople's talk about the witch was just a misunderstanding. Suddenly, Lars realized something and remembered the magic from before. The witch admitted that her best skill was combat magic, but she didn't mind teaching them. Lars enthusiastically replied that it was great, something more practical would suit him just right. He asked her name. She answered that her name was Berna, and then he asked if she could teach him magic. And when Lars comprehended this, he suddenly realized what it would mean if she taught him. Lars agreed that it made sense. Berna happily asked if they would come again to play with her. Someone teased her that she lives so lonely. She responded enthusiastically. She sincerely explained that she wants to be able to defend herself, not relying only on skills. Lars asked if he could join too, and she replied that she would be glad. Meanwhile, someone asked in surprise why such rumors spread about a person like Berna, and she cheerfully said that she is very happy because today is such a wonderful day. The girl anxiously asked if Lars was okay and asked him to run away quickly, but then she embarrassedly fell silent. Berna noted that she needs to prepare the bear well before it spoils. Later that evening, when they safely returned to the village, Lars's father punished them, and the story directly confirms they definitely felt his fists. The girl shouted to her older brother, and at that moment another voice called Depato. Soon Lars decided to visit Berna again to see her and learn magic. Someone asked if he could go, and someone else thanked them. Lars and Nolt walked together to the forest, and the girl wondered if maybe it was still a bit early for Lars to set off. They reached Berna's treehouse, and Lars shouted hello. Lars and Nolt stood by the door and called hello, but when no one answered, they felt that something was wrong. Lars asked, "Did something happen?" Suddenly, the girl announced that she was opening the door, and with a dramatic jerk pushed it. Lars froze in shock, seeing what they found inside. They went inside and found Bernash was lying in the house, gloomy and in a bad mood. The story revealed her thoughts. She knew that Lars would not come, although he said he would drop by. She wondered, did he hate her now, or had she said something strange, and thought whether she should have shared some bear meat with him. Meanwhile, Lars hesitantly called Berna. The girl had a tense expression on her face. Lars told Belmi that he came just to take a walk, as he promised. Someone shouted the name Berna, and Belna came alive, asking in surprise if it was really someone. She gladly confirmed that they were here and that she had been waiting for them, then eagerly grabbed the girl, who tried to persuade Berna to wait and calm down while Lars and the girl looked worried. The girl said she saw a garden of white flowers, and a worried expression appeared on Belna's face, and someone remarked, "Who would have thought that the one rumored about would turn out to be such a sweet girl?" Belna apologized. Suddenly, Lars noticed the tea leaves that Belna was offering. She asked if he had noticed, explained that the tea was from her hometown, and with a sparkle in her voice confessed how happy she was. Close-up showed Belni's face in her clothes, while Lars asked about her hometown. Belni's facial expression became serious. She simply said that they helped save the children, so the details did not matter. An unnamed girl thanked Belna once again for helping the children. In Belna's house, the witch took both the girl and Lars by the hands. Then she explained that she just happened to see them, and that was all. Belna said that if they came to visit her, that was already enough. She added that she would definitely teach them how not to make mistakes with magic. This is how Belna's magic lesson began. Belna started the lesson and said that they needed to talk about magic. To use it, they needed magical power called mana. Everyone had a different magical power, some had more, some less, but everyone had it. She visually demonstrated drops of water and sparks of magic, then warned, just as a too long run exhausts, so can the expenditure of too much mana cause fainting, and in the worst case, death. Lars looked worried upon hearing about such a threat. While behind them, the nameless girl and the note watched the event unfolding in the lesson, Belna gently reassured them. Completely exhausting one's mana is truly a great rarity. Someone whispered that probably it was because of such a risk that Marion had never learned magic lightly before. Meanwhile, Marion was shown in the yard. She was gathering herbs near their house. Then Belna moved on to the next topic and began explaining how magic is classified. The children burst with excitement when she laid everything out on the shelves. There was offensive magic that acts directly on objects and support magic that enhances physical abilities. Offensive magic was Belna's specialty. And there was also healing magic that heals wounds and poisonings. And finally, the magic of life, which can create medicine or provide drinking water. Someone said that Lars's mother was a true master at this, and Lars, the nameless girl, and Nolt were delighted by the explanation, and Belna noticed that they were learning well. It turned out that even before that day, Lars and Nena's mother had actually been teaching him the basics of magic. Suddenly, Lars interrupted and asked Belna to wait a second. He said that these were 4 basic things. Someone looked confused when Lars asked if these were just the basics or did it mean there were other types as well. Belna confirmed he was right. They explained that there is ancient magicone that gives effects as if they were skills, and in fact there were also spells that allowed flying. 3 children were amazed. Nolt exclaimed that it was like magic, but the nameless girl corrected him. What they are learning is magic, and then Lars added that it is incredible, like some kind of skill. Belna admitted that she had not yet thought that she could teach them this. Lars called Burna and asked her to teach them this too. He insisted that if this was real magic, they could use it to give Dad and the family an even better life than now. He promised he would never use it for anything dangerous. Belna tried to explain that she did not doubt him, but it takes a very, very long time for someone to truly learn to use ancient magic. Belna accepted everyone develops at their own pace, so she could not say how long the training would last. Lars added that for now the most important thing is the basics in everything. Then Belna ordered them to focus their thoughts on the stick and swing it, imagining tongues of fire flying straight at the target. Nameless girl nervously replied, then suddenly shouted, "Fire." He swung the stick and shouted, "Fire." But nothing happened. Meanwhile, in the background, Knowlton and the others also tried. The result was the same. Belna calmed them down. It was like that at first, so there was no need to worry. Lars noted that the image is important and suggested trying really focusing on what kind of fire they wanted to ignite. Lars concentrated, thought about fire, and created its image in his imagination. Lars gathered himself, spoke the spell, and fire successfully burst from his stick. The nameless girl exclaimed with joy. The fire appeared, and Belna was impressed that he was able to do it so suddenly. Then the nameless girl said that this time she would also do it and also would not join. Both successfully created fire spells, and Belna noticed that the 3 of them really knew how to do it. Lars looked determined and announced that the next one would be even stronger and bigger. He shouted "Fire" again, but then stopped and told the other 2 that they were already succeeding. Lars did not give up. He shouted fire again and again, all the while tormented by the thought of why he couldn't do it correctly. Meanwhile, someone asked if something was wrong, and he did not say that everything was fine. Lars noticed that something was wrong. Just a minute ago everything was working fine, and he checked if his magic had run out, but it seemed not. Suddenly, an image of his parents from a past life appeared in his mind. Lars thought to himself, he must do it right. He tried again to pronounce the spell, calling the fire. Lars pushed himself harder and harder, believing that this time he must do everything correctly, and someone from the audience noticed that now he was doing much better. Then another voice called out to Lars. It was similar to that boy from before, completely focused and determined. Lars continued. In his head, the desire to train more and more was shouting. His hands tightly gripped the staff. Berna sat behind Lars, both firmly holding their staffs. She told him to calm down. If he panicked, he would lose his bearings and would not be able to move forward. Lars hesitated for a moment, began to respond, but the words got stuck in his throat. Berna calmed him down. Everyone has their own growth pace. She wanted him to remember this. She explained that when what he worked so hard on just didn't work. All of this was so that he could grow even bigger. The scene was surrounded by images of blooming roses. Berna smiled and told Lars that he was exactly accumulating a lot of nourishment, continuing her metaphor about plant growth. She explained at length that effort has no form and admitted that this troubled him. But even if he couldn't see it, it was slowly but steadily growing inside him. Meanwhile, one of the other children agreed that this was right, and another voice reassured Lars, saying everything was fine. In the background, Nolt and a nameless girl watched supportively, and Lars remembered the name Bernice. Berna quietly said, "All right, then try again. Calm down, focus, and imagine it." Lars closed his eyes, focused, and summoned fire. This time, a bright flame of incredible power burst from his staff. The flame exploded from Lars's staff with incredible power, and Nolt and some girl behind joyfully shouted to him that he did it and that it was incredible. Lars is overwhelmed with joy. He shouts that he really did it and calls Burna. In a moment, Lars and Berna smiled together, and Lars thanked her, calling her Professor Burna. Berna was noticeably embarrassed by this title and doubted whether she was really a teacher. An unnamed girl eagerly asked her to teach them, calling her sensei, then nodded and confirmed that she was now their teacher, while Lars stood in the middle with a satisfied smile, watching as friends accepted Berna as a mentor. Later, when the children were about to leave, Lars thought about the way home and imagined how Dad and Nena would be surprised when they found out he now knew how to use magic. He wondered if they would really react that way, but convinced himself not to rush. Lars walked away from Berna's house, thinking about everything he had gained. He had a wildly versatile and limitless ability. Most importantly, he had a teacher and friends who truly cared about him. Meanwhile, in the house, Berna stood by the window and watched him leave. Lars smiled to himself. He understood that the most important thing was that he had a family. At home, Nena was bustling about with her household chores, holding some object in her hands and glowing with joy. Then Lars turned to her, asking to tell him how Ron and the others were doing. During another training session, the unnamed girl and someone else stepped aside onto their knees and, like shadows, watched Lars from afar. Lars called them over to watch him. Then Lars raised his hand. A magical circle appeared in his palm. Focused and determined, he spoke a spell and summoned fire. Powerful tongues of flame burst from his staff. Some time had passed since Professor Burna's magic lesson began. Lars stood confidently, and the nameless girl on her knees looked admiringly. They were impressed by what they saw and openly admired how far he had progressed. In just 2 weeks, Lars learned to skillfully control fire magic, and flames burst from his staff precisely and powerfully. The unnamed girl watched and could not help but notice. Much of his progress was thanks to the precise instructions of Professor Burna. The nameless girl and Nolt persistently continued training alongside Lars. And even compared to the 2 others who studied with him, Lars's results after only 2 weeks were definitely due to the skill, jack of all trades. Lars stood smiling and began to think that this might really be an incredible ability, not a useless thing. Later, the 3 set off together through the forest. The girl without a name told Lars that she was looking forward to it, and Lars asked what exactly she meant. The unnamed girl explained that it was the harvest festival. Lars asked where they should start. And they walked through the town, where festive decorations glittered at every step and market stalls with food stood. One of them said he wanted to eat yakitori. Lars asked his father if he was eating, and his father said he would eat later. Meanwhile, someone in the town recognized Rowan and his son and asked if he was Mr. Rowan. Rowan explained that his youngest had grown up, so he brought them to the harvest festival. Then Rowan came across Marion, who asked him to bring her some of the same medicine as before. Rowan said he didn't mind but asked if she was sure. Marion replied that next time she would ask for vegetables again and added that she was on his side and would pay the market price. Rowan agreed and promised to bring it later. Since the son usually did not want to go to town, he suspected something was wrong, but it turned out to be just his worries. Suddenly, one woman asked Rowan if he really should indulge himself like that, and another, dark-haired woman in a vest, sharply remarked that he had 2 children and no money, yet he behaved as if he were better than everyone else. Someone asked if he had just said that he had no money. Rowan explained that he was just saving. He needed to send his sons to the academy, so he had set some aside. Someone had already started saying something about his eldest son when Lars suddenly shouted at them. He called them bastards, shouted that his sons had nothing to do with it, and ordered them to be silent. Someone suggested that they leave. Dead 8 held Lars back and said that there were such mean people outside, so he did not want the children to approach the town alone. Lars quietly whispered, "Dad." He thought to himself that he really did not need to go to the academy. He was already learning magic from Professor Berna, but thoughts about money still troubled him. Dead 8 released a sound of disappointment. The nameless girl suggested playing a little more and then going home, calling the people they had just met an unpleasant company. Lars called his mother. Then the scene changed, and the girl noticed that someone recognized Nena in her. Lars exclaimed in surprise. Someone shouted to AI, "Wait, excuse me, I'm about to burst. Can I go to the bathroom for a minute? I'll be back quickly." Lars raced through the streets, trying to find the right direction. And the nameless girl noticed that it was Nena and wondered if she would be surprised to see them. Lars and the girl followed until they found themselves in front of this huge mansion. At the very doorstep, Nena was greeted by a young servant who welcomed her and said that his father had been waiting for her. Lars just stood and looked at that majestic building, not believing that it could be Nena's home, a place too large for that. Suddenly it dawned on him who that greeter really was, and he realized this must be the master's estate. Meanwhile, Lars stood outside and stared at the estate, wondering what Nena was even doing in such a place. Nena stepped through the door in full attire. Meanwhile, Lars was watching from the bushes in the garden. Hiding at the estate, Lord Brow noticed that it looked like Rowan, and it was now very difficult for the others. The servant agreed with him and echoed his words. The master's face became cruel when he said it would be fun to just drive them out of the town like that. But Nena approached the Lord with such a worried and confused expression on her face and asked if he was now satisfied with having become a lord, and another maid with lighter hair asked Nena to stop interfering in the Irving family's affairs. Lord Brow turned to leave, but Nena did not fall silent. She said that Lord Ron and the others are doing their best, and forcing them to sell their vegetables and medicines for next to nothing is mean and cowardly. Suddenly, Lord Brow ordered Nena to be quiet. He told her, "Go ahead and say it." Nena kicked him hard and shouted, her face twisted with anger. Lord Brown sharply asked whom she thought she was talking to. Nena replied that he is Lord Blau, ruler of the Kingdom of Gases. Lord Blau decisively confirmed this, proclaiming himself lord of this land. Nena looked worried, acknowledging this. When Nena explodes, he stole that position from Lord Rowan. On her face, both defiance and despair are visible as she makes the accusation. Suddenly, Lord Blow aggressively grabs Nena and demands that she say who paid for her mother's treatment. Who saved that old hag when she was already at death's door. Nena's face clearly shows anxiety from his words. Lord Blau continues and says that later he found out Nena was knowledgeable about herbs. He asks if she did that too. It was hinted that Nena's own mother suffers from herbal poisoning because of Nena's actions. Nena replies he has no proof. But Lord Blow tells Nena, "You yourself said you would do anything to repay that huge debt, and that is why they were watching the movements of Lohan and Marion." Nena calls him a coward just like back then when he toppled Lord Lohan from the lordship, and then accuses him of forcing the then 2-year-old deadite lord to drink poison. Lord Brow gave his advice as if he had long been both servant and friend to Rowan, and no one even suspected anything. He laid out his plan with a sinister smile on his face, told how he forced Deadaid to drink poison he himself prepared, and then the doctor in his pocket demanded an exorbitant fee for treatment to drive Rowan out of his lordship. The only mistake in the calculations was that the child did not die. Nena sharply cut in, of course 8 dead survived. She worked tirelessly without rest, risking her life preparing medicine even though she was pregnant. There was no chance that such efforts would not save him. Meanwhile, Lars stood nearby and suddenly realized, even the child who was then in Marion's womb could have died. Perhaps he survived a miscarriage. Lord Brown said threateningly to Nena, if he tells Rowan, her mother could be arrested on a fabricated charge. Nena's eyes opened wide. She was shocked by what he said. Then Lord Brow commanded her to stop resisting and already become his, reminding her that they had known each other since the time when she was a servant. Nena struggled and screamed for him to let her go. Lord Brow grabbed Nena from behind and asked why refuse here. He was a lord rich and of high status. But Nena looked at him defiantly and asked if he knew that people called him a lousy lord who couldn't even manage properly. Lord Brow pushed her to the ground and mockingly said that the phrase "beyond your league" was invented just for her. Lord Brow said that until now he had restrained himself, but enough he will teach her body to remember. Nena struggled beneath him and Lars was watching from somewhere there, his face twisted in horror. If this continued, Nena would be in serious danger. He stood in the darkness, gathering his will and begging for his magic to reach her. He shouted, "Appear fire." Suddenly, a small flame appeared near Lord Brow's head, but his arrogant smirk did not disappear. He did not notice it immediately. Meanwhile, Nena, who was trapped, looked up and smelled burning. It turned out that Lord Brow's hair caught fire from Lars's spell. Lord Brow's hair was burning. He screamed that it was on fire. Someone shouted to Nena to put out the fire, but Nena just froze in shock, her face filled with fear and defiance. She resolutely said that she would no longer listen to him. If anything happened to her, she would tell her mother, Lord Rowan, and the guild everything. Lord Brow was still fiercely fighting the flames, and Nena clearly expressed her threat. Lord Brow shouted from the manor that it was hot there and asked Nena to wait. But Lars was already fleeing the scene, his mind racing. He thought that if Brow realized that dealing with Nena and her mother was like holding a double-edged sword, he would decide to leave everything as it was. It seemed that Nena was thinking about her mother, so she was unlikely to raise this issue before Rowan and the others. Lars did not stop running from that man, from time to time looking back. Nena stayed behind. Relief appeared on her face, and she quietly whispered that now she understood how everything happened. The story about how Brown framed Rowan and took his place was a real revelation. Now Lars finally understood everything that his father and others had been hiding all this time. And then the weight of the revelation struck like thunder. Lars thought about family because the reality of Brow's crimes finally became clear. This man had tried to kill their older brother, Dead 8. He dragged their father and mother into his insidious plan. These were unforgivable acts that could not be ignored or forgotten. Lars swore right there, vowed that he would one day drag Blau into hell himself, but for now he allowed Lord to remain in his place. The confrontation would have to wait. Lars and that nameless girl stood side by side, their faces full of determination. They grew stronger against the man who had caused their family so much pain, and suddenly someone told Lars that he was late. Lars apologized, explaining that he just had a bit of a stomach ache. The younger children were also nearby, and one of them insisted that she was fine. Someone anxiously asked if Lars would take medicine, and someone else suggested that he climb on their back. They would carry him. Despite everything just experienced, life went on. His friends worried about him as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, the nameless girl looked at Berna with gratitude in her eyes, thinking about how much Berna had worried about her and called Berna. Asked if she would agree to share some herbs from her garden. Berna explained that many of them had effects that were completely unnecessary in everyday life, but the girl stubbornly insisted that this did not bother her at all. Berna smiled and told her that there is never too much medicine. She thought to herself, now she understood why those two were so worried. Then Berna, still in her clothes, leaned down and quietly asked, "Maybe Lars wants a kiss." Lars shuddered and indignantly objected. His mother did that and his father was going to as well. Berna gently explained that there was no need for that. Lars pondered the happiness he could not even imagine in his previous life. Berna gave him simple joys as if it were natural, holding him close in the middle of the city. Later, Dead 8 gently stroked Lars on the head. The nameless girl looked at Lars and told him that he was truly incredible. Dead 8 seriously asked what had come over him. Lars thought to himself he needed to become stronger. He sincerely felt it with all his heart. No matter what happened, he would become the one who could protect this happiness. The family walked through the city together. Berna, 2 children, and Dead 8 were returning home. But from the day Lars made this decision, Nena no longer appeared before their family. Berna greeted Lars. They asked if he was alone again today, and Lars replied, "Hello." Then she noticed that the changes after the harvest festival affected not only just Nena. Lars explained that his older brother simply stayed home and read a book because Norda was not around. Nord's father got into trouble and ended up behind bars, so Nord was sent to an orphanage. Because of this, Nord rarely came to play anymore, and Dead 8 was clearly sad. Lars quietly admitted that in this state he could not show himself from the best side. Berna asked if it was still a bit too early for him. But Lars explained that he actually came alone today, not just like that he needed to get straight to the point. He addressed her politely, Professor Burna. Lars enthusiastically raised his hands and asked Berna to teach him more magic, please. Berna told him that she thought he was already doing enough, but wanted to know why he needed even more. Lars explained that he wanted to learn how to earn money to be able to help his family. Berna felt that he was worried, but said that for such work he was still about 3 years too early. Meanwhile, Berna was turning the whole situation over in her mind. She remembered that even 8-year-old children in the guild took orders for gathering. She thought that maybe the time had come. And then it occurred to her, maybe it was worth trying to talk to the teacher and persuade him a little, because she might have to rely on him. The realization seemed to hit her. She shuddered, and Berna asked if Lars meant there. She said decisively that she simply hated such people, and announced that she herself would also go there. Lars seemed to be confused. Suddenly, a shadowy figure appeared before him and asked Lars what was more important and what he intended to do with all those spells he was studying. Lars replied that the person had tried to kill his brother, so she deserved to die. The figure asked if that meant Lars intended to kill them. Meanwhile, Berna calmly told him, go and kill that person, and then asked what would happen next. She reminded Lars with a sly smile that he had just said himself that he hated such people. Berna explained that even if Lars used magic to make that man suffer while he was alive, he could still hate Lars and seek revenge, and Lars resolutely replied that then he would make him suffer so much that he would regret it. Then Berna reached out to him and warned that Lars's family and his close ones could even be targeted. She fell silent so that he could feel the full weight of those words. Berna looked at Lars seriously and said that if he intended to use magic for revenge, she would not be able to teach him. Lars replied that he had been expecting such words anyway, addressing her as Professor, and aloud asked how he could convince her. Meanwhile, Lord Brow was still plotting something against them. Lars explained to Berna why he wanted to study magic. He aspired to become strong to protect everyone, and his eyes shone with determination as he spoke. Berna approached from behind, gently hugged him, and quietly asked, isn't that enough? Berna agreed and told Lars that then everything was fine. She strictly warned him, just make sure not to do anything reckless. Lars said that when he grows up, he will earn more money than Lord Blau and regain his place as Lord. Berna began to talk about socially destroying someone, but stopped in time. Lars instantly reacted to her slip and asked what she had just said. Berna changed the subject and asked if he himself hadn't just started saying something bad. Lars nervously denied it and asked what they should start with in the meantime. Berna didn't know where to start. After convincing the teacher, Lars eventually got into Professor Berna's class under a separate program. During those trainings, Lars discovered something about his ultra-Jekaval trade skill. Slightly more intense exercises from Berna gave a noticeable, though small, result. With this hope in his heart, Lars devoted himself and repeated that slightly strenuous training again and again, believing that maybe even tiny piles of dust could change everything over time. Due to intense solo training, Lars was almost alone. He did most of the sessions by himself, and his brother, Dead 8, also lost enthusiasm and started visiting Berna less often. With each day, the more Noltz was drawn into helping at the shelter, the further he drifted away from their training group. Lars continued to train with magic, constantly whispering to himself, don't rush. He knew that now he could only gradually increase his power. 3 years had passed, and near the majestic building someone reacted with surprise. 3 years had passed since the day Lars vowed to take the blow upon himself. Dead 8 stood in the city square in academic uniform, and it was clear he had become much more mature. Lars told his older brother that he looked cool, and Dead 8 shyly thanked him. Their mother asked Dead 8 if he had forgotten anything, and he assured her that everything would be fine with him. Since Nolt stopped coming, Dead 8 began training even harder. A year before entering the academy, he was determined not to look like a pathetic older brother. Thanks to this, his swordsmanship, endurance, and magic should be at such a level that no peer could defeat him. At least that's what Lars hopes. Lars noticed that his mother Marion had clearly overdone it. She was in a nice dress, her hair braided into pigtails, looked happy, but it was clear she was forcing herself too much. Lars wished Nena were nearby to help. Marion, with a glow in her voice, told Dead 8 that she was so happy he would really be able to study at the academy, as she promised to do everything to make it happen. Lars looked at his mother and brother nearby and seriously thought that he must earn money, no matter the cost. Lars and Dead 8 stood in front of the great academy, dressed in their new uniforms. Lars told Dead 8 that they needed to quickly go inside because the entrance ceremony was about to start, but suddenly, a familiar voice called Dead 8. The same girl from their childhood ran up, wildly apologizing for being late, clearly confused and out of breath. Lars turned to her and asked who she was, and suddenly the girl froze completely hearing his voice. She felt as if she had heard it somewhere before. The girl excitedly called Norton, saying she was so glad he had come, while Lars just stood in shock, trying to understand what was happening. Meanwhile, the girl froze in front of him. The narrative immediately made it clear that sweet girl right in front of Lars was actually Nort. Nort called Lars, saying his name, and Lars responded quite embarrassed. He tried to understand that the sweet girl in front of him was Nort. Lars froze in disbelief, trying to match what he saw with his memories. The narrative could not believe it. Was this really the same Nort who once wore baggy clothes? Nort asked in surprise if Lars really did not recognize her, and Lars quietly apologized. Nort noted that he really did not know. They said that Dead 8 immediately guessed that she was a girl. She and Dead 8 laughed warmly, and also added that Lars had been like that since the very day they met. The nameless girl stood and grew increasingly worried about Lars's future, while Nolt teased him, asking, "Only now did you notice?" Suddenly Nolt hugged Lars from behind and whispered that he was so cute. Although he denied it, Lars stammered and insisted that he was not cute at all. A moment of unexpected movement came. Lars seemed embarrassed by the hug, and Nolt, already in the academy uniform, simply said his name. Nolt, holding Lars's hand, was climbing the academy stairs with him and proudly said that this was exactly why she would study at the academy with all her might. Her hands were still tightly intertwined as they climbed the stairs. When they reached the entrance, Lars and Nolt turned to each other, and Lars told her that this was exactly why he wanted her to marry him when they grew up. The nameless girl looked at Lars in surprise, and he just stood there, equally confused. Suddenly all three on the academy stairs froze in shock, and Lars and Dead 8's jaws dropped at what they heard. The unknown girl asked Lars if he was really ready to be with her, and Lars answered yes. But then Lars said worriedly that maybe when he grew up he would still be clumsy, and Nolt decisively replied that she didn't care. The unknown girl confessed that she was also without parents, and their hands clasped. Then the nameless girl declared that she would become his family, and said it firmly, as if she sincerely believed every word. Two girls stood close to each other, both excited. Lars looked at them, and someone quietly noticed and understood. Nena decisively told Dead 8 that it was already time for both Lord Dead 8 and Lord Lars to start thinking about such things. She said that this was probably the age when it was normal to have a fiancé, and Dead 8 asked if that was really so. Nena clarified that in this country it starts roughly at their age, and added that it was actually not uncommon at all for them to already have someone decided for them to marry. Then Dead 8 asked Nena in surprise, if that was so, why was she still unmarried? Nena blushed and, embarrassedly explaining, said that she was a servant and had been so overwhelmed with duties that she simply had no chance to meet anyone. Someone exclaimed in surprise that she had been serving since such a young age. Suddenly it was announced, Lord Wrath. The three stood together. Lars was calm, Dead 8 smiled happily, and the nameless girl was sobbing with emotion. A close-up showed the nameless girl in this luxurious ceremonial dress. The narration noted that it was a scene under the sun in two meanings of the word. A thought flashed that Nena could also see this. The narration explained that it was his brother's big day, the induction ceremony, and it became such an incredible and tense day that the stage of couple disappeared between them and they simply immediately became engaged. The academy towered over the city and its clock tower was visible from everywhere. His brother finally went to school, and during the day Lars found himself completely alone. Lars sat at the table and happily studied by himself, looking from inside his Dead 8, while the nameless girl walked together towards the academy building. Meanwhile, Lars turned to his parents to bring to life his long-cherished plan. He decided to talk to them directly. He told Rowan and Marion that they both had lost a lot of weight and recently hadn't changed clothes at all. Marion objected that's not true, but someone told Rowan to listen. Lars said he knew his dad had less side dishes and bread than others received. Lars resolutely said that if because of this his mom and dad fell ill, he didn't need to go to the academy. Rowan called out to Lars right outside near their house. Rowan put his hand on Lars's head and said he wanted to give him the same opportunities as Dead 8. Rowan continued, if that nameless girl goes to the academy and Lars does not, then, as he thought, Dead 8 would simply go into shock, so don't worry, he told Lars. Rowan smiled confidently and added that if Lars was so worried, he could swear he wouldn't fall or anything like that. And Lars replied, allow me to work there too. Nolt stood behind him and said that she had already received permission from Miss Verney. The nameless girl told him that he could not do this. He reminded Lars that he needed to go study magic with Verna. She said she would go check if everything was all right, and Lars replied that he was fine with that. Meanwhile, in Berna's little house on the tree in the forest, Berna smiled and said she thought it was a wonderful idea. The unknown girl reacted with surprise. Berna told them that Lars was very talented, so she was sure he would do great. She said she had long heard about Lars's feelings, and at his age, she thought he had things to do in the guild. The nameless girl and Lars just stood looking small, listening. Berna called from the treehouse, "Do you hear me, Lars?" and added that she was doing this partly for communication practice. Later, walking outside together, Lars quietly confessed to Rowan that he knew. Rowan firmly emphasized that only guild assignments could be taken. Finally, someone in the guild said that Lars could not be blamed, but he was really soft, and another person shouted that if it was too much, he could return immediately. In the guild, someone apologizes and asks if you have a minute. A guild worker starts to greet but suddenly falls silent mid-word. Rowan approaches the counter and the guild member with glasses instantly recognizes him, saying, "Long time no see, Mr. Rowan." A guild member asks what Rowan is doing in such a place, and Rowan smiles, saying that thanks to the guild there are fewer monsters. They even took on the small troubles of the town, so such places no longer remain. One of the guild members says that this is exactly why they could all live in peace, and Rowan says he is glad to hear that. A guild member called Gibson, he began to say that he knows Lord Rowan is the ruler of this land, but suddenly fell silent. Gibson apologizes and asks what brought Rowan here today. Rowan explains that his son stubbornly insisted he wanted to work and did not obey at all, and then Lars appears smiling, introduces himself and says he is glad to meet them. Gibson tells Lars that he is very polite and notes that his father is probably completely overwhelmed with work. Meanwhile, behind Gibson at the reception desk stands a dark-haired girl, and Gibson says that she works as a receptionist in the leading guild. The receptionist smiled warmly and said to Lars, "You are a good guy. If you are looking for a job, do not hesitate to talk to us. Nice to meet you." Lars confidently says he will do that. Someone greets the professor and says, "Long time no see." Professor smiles, "You have a real live wire here." In the background, Lars and Rowan stand near the guild building, and inside, under the chandelier light, the professor tells Mr. Rowan that they haven't seen each other for a long time and he seems to be feeling well. Lars wonders who this dark-haired professor is. He has never seen his face before. The professor asks if this is the child from that time, and Rowan corrects, "No, this is his younger son Lars." Rowan brought the dark-haired man to Lars and smiling said, "Here is Dr. Ritzel." The doctor looked at Lars and explained that he was just a local doctor. And Dr. Ritzel said that it was then, a long time ago, and Rowan agreed, yes, it really was a long time ago. Lars raised his eyes to the doctor and suddenly realized that it was him. This was the man his father knew. Lars thought to himself that Dr. Ritzel had been an acquaintance since the times when Rowan was a lord, which is why his father seemed friendly but a little reserved about all this. Lars formally introduced himself to Dr. Ritz in his chamber, saying he was glad to meet him, and that he was Lars, adding that he looked forward to working together with him. Dr. Ritzel replied that he was also glad to work together. And Dr. Ritzel suggested that since Lars had come to the guild, the boy had successfully mastered his skill. Rowan confirmed Lars had just completed the ceremony a few days ago. Dr. Ritzel asked what skill it was, but Lars hesitated. He thought to himself that mentioning that ultra part was unnecessary, explaining it would have been troublesome anyway. Lars felt that they would say it again and told Dr. Ritzel that he was a jack of all trades but truly master of none. Dr. Ritzel confidently thought he knew it and called that skill rubbish. The doctor nodded and said that Lars was right exactly as he said, but Lars replied that he believed much depended on how it was used, so he had to try his best. Dr. Ritzel placed his hand on Lars's head and said that he should do everything he could, while acknowledging that it might be something they themselves could do nothing about, but still. Lars sincerely thanked him again. Dr. Ritzel said it was time for him to go. When the doctor left, the guild members said among themselves that he was truly a good teacher and always cared about the people in the town. Meanwhile, Rowan told Gibson that that day he would go on a mission with Lars, and Gibson asked if Rowan had it. The receptionist pulled out an old document and said she managed to dig it up. It again brought back memories of how Rowan was injured trying to hunt monsters, and she explained that without long training no one could defeat monsters using the skill Labundant. Rowan admitted it was simply not his thing, and the guild members, looking at him, said he was clearly not a fighter and that since he was removed from the Lord's position, he had a hard time. The receptionist flipped through a book looking for a task suitable for the current Lars, and when someone asked about one specific task, Lars looked at him and asked, "Is it chopping wood?" Lars said that he knows how to use magic, so he could take on a much more impressive request. The receptionist assured him, chopping wood is also respectable work. After all, he was doing it for the first time, so it was no big deal if it took a little time. She asked him not to rush and to dedicate the whole day to it, and after 15 minutes, Lars already announced that he was finished. The receptionist was shocked at how quickly Lars completed the task. After all, it was meant for complete beginners. Then someone asked Lars again how old he was, and he replied, "I am 8 years old." The receptionist explained that although people call his skill a jack of all trades a useless thing, it actually helps a lot in everyday life, and Lars politely asked not to be called that all the time. The receptionist told him that he was completely reliable and that she was looking forward to working with him, and Lars replied that he was also looking forward to cooperating with her. Meanwhile, the girl behind the counter warmly explained that to take a task, Lars had to write his name on the appropriate guild card and listen to the explanation just like they did today. When the task was completed, he reported, took the reward, and that was it. She handed him the reward, this time 800 barrels. Lars asked Round to keep the money for himself, but Round smiled. "This is your first reward, Lars, manage it as you wish." Lars said that in that case there was one place he would like to drop by. When they were walking through the city, Rowan asked if Lars was really sure about this. Lars replied that it didn't matter, he had always planned to do it as soon as he saved enough of his own money. Lars asked in surprise if there weren't too many here, pointing out that there were him, Marion, and Dead 8. And Lars explained it was for Nena. He explained that he wanted to give it to her and say welcome home when she returned, and suddenly Rowan called Lars from behind. Lars noticed someone and asked if that had just been Nena. Meanwhile, the scene showed a letter. It explained that Rowan and Marion were being watched because Lord Date, who was only 2 years old, had been poisoned. It said they had not yet been exposed, signed an old friend Shinmajin, and Lars realized that if Nena disappeared because of this, she would not want his father to find out. It was then that Rowan called Lars, but Lars told his father that he would get home by himself and let him go ahead, and apologized to his dad for being in such a hurry. Rowan shouted to Lars not to stay out too late. Lars ran through the city without hesitation. Out of breath, he frantically searched, asking himself where Nena had gone and where she could be. He looked near the doors, asked where she was, and then rushed into the yard, shouting Nena's name. Finally, Lars found her. He noticed Nena in the distance and shouted loudly, "Nena." Nena turned around to look at him. Standing on some stairs Lars was approaching, and other townspeople were moving in the background. Nena looked intently at Lars and asked if he was Lord Wrath. Lars told her, "I finally found you." But he caught himself on this, realizing he had reacted too sharply. Lars thought that such an approach was not appropriate, it would only corner Nena. Lars called Nena again, saying that he had been looking for her all this time. Nena pleaded with him to go home. Nena said that she was a woman unworthy of such kindness. She could not believe that Lord Lars cared about her like that. Name is Lars, also known as Softly Setter. Someone called Nena home, and through tears she looked at Lars and asked what she was supposed to say when even he, her older brother, said such things. Nena's voice trembled as she said that everyone was waiting for her. She did not know how to tell them the truth about what had happened. Nena, stammering, tried to explain to Lars that just recently, his older brother, Dead 8, did manage to get into the academy. She wanted so much for all of them to see it together and celebrate that Dead 8 had become so outstanding for the family. Nena struggled with her feelings, asking herself what it all really meant. But Lars gently told Nena that he wouldn't ask what happened, yet she could tell him when she was ready. Nena thought to herself that she actually already knew what was going on, but even if it was true, it didn't make it any easier. Lars firmly said that he still wouldn't let anyone say that Nena wasn't fit to be part of their family. Lars said that he didn't need any conditions to consider someone family. Nena taught him what a real family is in this world. Then Lars told Nena that it applied to her too. She was dear family to him. Nena raised her eyes, tears glistening in them, her hands clasped in front of her chest, and she shouted to Lars with a trembling voice. She told what happened that day. She had already completed her first task in the guild. From the money earned, she bought gifts for her relatives. But Lars told Nena that it didn't matter how much money someone had or how grand their house was. Lars told her that none of that would matter until the whole family was together. Nena leaned in and hugged him tightly, tears rolling down her face. Through tears, Nena whispered the title of Lars. Lars smiled and warmly welcomed her home. Meanwhile, Nena called Lars from outside the house. She joyfully announced that she was already home and brought souvenirs for everyone. The nameless girl exclaimed, asking where Lars had been, and immediately Dead 8 shouted, calling Nena. Nena tightly hugged Lars and said she would work hard to pay him a decent salary even if it was small, but Lars replied that she should not worry about money. After that, Nena loudly called Lord Dead-8. When the unfamiliar girl asks where Nena had been, she addresses Lord Dead-8 and says she has so much to tell them. Then Lars gives the real gift, showing Dead-8 a pair of gloves. Nena thanks Lars for everything. And when addressed Lord Lars, Nena thanks him again, sincerely explaining that his kindness saved her, and adds that there is nothing great about it, she just wants to protect her family. Suddenly, Lars informs Nena that he is engaged. Nena confesses she is also engaged. The nameless girl immediately asks Nena to repeat what she just said. The unnamed girl said that the boy is Nalt, asked if Nena would still greet her, and then asked in surprise if this really happens at the age of Lord Dead-8. Nena stammers, says that of course she would greet her, but asks with trepidation did she really just say the name Nalt, and Lars tries to calm her down. I told her, the fact that you don't have a boyfriend doesn't mean you can't have one, you just decided otherwise. Nena bows low and says that his kindness stings. Meanwhile, someone notices that Nena is gone again, and the nameless girl quietly stands behind. Lars smiles and says that this time she will return soon. The shot pulls back and reveals the exterior of Irving's house, and Lars thinks to himself that she will probably return soon. Then Lars tells the nameless girl that they need to go, and she replies, "Follow me." Lars crouches, activates invisibility, and instantly disappears from sight. The unknown girl enthusiastically praised Lars, couldn't believe how much he had already managed to do thanks to his invisibility. Lars again demonstrated skill. Calmly, as if nothing had happened, he simply vanished right before her. The girl made a surprised sound. He had gone completely unnoticed, and she told Lars that it was incredible that he even disappeared like that. Lars insisted that he really thought he could pull it off, but the girl asked why he looked so uncertain, noted that he had already spent a lot of mana, and suggested taking a break for today, and Lars admitted that all of this was already making him very dizzy. The girl found all this amusing, so she asked if Lars seriously intended to stay in that outfit while being invisible. Meanwhile, Lars remembered that just at the moment when things with Nena finally calmed down and she returned home, he dared to ask Professor Berna to teach him ancient magic. He sincerely admitted that he thought she might flatly refuse him. But Berna warned him that it would take a very long time before he truly learned to use it, and Lars only replied that this was not a problem at all. On the contrary, it pushed him even more to start training as soon as possible. Berna acknowledged that this magic is extremely difficult to master. Then Lars thought that in the state he was in now, he catastrophically lacked the strength to do what was needed, and what happened to Nena only hardened his resolve even more. He would definitely take revenge on Blau, no matter what the cost. Returning to the present, the unnamed girl calmed Lars. She was confident that he would be fine. Lars explained that he wanted to learn ancient magic to be able to do much more with it. The girl asked if that was okay, warning him that some magic could have very unpredictable and serious consequences. In the end, it was decided Lars would be taught new ancient magic. At the Berna's estate, she made him promise that he would never use it on his own without supervision. Lars agreed to her terms. The nameless girl told Lars that it was simply a miracle he managed to master at least one spell. Lars sighed with regret. He had just finally started to understand levitation. He complained that invisibility seemed to drain a huge part of his mana, and the girl suggested that perhaps it was made difficult to use because it was too convenient. She sharply noted that he could use it to sneak into someone's home or spy in the bathroom, implying that it was hard to use because it could be used for crimes. Then the girl announced that after the break they would return to the usual training. Lars agreed, but still wondered why his lessons were only half devoted to ancient magic. In reality, chances to study ancient magic were extremely rare. The training focused on ordinary magic, while he used ancient magic only when he had free time and extra mana, and during lessons someone constantly reminded him, "Don't lose concentration." Lars pushed himself to the limit during training until his mana was almost completely exhausted. Someone urged him to put more strength into it. Lars tensed and continued, knowing that with attack, magic, and magic as a way of life, he needed to push further. Eventually, Lars seemed to wither from exhaustion, barely holding on. The nameless girl asked if he was okay. Lars admitted that he was definitely not well, but the girl still noted that he was too harsh on himself. She told him to hold the spell in place, explaining that in magic it is much harder to hold it than just to release it, and with that she left. The girl ordered Lars to try to swing the wooden sword with his right hand, holding an active fire spell in his palm, and strictly warned that if he broke its hold, he would get burned. And she told him, "Fill the bucket." Lars tried to go through fire training. The flame burned in his hand, and with the water spell task too, he barely managed. Sadly noted that he could still only fill a cup, not the whole bucket. The girl smiled and told Lars to fill it, and Lars reluctantly agreed. Despite her gentle voice and fluffy nature, Berna was a Spartan mentor who made no concessions to her students. She ordered Lars to gather fallen leaves with wind magic and burn them with fiery lanterns. Then extinguish the fire with a water ball. Lars complained every week that he did not hear her and pointed out that these were all intermediate-level spells. Lars fell to the ground, feeling that he was about to die. The girl assured him that his mana could not fall to a level that would threaten his life. The girl explained that by using magic to the very limit, Lars would be able to increase his overall mana capacity. She also added that at the same time it would improve his accuracy. As always, Professor Berna calculated that fine line of what Lars was barely capable of and demanded exactly that. Lars thought that he had not noticed how much his magic had improved, and the girl praised him for doing well. Lars came to Berna's house for training and, approaching, loudly called Professor Berna. He called her by name again, but in response silence. He carefully opened the door and called her again, but the place seemed empty. Berna was not at home, and Lars noticed that she was quite careless. There were rumors in the city about a witch on the mountain, so people could come here just out of curiosity. And there were no guarantees. Someone could appear with indecent intentions, especially since Professor Berna was so beautiful. Lars sat on the stairs outside and thought that her magic was powerful, but he was afraid that she might be attacked. Suddenly, he noticed an envelope on the stairs and picked it up. Lars unfolded a note addressed to Wrath. It said that Berna was almost out of provisions and had gone to the city, would return by evening, so he could either study on his own or just rest at home that day. Lars turned over options in his head, not knowing what to do. He had come so far and decided that it was better to just go train alone outside. Suddenly he remembered, somewhere there lay a magic book. Lars recalled the teacher had said that during the break it was also allowed to read books. He opened the door and stepped inside, but immediately froze. The room was completely filled with towering stacks of books everywhere. Lars grabbed one of the volumes and instantly realized that it was the one containing information about ancient magic. He enthusiastically flipped through other books and came across spells, even teleportation, invisibility, and the ability to hover in the air. Then Lars came across something called Dragonic Blaze and instantly realized it was an offensive spell. He carefully read the description, and when successful, dragon-like tongues of flame burst upward and engulfed the opponent completely. This spell was created long ago to exterminate evil dragons, but it depends so much on the caster's skill that only those trained to the level of a sage can manage it. Lars thought that sounded really cool. Lars thought Professor Berna's Flame Lance and Hydro Stream were cool, but this magic felt truly special. He was fired up and decided to try it. He came here today without using levitation and had not trained yet, so he had plenty of mana, the perfect state for using ancient magic. Lars decided it would be a shame to come all this way and do nothing. So he went out into an open area and prepared to cast the spell. He began to say the spell and shouted Dragonic Blaze. Lars successfully summoned Dragonic Blaze, but the result was much smaller than expected. A tiny serpent-like tongue of flame appeared on the ground. It burst out, but was too small. Lars tried to stay positive, repeating to himself that this was just magic he was not used to, so this was just the beginning. He restrained his mana while casting spells, but the result resembled a lizard or a snake more than a dragon. Suddenly Lars felt that his body had somehow become heavy. Then he heard as if someone was calling him, and he wondered confusedly, did he just hear a voice? The mysterious voice did not cease, asking to be allowed to sleep a little longer. Lars recognized it and could not understand why Professor Berna was in his home. Meanwhile, the nameless girl called Lars excitedly. He said he had woken up, and Lars reacted with surprise. The girl said to Lars, "Don't scare me like that." Meanwhile, Lars suddenly remembered everything. He had just used Dragonic Blaze. A sudden drowsiness overcame him, and he fainted. Lars apologized to Professor Berna, honestly admitting that he tried to restrain his magic but probably overdid it, and the girl noted that he seemed to have simply fainted. The girl scolded Lars. He had terribly frightened her, and she asked what would have happened if the mangarecap medicine had not arrived in time. She indignantly pointed out that Lars had broken his promise and resorted to ancient magic. Lars shyly admitted that she was right. The girl inquisitively asked what exactly he had tried to do. Lars told her that this is Dragonic Blaze. The girl pondered confusedly and suddenly realized that something was wrong here. With such a mana reserve in Lars, this spell required an incredible amount of energy, so he shouldn't have been able to activate it yet. Lars stubbornly insisted that it was tiny, yet he still used it. The girl scolded Lars, who was still lying down, saying that it was impossible for him to have died because he ran out of mana. Both looked shocked. He had almost been in serious danger. The girl's mood changed and she cheerfully told Lars that he could stay overnight, adding that later she would have to inform Marion. Lars looked puzzled and asked her to wait. He was just about to go home. The girl leaned closer with a teasing expression and asked if he didn't want to stay at their place. Lars admitted to her that it was his fault, but he was completely exhausted and said that he was going to sleep now, so he just lay down on the couch. The girl objected. He wouldn't be able to sleep well on the couch. Suddenly she appeared in a nightgown and said to him directly, "Tonight you sleep with me." Lars panicked and shouted that he was a guy, so that's normal. Sometimes he even napped outside, so he would be fine. The girl ignored his objections and said coldly, "You have training tomorrow, so we have to go." She grabbed Lars and pulled him to her room, and he shouted, "Wait," and someone noticed how strong she was. At the door, the girl quietly said to him, "Good night." In the middle of the night, Lars woke up. Something soft touched his face. The girl pressed against him and murmured in her sleep that strawberries are so tasty. Lars couldn't move. She clung to him and wouldn't let go. The night passed outside the building's exterior, and in the morning Lars greeted everyone with a completely monotonous and tired expression. The girl asked Lars, "Did you sleep well last night?" Lars, pressing the pillow and with a noticeably irritated expression, briefly replied, "Not at all." The girl pondered. Maybe he just can't fall asleep in a different bed. Lars thought to himself. He himself couldn't exactly name the real reason. Later, they went outside. Near the house stood a large barrel of water. The girl asked Lars to try to fill a bucket first, and he agreed. Lars tried water magic, and a huge wave of water burst out of the barrel, exploding with incredible force. Both Lars and that nameless girl just stood, stunned by the result. Lars looked completely bewildered by what had just happened. And the girl told him to try to summon fire. Lars asked if he should do it as usual, and the girl asked with interest if he was going to do something different. Lars cast a fire spell and an absolutely devastating explosion of fire burst out. The scale of this magic was simply stunning. Lars looked at that hellish flame in complete disbelief. The nameless girl explained that if Lars tried hard enough, he could do everything because his ultra-skill, jack of all trades, has no limits. Lars began to understand what this meant for his ability. Usually, spells like Dragonic Blaze, which required a colossal amount of mana, simply could not work due to mana reserve limitations. But at such a cost, Lars spent so much mana at once that it became deadly dangerous. His ultra-skill, ultra-jack of all trade, actually pushed out much more mana than his body could withstand, exceeding its limits. The spell worked, although it seemed completely impossible, but the backlash from breaking the limits wildly increased his mana reserve. That's why the invisibility spell only partially worked then. Then Lars realized if he continued to use this method, he could increase his mana enough to master ancient magic. The nameless girl confirmed this but warned, without Berna's support, it would be very dangerous. He would have to be extremely careful because here there are literally no limits. Lars admitted that he did not fully understand everything, but it seemed the teacher's Spartan training had indeed worked, while meanwhile someone doubted if that was really so. But Lars, as always, impatiently asked her to please allow him to also train in Dragonic Blaze, and the unnamed girl thought about how his mono capacity in his head had grown and decided to be careful so that this time he would not faint. She sternly warned Lars this time he would do it only while she was watching, and added that if she said no and he fainted again, it would be a serious problem. Lars enthusiastically agreed. He told her that he still wanted to attend her lessons, recalling healing magic and other skills. The nameless girl became increasingly worried. Would she run out of topics to teach because Lars was growing so rapidly and already at his age knew how to use ancient magic? Lars insisted that this was not true. He said he still did not even know basic magic. The nameless girl told Lars that when that time finally comes, she would have to continue teaching him various things. Then Lars told her again to make sure she was ready. The girl gently said that it is better to live for the future than for revenge, and suggested having some tea now. Lars said that he was unable to forgive Blau for desecrating his family, and frankly admitted it was his own selfishness. The nameless girl asked if Lars had said anything. Lars thought about revenge and when it would finally happen, quickly told her it was nothing and suggested having tea, deciding to keep sharpening his fangs to strike at any moment. But the story said that then Lars could not imagine that moment would come much sooner than he expected. Later. Lars waved his hand and promised to return. Someone told him take care. That day, having already received permission to work in the guild, he finished another job and said goodbye. Mizuki, an adventurer who had cared for Lars since they first met, saw him off. She said that if anything happened, he could contact her anytime, and Lars wondered mentally why she sometimes looked at him so passionately before he understood it. He turned 10 years old between guild assignments and magic lessons with Miss Berna. The boy worked tirelessly. After all the efforts, he managed to earn almost 250,000 barrels to pay for tuition, but the parents insisted that this money remain with him. Lars greeted someone, "Good morning." And one more happy thing happened. Finally, Lars was able to enter the Academy of Oblivion thanks to his parents' savings. Then the girl with ribbons in her hair cheerfully greeted Lars in response. Someone couldn't believe it, Nora also went with them. Another girl with a side ponytail also tilted her head in surprise and explained that the shelter director insisted she must go to the academy and ask the guild to lend her money for it. Lars said that although being together at the academy was like a dream come true, he was sure the happiest of all was the older brother. Someone approached and greeted Lars, then another person also greeted Nora and told Lars that this look suited him very well. Here was the reason. Nora had been pretending to be a boy all this time. When she entered the academy, she confessed honestly, and finally the truth came out. By the way, Nora is her real name, but her father wanted a son, so he insisted she be called Nort. Nora said that this time she was able to see the matter through to the end. Lars noted that she was exaggerating again, but Nora added that she was still glad. Someone answered yes, and that radiant smile appeared on the face. Then Berna addressed Lars and the nameless girl and said that since they were starting at the academy today, they had officially graduated from her training. The nameless girl immediately objected that this was not true at all. Lars insisted that Berna promised to be their teacher forever and constantly reminded her that she herself said so. The nameless girl thanked Berna and smiling said that she was so happy. Meanwhile, near the academy, someone asked Lars if it was time to go in after all. It was about to start. Lars asked if something had happened, but the person said no, so Lars decided to go first, and the interlocutor briefly replied. All right. Lars thought maybe he would be lucky to meet the same Lucille from those times again. Then the girl introduced herself as Luger and, recalling that they were the same age, said that he could also be here. She thought he was so cute and wondered if he had now become a refined, handsome man. Suddenly, another boy shouted to Lars, asking if he meant that boy with universal skills. The girl was standing in academic uniform, and Lars immediately noticed the color of her hair. The girl told him that he seemed to know who she was, but she did not remember him and asked who he was. Lars asked if it was Lucille. The girl enthusiastically confirmed that she had been looking for him everywhere. Lars suddenly realized he had known it all along. The girls awkwardly asked what it was all about. Luger introduced herself and said with a bitter smile that time is a cruel thing, adding that Lars used to be such a quiet boy. An unnamed girl noticed that Lars had just grimaced as if very disappointed and called him harsh. Lars insisted that it was nothing. But Lucille asked who the other girl was and remarked that she was Lars's friend and how sweet she was. Lars cheerfully introduces herself, says her name is Nora and would be glad if that unknown girl became her friend. The girl glances at Lars and smilingly says that he is handsome. Lars only said a few words, then the unnamed girl asks Lars what she is to Lars. Lars just looks confused, not understanding at all what she means. Lars explains that Lars might have misunderstood something, but his friend is not Nora at all. Lars replies with relief that she understands and thanks God. Lars says that if he said Nora was his girlfriend, his brother would get angry. He even calls his brother by name Deadite, and suddenly Lars reacts sharply upon hearing this name. Meanwhile, Deadite calls out that Lars and Nora are already awaited. Everyone there is expecting them. Lars asks Lars with surprise if it is true that he previously said he already had a fiancée. Deadite approaches and tells Lars that this girl just stopped him. Lars asks if that unknown girl is familiar to him. The unnamed girl looks surprised at what is happening. Lars asks again if Lars means Luciella, not Lucille. Lars, embarrassed, asks what Luciella is doing with Lars and requests to wait to be sure if it is indeed her he means. But suddenly the girl standing behind them tells her older sister that she should not lie. Lars says the name Lucielle with surprise. And the girl being talked about reacts as if she suddenly understood everything. Lars warmly says that they haven't seen each other for a long time, and Lars responds joyfully and enthusiastically. In memory, young Lars sincerely thanks Lars for what he did back then. Although it was 5 years ago, the current Lars smiles with relief. She turned out to be exactly the beauty he imagined. And in the memory, the little girl with the teddy bear said she was a princess and, despite everything, was happy. Lucier with a slight smile tells Lars that his face past her test is taller than her and looks strong. Lars in response asks what the whole conversation was about anyway. So Lucer announced that she would finally introduce herself properly. She is Lucer, the elder sister of Lucer, and studies in the same class as Dead8. She says that her younger sister kept asking to thank Lars again, so she became curious about what kind of guy he is, but he turned out to be quite decent. Lars confirms that Luciella is in the same class as his brother, and Lucy, her with a sparkle in her eyes, says she is happy about her sister's admission her swordsmanship is not inferior to his own, so she is truly strong. Lucier smiled and addressing Dead8 and Lars said, "See you later." Meanwhile, the unfamiliar girl says that Lars's brother has become quite strong, but doubts whether he is truly his equal. Leisure smiles and says how cute they both are. An unknown girl decides to ask Leisure to be her friend. Dead8 notes that Lucille is the same age, so it might work. And for Lars, it is the first time he will have a girlfriend, and Lucille confirms that she is indeed the older sister in the shelter. Someone asks with interest Dead8 whether his second son succeeded too, whether he got into the academy just like the first. In the distance, two boys are looking at a group. One says, "I knew they would be here," and the other disdainfully remarks that the poppers are taking too much risk. Later, in the courtyard of the academy, someone notices Nena and loudly calls her. He asks if she's been alright lately. Nena seems to have dropped something while cleaning, and the boy with light, spiky hair bends down to help her pick it up. But a dark-haired man approaches and, looking at Nena, asks if they hired another maid here, saying she is a real beauty, promises to give her true pleasure, and suggests she go with him instead of staying with that poor guy. Someone asks who this person is. The student boy recognizes Lars and says, "Long time no see, are you the one with the non-working skill?" Lars calmly tells everyone to leave, and the aggressive boy yells at him, demanding that he not ignore him. He asks if Lars is afraid of his magical swordsman's ability, and says he could even make Lars one of his lackeys if he just does what he says. Lars simply replies that he is fine and sincerely thanks him for the offer. Someone said that Lars's answer was boring, and the aggressive boy sharply exclaimed, "What is that supposed to mean?" The aggressive boy says to Luder, "You are pretty, why don't you become my girlfriend? I, unlike Lars, will truly be strong." Leisure screams from stress, but suddenly the boy declares that Nora is his girlfriend, and someone tells him not to touch her. Suddenly, Nena squeezes the boy's wrist so hard that it hurts him. He screams in pain and begs her to let go, demands that she release him, and calls her a pauper. Someone asks what's wrong with this boy. The boy says that even just communicating with Lars makes him feel poor. He also adds that with such a worthless skill, no one can count on great height, and calls them cheeky brats. Someone asks if Nora is okay. She waved it off. It was just a hand on the shoulder, nothing serious. Lars thinks to himself that Nena really tried to crush that boy's wrist when he tried to use magic, and that it's creepy when a calm person gets angry. The group prepares to return. One girl says that Nena really is something, another hopes they are not in the same class, and a third calls her sarcastic. As they leave, someone sincerely wishes Lord Lars good luck. Suddenly, an unnamed girl recognizes that the aggressive boy is Blas's son. The boy mockingly shouted, "Lars, you won't cast magic, well fine, that suits me." The unnamed girl, leaving, whispered to Lars, "Don't forget your promise," and the camera stops on his close-up. He calms her down, saying that he knows, and that for now he will do nothing. He quietly adds that this is for now, and Lars mentally agrees yes, it's still too early for revenge. Near the clock tower, the nameless girl nods and says she understood everything, and Dead8 suggests going to class, explaining that he also needs to return to his class and cannot go further, so he asks Lars to look after Nora. He is counting on him. In the classroom, the aggressive boy Ruz is sitting and waiting again, grumbling that poppers can't even keep track of time. Luger shouted to Lars and Nora to come over. It turned out she noticed their names and saved a few seats for them. The nameless girl shouted back to her, and Lars asked if a certain seat was taken. Meanwhile, at the front of the class, the homeroom teacher introduced himself Tigray and said that next year he would teach Class A. He told everyone that they would start with introductions. The teacher told Gray that there are 10 students in each class from A to E, and told them to try to get along even with students from other classes. Then Ruz muttered that as the son of a lord he supposedly should be friends with common people, but said that he was fine with that. But the teacher directly addressed Ruz and loudly said, "In the academy it does not matter whether you are a noble, a commoner, or even of royal blood." He warned Ryu, "Quickly get rid of such an attitude, otherwise life at the academy will turn into continuous torment." Ryu's frozen shock. The teacher addressed Gray and enthusiastically said that since it was the first day, everyone had to introduce themselves, even name their skills, and Lars was surprised that they had to reveal their abilities right here and now. He thought that some academies deliberately make classes vague to avoid labeling based on skills. And he was going to hide his skills for some more time. He was curious about what the teacher was thinking. The student responded to the call. The teacher said they would start with the first, and introductions began. A boy named Jack introduced himself, said he would one day take over the family fish shop, and asked everyone to visit. Somehow his skill was called cooperation. Then a girl named Cutilika shyly introduced herself, saying her skill was adamantine strength, and admitted that she was embarrassed. A quiet boy named Yogas whispered that he loved to read, and his skill was evaluation. Introductions continued. Next came a cheerful blonde Helena, joyfully announcing it was her turn. She energetically introduced herself, saying she was a dance master, and added that she dreamed of debuting in a performance in the royal capital someday, so she asked everyone to support her. Next came a dark-haired machina with a tough, tense look. She warned that whoever touched her, she would crush, introduced herself, named her skill Kaiser Knuckle, and said she dreamed of becoming a knight in the royal capital someday. After her, a shy light-haired girl named Alka quietly introduced herself and demonstrated her skill in the art of spirits. Someone shouted that it was finally their turn, and the blonde girl Nora stood up, cheerfully greeted everyone, and introduced herself. Suddenly it turned out that she has the skill of caring for animals. After that, Ryu confidently introduced himself as Ryu Sidnitsa, boasting that he has the rare skill of a magical swordsman, and asked if that wasn't cool. He did not calm down and declared that he is the next ruler of this land, even hinting that he might allow everyone to be his subordinates. Someone told him that he still didn't understand, so they would settle it with fists. Next, the blonde Lucille introduced herself, saying that her family is engaged in trade. She admitted that her skill is dual master, and it allows her to find and process ores. Lars thought to himself, she really is cute. Meanwhile, someone told Popper that it was now his turn, and Ryu asked in surprise what he was laughing at. Then Lars stood up and introduced himself, Lars Irving. He honestly admitted that he wanted to keep it a secret. The other students watched as he continued, and someone quietly muttered about that skill, which everyone called the worthless jack of all trades. Lars decisively looked everyone in the eye and declared that this is his skill. He officially introduced himself as Lars Irving and explained that the skill he was told about turned out to be unnecessary, the so-called jack of all trades. He honestly admitted that because of his poor ability, he might have to ask everyone for help, but despite this, he asked everyone to get along with each other. He asked them to support him when the time comes. He said he was counting on them. Ryu finally said what was pressing in his throat. You cannot live a long life completely alone. Sooner or later you will have to rely on someone, Lars. Lucille, clearly impressed, said it was amazing that Lars was already thinking about such things. Then Ryu looked at Lars with a confident gaze and said that he was worth training. Meanwhile, Tigray addressed the class. Everyone had already finished their introductions and named their skills. He was confident that everyone, including himself, had a brief idea of what kind of people were in the class, but just as he was about to continue, Jack energetically raised his hand and shouted to the teacher that he had a quick question. So the second day at school had arrived. That morning they had physical tests and magic training. So much happened. Machina, who is usually so athletic, fell, had a nosebleed, and was completely exhausted. During magic training, one boy reassured another, "Don't be afraid, look at my true power," and showed his fire magic. Children enthusiastically celebrated his demonstration of fire magic. But then the blonde girl with a bow in her hair excitedly announced that it was her turn and unleashed a grand barrage of fire magic that clearly exceeded all expectations. Then she looked worried and asked if she had done something wrong again. The students stood aside anxious, and someone whispered that Berna was also very strict. With magic almost nowhere to learn outside school, different skill levels were quite natural, and then they called Machina. Meanwhile, the students grumbled that the morning had been tough, and one remarked, since Ryus is the son of a lord, he should at least have a private tutor. Lars thought to himself, this is my move too. If I don't hold back much, I will definitely stand out, and Machina reacted with surprise in the background. In history class, Lars sits and listens as the teacher talks at length about the ancient Great Famine and explains that it was because of this that the 23rd king first decided to increase food production. The famine was over 200 years ago, and it seems those who ruled then went through real hell so that every territory would become as prosperous as it is today. Lars pondered. In the old world, he memorized all this just for better grades. But now, when he is truly trying to understand it and look at history with real meaning, he finally sees those struggles and the real people who went through it all, and he finds it incredibly interesting. Lars sat in class amazed. He would never have thought that at his age he would start liking school lessons. The teacher called everyone to stand and bow, but in the commotion, Machina suddenly rushed somewhere and someone shouted that she was cheating. Later, a girl recalled how brutal the fight for bread in the school store was, and someone else added that Jack, the fish seller, was one thing, but even Ruse fought for bread in that store. Lars thought about his packed lunch. The family hardly had any extra money, so bakeries and diners also found it hard, but Nena put all her heart into his lunch. How could he not look forward to it? Meanwhile, Leisure called out to Nari, inviting her to eat together. Someone greeted Dedate, confirming that he was Lars's brother, and Dedate agreed and introduced himself. The conversation shifted to the fact that with the arrival of the new lord, donations had fallen and life had become harder, but someone said with a bitter smile that there were still plenty of vegetables. Then Nora volunteered to take one of the lunches, and someone asked specifically about her lunch. Lars understood where his lunch had gone when he saw someone eagerly eating it. Someone exclaimed with delight what a treat it was. Meanwhile, another apologized for the behavior of his older sister, and behind them, students whispered that the sisters looked exactly alike, but their characters were completely different. When the lesson ended and nothing special happened, the students began to lively discuss their plans. Someone said they would stop by the school store for a snack before going home, and others talked about a trip to the royal capital or about needing to help at home. The car I mentioned became interested in club affairs and decided to visit the club building. Lars asked Lucille if she would also join the club since she really hadn't thought about it yet. The girl thought it was time to study arithmetic. Her skills were completely useless for household chores. She heard about some Saint Night club and thought that if it was really good there, she would join and train. Then Machina asked if Lars's family had any business, and suddenly Leisure lit up, exclaiming that if someone married Lucille, they could get rich. She shouted to Moni, "Come on." But Leisure was embarrassed and objected, and Lars noted that his family had little money, so someone might not be suitable. But then Ryu appeared laughing, called Lars a poor man, and declared that he understood everything perfectly. The girl on stage looked very upset. Nora asked what Lucille was doing and added that she herself was waiting for her brother, and Lucille said she was thinking of going home with her sister, who was supposed to arrive very soon. Someone said they would go back first, then Ruse shouted, calling Popper to look there, and everyone around was already talking about going to the guild. Suddenly Ruse grabbed someone and said he would be kind to them, demanding at least an answer. A person explained that they had been working part-time at the guild for some time and had to save money. Another person understood this, but the girl nearby looked restless and worried. Ruse demanded to know why she was ignoring him, angrily shouting, "Stop it already." Then a confident expression appeared on Ryu's face. He noticed that finally she looked in his direction. Lars turned from behind and told Ruse that he was the one who had to stop it. Lars coldly told Ruse that he had already set a rule for him and was not going to get along with anyone who broke it. Ruse's eyes widened, and he instantly demanded an explanation of what Lars meant by rules. Lars remained calm and told him that there was no need to explain. Lars stepped closer and directly asked Ruse if he hated him. Ruse got confused and insisted that he hadn't said that, pressing Lars, asking why he spoke as if he didn't want to get along with him. Lars tensed sharply and demanded, "Say it straight, Ruse it." Lars told Ruse that he needed to go and ask his proud, noble father about it. Ruse looked puzzled and demanded to know why his father was dragged into this. Meanwhile, Dead 8 appeared and said he had been waiting for them. They hadn't gone far yet, so he asked if everyone was ready to move. Lucia called Lars and Nora, apologized for making them wait, and told Leisure that it was time for them to go home. They still had household chores. Nora asked if Ruse could be left there. Ruse said it was okay. Lars thought to himself, "I won't give in on this even if Leisure starts to hate me because of it." Leisure quietly said his name. Lars thought that Ruse didn't even consider him a friend, so it was normal for him. But then Ruse shouted at Lars, demanding to know why. Damn it, it was not allowed, and told him to stay out of his business. Luciire sharply told everyone that they needed to leave and, turning to Ruse, added, "If you continue to behave like this, I will have nothing to say to you, no matter how much time passes." Luger asked excitedly if there would be a fight and if she could join, but Nora cut off her older sister. "Absolutely not." Meanwhile, Ryu stood alone on the street, upset while the others walked away. Luger told her sister that she wished she would behave a little better, but Luciire sharply interrupted, asking if she was now going to say, as if defending herself, that stealing someone else's lunch is simply wrong. Then Louder said that she was interested, but her dad kept bothering her about it. Lars asked if that was really the case. Luger confirmed she was always the one being picked on. Lucier said that their dad always told her older sister, "You are the older one, so behave more responsibly or at least know how to do it." That is why she hated helping in the shop, and because of that they constantly argued. Luger looked puzzled, and Lars said that he probably somewhat understood what that feeling was like. Lars recalled that in his past life he was always compared to his parents, so he knew how painful it was. Lucy politely says goodbye. Lars could not help but wonder, what were Luciella's parents like? He remembered a memory of how their dad constantly told the older sister, "Pull yourself together or at least do something." She was actually quite attentive, but dad always made a fuss about it. That is why she hated helping in the store, and because of this they constantly argued. Lars realized that he had not yet reached the point to figure it out. Maybe he simply knew too little about Luciella or Lucille. The group continued walking down the street, moving away. And behind them stood Ryu, irritated, shouting at Lars not to bother him and demanding to know why, damn it, this was happening. Meanwhile, Lars was turning over in his head the rule he had introduced about reuse. He explained that the rule was about cases when Ryu said something like poor people or humiliated others. When Lars dealt with him, he himself began to behave like a rude person, so they decided to ignore him. All day today Lars listened to Ruse, and that guy kept throwing arrogant remarks especially towards Lars. But Ryu's bad behavior looked more like a consequence of his parents' influence than his own trait. It seems Brow whispered something to him probably because he was the son of that father. Lars thought that he really did not want to remember this, but there are two such people. One was among those who, like his younger brother in a past life, looked down on others, because they themselves were almost perfect. The other was one of those who knows he is weak, so he hides behind humiliating the weaker one's. Brow was clearly like that. And whether this cunning would come true depended on how he would live from now on. Lars stood alone on the street and wondered if Ruse could understand it himself. There was another reason why Lars would never befriend Ruse. If Lars was destined to send Brow to hell someday, it was better for him to be hated right away than for Ruse to think after their rapprochement that he had betrayed him. Then Lars awkwardly said that his magic was not very good, and a dark-haired classmate admitted that he knew nothing at all about that boy. Lars decided that they had lost it. Ruse also knew nothing about him. Suddenly one of the students loudly shouted to the teacher, "I have a question." Lars could not understand why the teacher acted that way. Then the dark-haired student smiled and said that Lars's skill turned out to be empty, asking if he did not want to say it out loud. Suddenly someone shouted, "Use it again." Lars thought, as a teacher even forced Ruse to explain his skill. And the answer was in something quite specific. Gray explained that knowledge about skill is a beacon that guides through life. Some carried fears within themselves, and some labeled people by their skills. Most of this arose from ordinary ignorance. He continued his lesson for Gray, saying that skill is individuality. Even if people received different skills, it was how they used them that decided what their life would become. People had to learn to recognize others, acquire knowledge and skills needed to study them. The academy existed precisely for this, and he wanted them to start by getting to know their classmates. Lars asked if that answered the question. Gray addressed the class. From now on, the 10 of them would push each other to become better, so everyone must try, one student confirmed. Later, Lars stood outside and looked at the building, recalling his past life and asking himself if he could really say he knew his younger brother or parents. He pondered the word ignoramus. Lars immersed himself in memories, wondering if everything would have turned out differently if he had known certain things then, but he pushed those thoughts aside. Now it is all in the past. This time, for the sake of his family in this new life, he had to make sure that he had truly learned from his mistakes and moved forward. Later at the academy, someone knocked on the door. A girl peeked to see who it was. A dark-haired student was standing and asking if there was a bureau nearby. Meanwhile, Lars arrived at the guild and cheerfully greeted everyone. Inside, Mizuki and others from the guild warmly welcomed him. Someone noticed that his face was red, and another said how well the academy uniform suited him. Then a woman with glasses told Lars that the guild master wanted to meet him, asked if he had time today, and added that she had long been saying she wanted to see him. Lars looked puzzled and wondered if he had done something wrong. Why would someone as important as the guild master want to see him specifically? Lars thanked them. Someone said that was good, but sadly added, as bad luck would have it they had come and gone so often, yet still had not met for a whole year. The maid led Lars through the building, saying she would show him a room in the back. She exclaimed that she had brought Lars. A voice from inside called him to enter. Inside appeared a light-haired man with stubble, impossible to miss. Suddenly he grabbed Lars in a boisterous bear hug, laughed loudly, confirmed that it was indeed Lars and that he looked very much like his father, and Lars was completely unprepared for such a sudden touch. The man introduced himself Hassan, a master of the guild of this city. Lars finally managed to introduce himself Lars Irving. Hassan explained Lars came because he had something to discuss with him. Lars whispered, "Put me down." But Hyveson said he wanted to meet Lars at least once. He had heard that Lowen's son had taken on a guild order. He paused for a moment and said he was not sure if Lars already knew about it or if it was even worth talking about. Lars looked up and asked if Hassan knew his father. Hassan explained that Mr. Lowen was once the lord of this land, adding that he could not say exactly why everything changed. He continued that many people helped Lowen then and he himself was one of them. Lars asked why someone could not become a lord without money. Hassan replied that the rules simply worked that way. It was explained that the lord was elected through elections, but to run, one had to have assets of $10 million. Let's be clear, the ability to accumulate such an amount was required. And although it was only an assumption, such a person would also have to cover losses from natural disasters at their own expense. Lars understood the hint. If his father had wealth, his father could become a lord again. But Hassan added that from his position of strength he would rather reject this idea, because he wants to show evidence that Lord Brow tried to kill Lowen's brother and push Lowen himself. Lars thought that the goal 10 million barrels finally gave him the opportunity to ask his father and others about what happened then. Heart exhaled finally, he would no longer have to hide his secrets from his brother. Lars smiled. He was glad because he thought that thanks to what happened, his brother was saved, but the truth was that even for all that money, the brother could not have been saved. Meanwhile, Hassan told Lars that he heard from Gibson and others that Lars took over the guild's affairs, thanked him for it, and apologized. Such stories are not pleasant. He just wanted to tell Lars how wonderful his father was. Lars mentally noted that Hassan did not know that it was thanks to his mother, so he remained silent. Hassan noticed that Lars went to Marion just as responsible. Lars assured that he also made sure he was properly paid, and Hassan calmed him down, taking work when it appears is part of the business. Suddenly someone outside called, "Dad." Later at home, Lars told his father that he heard from the guild master, Lowen was once a lord. Nora was confused and asked Lars if it was true. Someone grumbled that it was a bit disgusting. Rowan muttered that Hassan tells his son whatever he wants. Lars confirmed it is really true. Then Nora intervened and said that this exactly explains why Nena was there, even though they had little money. She had always pondered this. Nena agreed, noting that Hassan really respects Rowan, and Nora admitted that this was indeed true. Nena confessed that long ago someone had done good to her, but now she was here only because she wanted to serve the master and mistress. Rowan prompted Lars to think that his father was once a lord, but quickly added that even if that was true, then now everything is different. Rowan warned Lars that even if he lost control, he should not walk proudly and say he was once a nobleman, and added that he really liked the current free life. Meanwhile, Lars thought about his situation and realized that now he was surrounded by a loving family. Rowan, Nora, Nena, and Dead 8 sat together at the table. Lars asked Rowan if he was going to stop being a lord, and Rowan confirmed that he was tired of hard affairs. Someone suggested, "Let them eat." And later that evening, Lars sat alone in his room and thought about everything. Lars remembered his promise to drag that bastard to hell, the one who tried to kill Juru-chan and their family. 5 years had passed since he swore revenge, and so far that was all he had managed to gather. Now he needed to find proof that someone had almost killed his brother, and Lars wondered what would happen next. Deciding that the best way was probably to unravel it gradually, piece by piece. Lars stared intently ahead with determination in his eyes. He knew he could never give up. Even if there was no trace left of the evidence. He clenched his fist and promised himself that he would find the evidence, no matter the cost. At Lord Braz's estate, Tigri directly addressed the Lord and sharply demanded an explanation of how he was raising Ryus. Lucia immediately rushed to defend them, saying that Ruz was the Lord's son, and of course he was receiving an education worthy of his status. And then he turned to Gray. Was he also taught to call someone a pauper? Lord Brow sharply cut him off, saying, "What's wrong with calling a pauper if it's their own fault they live that way?" But Gray strongly objected. Looking down on others is wrong, and someone empowered definitely should not behave like that. To explain better, Ryus that day called Lars pauper several times. He noticed that Lars seemed to decide to endure it with childlike patience, but then turned to Gray and asked if Ryu really hated Lars. Ryus was shocked to realize that his behavior was being questioned just because he called Lars a beggar. Lucier warned Tigre not to meddle in their affairs. Their father said that paupers need to be explained to with words. He told Grayside that he wanted to act calmly. After all, it's the first day, but it didn't work out any other way. Ryu insisted that Lars just needed to listen to what Ryu said. Then Tigre reminded Ruse about his grades in magical training and pointed out that he was second to last. Machina was not suitable for magic and there was nothing to be done about it, so among classmates who really knew how to use magic, Ruse turned out to be the weakest. Ruse complained to his father, indignantly telling him that Tigre called him names, saying the teacher called him a dropout, and now that's what he calls him. Tigre reacted indignantly, asking if calling someone's son a dropout when he was supposed to be a teacher wasn't too harsh. Ruse snapped angrily, "Shut up." Ryu threatened to call security. This is no longer the academy, but Gray told him straight to his face, "How can you be a teacher if you hide behind security?" Then Gray called him by name and with dramatic intonation said he would repeat his name as many times as necessary. He declared that Ruse was a failure. Lord Brawl objected that cannot be true. Meanwhile, Ruse defended himself passionately, pointing out that he was a magical swordsman, so his magic should be of the second, almost highest class. To this, Gray replied that if Ruse really trained properly, everything would be different. He continued, "Ruse is just deceiving himself, thinking he knows more than others, but in reality, he is just pretending to be cool and doesn't even try." Ryuse was caught off guard by that harsh assessment, and Gray noted that failures are often like that. Suddenly, Ryu shouted not to call him a failure. Gray asked if it annoyed him, and Ryu insisted that he was just not trained enough yet and not a failure at all. He was standing there. It was clear that he was obviously irritated by this clash. Then Gray asked if Lars thought the same about Ryuse. Ryuse objected, of course not, he didn't think so. He got angry. Gray had already decided he was a failure without knowing anything about him. The Great sternly told him, "Do not make assumptions." We stood there, confused by how the conversation kept changing direction. We asked Gray if he understood anything, then added that maybe Ruse was okay for now. Gray noted that Ryu's skill was a real rarity, and Ryu humbly admitted he was still inexperienced and far from perfect. Gray apologized, saying he had gone a bit too far, but quickly added that he thought otherwise Ruse wouldn't understand, so he deliberately chose harsh words. Meanwhile, Lucia rushed to intervene and already managed to say that Rowan was actually poor, but Gray immediately interrupted her. He shouted at her to shut up. He was talking to Ruse. She needed to be quiet at least a little. Someone else, embarrassed, stumbled over to Gray's aggressive reaction to her. Then Gray, as if dropping a bomb, revealed that Lars, the one Ruse called poor, had himself collected 250,000 burl, and asked Ruse what he would think if Lars planned to spend them on the entrance fee. Someone insisted that it was a lie, and Ryu also could not believe it. How could a child get so much money? Lars explained that he takes orders from the guild and earns money himself. Ryu was confused, repeating the word guild with distrust. Someone remarked to Gray that it was quite impressive and a bit strange coming from him, but their academy cost a lot of money. He explained that the education was actually paid for by Lars's parents, but still both Lars and his older brother entered the academy. Then he asked Ruse what he thought about it. Ruse quickly processed this information and realized that Lars works in the guild, and honestly admitted that he knew nothing about it. Gray asked Ruse to listen and he agreed, of course, because parents gave their children all sorts of things and it reminded him that exactly. That's exactly why he got so angry. Gray recalled how Ryuse looked down on them, considered them poor, knew nothing about them, and called them paupers. But the main point was simple. It was not what happened that mattered, but how Ruse chose to perceive those things. He told Ruse not to look one-sidedly and ordered him to just look. Listen and think. Find the answer on his own. Ryu quietly repeated these words to himself while Gray was moving away, and finally understood that he needed to look for the answer himself. Gray shouted at them to go away, already saying they were making too much noise. Lord Brow barked back, "Don't fill my son's head with nonsense." Gray sharply replied that the same applies to him. Ryu muttered that Gray is a talkative old man, and Gray simply answered that he said exactly what he had to say. He turned to Lord Brow and told him to abandon that foolish pride, but Lord Brow sharply cut him off. "Gray, don't meddle in my affairs." Gray told Ruse, "Look, listen, and think, find the answer yourself." Lord Brow shouted at Ruse not to listen to such a man, even demanding whether he should complain to the director. Meanwhile, Ruse was replaying Gray's words in his head, quietly whispering to himself that he needed to find the answer. The next morning, Nora and Luger called Lars, greeting him joyfully. Lars responded by greeting them, saying good morning to both, then noted that they were both really very lively. But Ledger teased that it was Lars, the one full of energy, who in the morning walks with a girl on each arm. Nora admitted that it was indeed a bit creepy. Lars told them to stop with that or else Dead would get angry. Then Lars greeted Yagas and Ruse and also said to Machini, "Good morning." Machina came in sportswear, and when someone asked why she dressed like that, she explained that it was perfect for running. Then Ruse greeted Machina, but she, burning with determination, declared that she would not lose today and threw at him, "Do you seriously think you can beat me now that I have joined the Club of Holy Knights?" Machina asked Ruse if he had really joined. Meanwhile, someone asked in surprise if the teacher called Ryu yesterday and what it was about. Ryu waved it off, saying nothing, and explained that Tigray said he wanted to come to him, so he brought him. Lars and Ryu stood, and there was a noticeable distance between them. Someone persistently questioned Ruse about what happened, but Ruse waved it off and said it was not important. Meanwhile, tension still hung between Lars and Ruse. Ryu sat down, hands behind his head, and thoughtfully went over in his mind everything Gray had told him. And then someone announced to the class that there would be training matches in pairs, and Gray just stood with his hand on his hip. Nora asked if it was dangerous, and Ledger agreed she wouldn't want her skin scratched, and someone muttered that that was exactly what she was afraid of. And then Nora noticed that Machina was a duck, and Ledger seemed like the responsible student who notices such things. Girls asked in surprise what exactly they would have to use. Then Gray told them that they would have to work with a cage full of slime weapons. He explained that they are handled just like wooden swords, but the blade is made of processed slime. Lars laughed and said that was wonderful. Nora said she would take the blue one and asked what Lugher wanted. Lugher announced she would take the red one. Gray added that the material is soft so they can hit calmly without any worries. Lugher looked at her blade, noticed it was too soft and sagging, and this made her doubt if everything was all right with it. Suddenly someone said that their hands failed them, and someone else just waved it off, nothing special. But then the slime blade struck with a disgusting splash. Someone asked if this was serious. Another person complained that it was so gross. Gray said that this is exactly what happens when someone is not listened to. Someone admitted that he was right, and then Gray explained. As he said before, the staff was made of slime, and when the attack hit it left a colored mark, just like on Ruse's shoulder. Someone understood that the point is to try to hit the opponent while avoiding being hit oneself. Meanwhile, another voice noted that Ryu had already experienced this, and honestly, receiving such hits was disgusting, like being splashed with slime. Machina intervened. She was not sure why someone's eyes shone like that, and indeed, she was right. And Gray ordered everyone to break into pairs. Lars thought that maybe Leisure would come, but instead Nora appeared nearby. Lars stopped, noticing that something was clearly wrong. Lars was scratching his head. Why was he paired with a repeat user? The thing is, since Ryu announced his rules, or rather, when he stopped announcing them altogether, he completely stopped talking to Lars and entirely ceased looking for fights with him. Ryu and Lars stood at a clear distance from each other, the tension between them visibly hanging in the air. Then Gray announced that each pair would fight for 5 minutes and they could start with any pair they wanted. Lars was convinced that this was all he could dream of, while perhaps Ruse was thinking about something else. Helena boldly said she would go first, then immediately apologized to Yuruka. The girls watching encouraged Yuruka to step out, but in a moment, Yuruka was already lying on the floor, covered in slime marks and begging Helena to stop. The scoreboard showed that Helena won by a landslide. Moving on to the next match, Helena told her opponent that she would apologize in advance if they ended up like Yaruka. She noted that meeting her and the aspiring knight was very unlucky for them. Machina froze in anticipation when the next sign appeared. Suddenly, someone was thrown into the air by a massive sweeping blow. Machina was frozen in shock, and the other students watching were no less stunned by what they saw. Machina looked at her rival and asked if they were joking. Two girls were just standing there, as if in sparks, while she tried to comprehend what had just happened. Leisure announced that it was her turn now. On the scoreboard, Naru was declared the winner, hand raised. Someone in the crowd muttered that they still couldn't hit, even with that showy animal care skill, and another voice added that Naru was still taught by Professor Burna II. Lars noticed that it was now their turn, and as soon as the next signal appeared, two figures took positions for the duel. An iron determination flashed across Ryu's face as he declared that he was going all out. Lars calmly replied that he heard someone from the sideline was cheering both of them to give everything they could. The match started, and Lars and Ruse took ready positions. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Ruse attacked Lars. The girl watching looked worried, but someone shouted, "That's just his nature." Lars noticed that the slime splattered much more than he expected, and it was very disgusting. Fight did not subside. Both fighters relentlessly exchanged blows. Someone in the crowd noticed that Ruse's movements were completely amateurish and thought he would last only about 5 minutes. Ruse yells at Lars, demanding an explanation for why he is not attacking, and asks if Lars is mocking him. Meanwhile, Lars just stands calmly in the very center, while Ryu does not calm down, shouting and swearing, calling Lars a pathetic loser who can't even fight back. And 3 close-up shots catch Lars's face. He gradually processes the whole situation. With each shot, his face changed barely noticeably. Suddenly, Lars called out to their teacher and directly stated that he was lost. From the side, someone completely stunned shouted, "Lars." It turned out that Lars grabbed Ruse by the hand and thereby forfeited the match right on the spot. And the observer reacts to what is happening between them. Ryu tells Lars to move away, he is in the way. Lars just looks at him with such a completely calm expression, and Ruse does not calm down. He says that Lars ignored him because he called him a poor fellow, and Lars knew it all along. And Lars sincerely apologizes to Ruse. Ryu said that he decided as if Lars had a reason to ignore him, and Lars admitted that he had been tormented all night wondering if his silence was simply condescension towards the poor. 2 boys stood on the field at a distance from each other. Suddenly, someone loudly called their teacher. Gray told the class not to stop and quickly went to talk with Ruse, and Lars added, "Call if anything happens." Then Gray and Ruse moved away from the training area to talk alone. Ryu admitted his magic really turned out to be a failure. The teacher told him this when she came to his house yesterday. She told him to think with his own head, and he did just that and realized that calling Lars poor was also an insult. Ryus explained that although he had a rare gift, his magic turned out to be exactly as everyone said, a failure, and he thought Lars would probably just ignore it, but if Lars found out and also called him a loser, that would confirm everything. Then Gray told Ryu that he heard, supposedly he would enter the guild, then leave it and earn his money, and asked if Ryu worked so hard for his family. But Ryus angrily replied, looking down on him, to Gray knows nothing and is just making assumptions. Meanwhile, Lars sincerely apologized to Ryus. Lars honestly admitted he was really surprised. Probably 80% of the reason that the brother from his previous life finally began to despise him was their parents' fault. Their influence was just that strong. Lars was sure that Ryu's people would listen to Blau, even if the teacher said something to him. This boy, only 10 years old, was already thinking with his own mind. He decided that what his father taught him was wrong. Lars told Ryu that he found it simply terrible when the teacher called him a loser, and added that he understood the unpleasant feeling that arises when someone says that to him. Ryu replied that every time he was called poor, he felt it himself. Lars apologized again and bowed deeply. When Ryu accepted his apology with a soft, forgiving look, Ryu told Lars that if he realized this, that was enough. He sincerely thanked Lars for apologizing. Then Ryu announced that he would no longer call Lars a poor fellow, and asked if they could become friends today. He suggested returning to class. Lars agreed. Ruse recalled with a bitter smile that during his life in the manor, he had never played with friends. He really wanted to be friends with everyone in the class. Ryu continued, pretending to be cool is also not good, and no matter what father says, I will stop behaving like that. Then he smiled broadly and said he would like to try going to a guild or something like that with Lars. Lars thought to himself that Ryu probably didn't really say that last part about the guild, most likely it was a lie. Ruse stated that everyone should get along with him as he is now, and Lars agreed, saying he thought so too and would encourage him. Ruse was glowing with satisfaction and said he was glad to hear that. Suddenly the atmosphere changed. Lars told Ryu that he could not be his friend. Lars stood calmly as if nothing had happened, and Ryu looked at him in complete shock and could not comprehend what he had just heard. Lars's thoughts were not lying. The truth surfaced. He was preparing to take revenge on Ryu's father, Lord Brow. Because of this, he could not be friends with Ryu. Meanwhile, Ryu just looked confused at the sudden statement. Suddenly, Ruth shouted after Lars as they walked along the path, demanding to know what was wrong and why Lars said they could not be friends. Lars dryly repeated that he did not want to be friends with Ryu, and Ryu calmly replied, "You can hate me if you want," and that was his own choice. Ryu asks why Lars said that, emphasizing that when he had apologized before, Lars had already said thank you. Use arguments like if Lars really hated him, he would not have said anything like that. Then Ryu tells Lars that he found out about his work and thinks it is incredible. Lars replied that their classmates skillfully carried out the guild's orders, which no one else had managed yet. Lars admits that he dreamed of using his skills to fight monsters, but when he said this, his father got angry. Ruse says that Lars was told all the time as if he was destined to become a lord in the future. Lars insists that they better return quickly because the teacher will get angry, and the answers that were heard had nothing to do with him at all. Ruse asks if they should go back. Lars refuses, so Ruse decisively declares that he will not let him go until he directly says what exactly he hates about him. Lars asks if something else is wrong somewhere that he could fix and what exactly. Ruse admits that he was a bit dumb, so he didn't notice. Lars says, as he already said, it was just his selfish prank. Ruse looks uncertain and Lars insists that there was no reason, he just, for some reason, did not like Ruse. Suddenly a blow and Lars cried out in pain. Ruse grabs Lars and shouts that this is not a reason, demanding that he say it. Lars tells him to stop and adds that it is not terrible if he is not Ryu's friend. Ryu promises that he will no longer ignore Lars. Lars tells him to shut up, but Ruse insists, tell him the truth. Ruse does not let go of Lars' presses and demands that he finally say it and answer. Lars's hands trembled, the emotion completely overtook him. He raises his eyes to Ruse and asks, why? I tell him that it's okay if Ryu starts to hate him for this. When the whole fight subsided, they both just sat quietly next to each other, but Ruse does not accept this. He doesn't like it when the response is just because, so he irritably points directly at Lars, clearly dissatisfied. Later, Lars lies completely alone. Quietly calls for his mother. Meanwhile, Ryu approaches Lars and finally decides to say what has been bothering him for a long time, why Lars always calls someone else a good child, and directly asks does Lars really hate him. Lars hesitated. It was clear how hard it was for him to find words. Ruse stood with his back turned and just waited for an answer. Finally, Lars said it directly. Ruse somehow does not give the impression of a good child, and the weight of these words was read all over his face. Suddenly someone shouted at them to stop fighting. Lars froze in place and realized this is exactly what happened to his family in a past life. Ryu told Lars that he would explain why they cannot be friends, and Lars agreed. Then Ryu said they would talk when it was just the two of them, so Lars shouldn't cry. Anxiety was visible on Ryu's face as he spoke. Ruse demanded that Lars swear that he really promised. Lars confirmed that he did. They sat together, but suddenly Ruse started crying, even though he was the one who started that fight. Lars noticed this and asked what happened, wondering why the one who was on top was crying, and Ruse sharply cut him off. Shut up, insisting that he was not crying, saying he just fell a little. Then Ruse extended his hand to Lars to help him get up. Ryu helped Lars stand on his feet while he was in his thinktum. They parted. Ruse moved away, and meanwhile Nora and Leisure approached Lars, asked if he was okay, and noticed that he also had dirt on his face. Lars explained that there was a small quarrel between them. Then he thanked the two girls. They promised to respond to anyone else who called him poor, but Lars clarified that since he could afford to study at the academy, he was actually not poor. Lars reassured the girls he would settle everything cleverly by the end of the day, so they should not worry. He thought to himself, now he knows how Ruse feels and that he also needs to tell the truth. Later, Nora leaned on the windowsill inside and looked at Laura, who was standing alone outside. She felt that there was something about that boy that annoyed her. Ryu leaned against the wall and waited for Lars. Then Lars came in his dress jacket and Ryu acknowledged his arrival. Lars confirmed that it was a promise. Meanwhile, Lars thought to himself, even if Ryu tells Blau the truth after this, it is still a risk. He prayed that Blau would just brush it off and call it nonsense. Ryu told Lars that at noon he would tell him what happened supposedly, why they shouldn't be friends, and Lars replied that he had only one thing he must say about it. The black panel showed Lars's thought at the moment when he was about to tell Ruse that it was absolutely true. Two boys stood facing each other in a dramatic confrontation. Lars knew that as soon as Ryu heard it, he would definitely think it was a lie. Lars asked what the hell was going on, but Ruse sharply cut him off. Do you think you can scare me? No way. Lars then said that it depended on Ruse, but Ruse did not back down and insisted, asking if Lars still wanted to hear it. Meanwhile, Leisure asked Nora if she knew what happened at the end of the last lesson with Lars and that other boy, and Nora blinked confusedly and said that nothing special happened. Leisure said that it seemed to her that Nora supposedly said something like, "We'll settle this after school." It looked like they were just playing at fighting, and Nora asked how one could fight in a friendly way at all. And he asked in surprise what exactly settle this really meant. Turning to the boys, Ruse asked Lars if he was really sure, and added please. Lars just stood ready to reveal the truth, and then told him that it was because his father Brau tried to poison and kill his brother. Ruse asked Lars to wait a second and, impressed, asked again what he was talking about and if he was joking. But Lars's face showed he was not joking at all. Ruse sharply asked if he was really serious and immediately inquired what could possibly be the reason to do such a thing. The black panel revealed Lars's answer. What if he said it was to become a lord? The gazes of the two boys met in a close-up. Suddenly Ruse grabbed Lars by the collar and demanded to know why. Ryu shouted that his father had been a lord from the moment he was born and loudly asked, "Why, damn it, should the murder of Lars's brother make Lars a lord?" Lars continued explaining and with a trembling voice said that the lord before Brow was actually his father even before Brow came to power. Lars's father once served as a lord. Brow became lord 2 years before Lars and Ruse were even born. And the burden of this family history simply hung between them like a dark cloud. And Ruse asked Lars if he even knew what it takes to be a lord. He said that his father always talked about money, and when he asked why, the old man explained, support of the people and a certain wealth. Suddenly it dawned on Lars, he had only recently learned about this and thought that Ruse already knew everything. But Ruse did not back down. He said outright that Lars's father was by no means a favorite, so even becoming a lord, it would be very hard for him to gain support, and Lars admitted that these words hit him painfully, but he could not argue. Then Lars posed a hypothetical question: what if Lord lost his qualification? He added, asking, what if it eventually turns out that Lars is the only one who fulfilled the conditions? Suddenly Lars revealed what Ruse's father really intended. Brow poisoned Lars's older brother to pass it off as a fatal disease, and the flashback cruelly showed the consequences of that poisoning. Then Lars laid out the whole picture. His father threw away all his wealth to pay for his brother's treatment exactly as Brow wanted. To cover the incredible medical expenses, he even sacrificed the property that gave him lord status. Losing this status, Lars's father was expelled from the lord's seat, and Ruse's father took his place. Ruse was simply frozen in shock when Lars asked if it was all just some petty offense over losing lordship. Ruse sharply turned and shouted that Lars was wrong. Then a memory flashed in his mind. Lars's sister, with tears in her eyes, said that it happened that way, and in the end everything turned out well. She almost lost her brother. The emotion from that near tragedy still weighed on Lars. Lars clearly stated that this was for the lordship. Ruse objected, saying that his father would never have done such a thing. Lars calmly said he would not allow it to happen and looked at Ruse. Asked if he thinks it cannot be true, Lars simply said that it is true. Lars told Ruse that when it happens, his son will definitely hate him, and added that this is exactly why he will do everything to make Ruse's father suffer. Leaves rustled around as the rain began to fall, and they stood apart from each other under the downpour. Lars explained this is why he cannot be friends with Ruse, and he doesn't even hold a personal grudge against him. He admitted that in the end he vented his anger for his own reasons. Lars told Ruse that he doesn't care whether he tells Brow about him. Still, Lars declared that he would definitely drag the old man to hell. If that time comes, even if someone interferes, even if he has to look death in the eye, he will see it through to the end. Meanwhile, Lars thought he must do everything possible to keep Ruse as uninvolved as possible. Honestly, he didn't want to drag him into it. He never had friends, not even in a previous life, so now it didn't mean anything anymore. Lars told Ruse that he needed time. He thought that maybe it wasn't his place to say this, but the teacher still taught him something. A memory surfaces of a man who placed his hand on young Lars's shoulder and told him, "Look, listen, think, and find your own answer." Ryu admitted to himself that's why he still couldn't believe Lars's story, but deep down he felt Lars was not lying. He quietly asked if it was simply because Lars did not want to be friends with him. Lars noticed that Ryus usually would not have said that, and he asked for some time, saying he needed to be sure. Ryus promised that no one except himself would get hurt. Lars asked if that could really be believed. Then he walked away from the place where Ryu was standing, and Ryu swore by his pride. Lars agreed to tell him all right, but warned if he was going to use that again to confirm what they had just talked about, he needed to act carefully. Lars reminded him that there are parents who would abandon their child without hesitation. Lars finished his warning to Ruz, saying that if something bad happened to his family or someone important, Ruz would have to decide what to do himself, and Ruz looked worried, asking what Lars meant. The scene changed, and in it Ruz's determination stood out. The boy declared he would do whatever was necessary, even if it meant giving up his own body. Meanwhile, Ryu stood behind the wall and watched Lars walk away from the confrontation. Meanwhile, Nora and Luzher discussed the situation. Nora looked stunned and admitted that Dead Aid was almost killed. Lauder hesitated whether to tell her father, but she herself understood the situation was too complicated. Then Nora noticed that Dead Aid seemed not to want to have anything to do with the Ruth family at all. She added that he looked like someone who would report everything to Pan. Luzher suggested for now to see how it would develop, but honestly admitted that she was worried. Later, Lars visited Berna in her forest dwelling, and she greeted him warmly, saying that a lot of time had passed since they last saw each other. In Belna's house, she asked Lars if he managed to control his magic and if he liked the academy, and Lars replied that everything was funny. As if everything was fine, but there was one problem. Truth belonged to everyone. To the people to whom he revealed everything was Ruse pure as the sun. Lars honestly and thoroughly told Professor Berna about everything that happened the day before. He admitted that he thought he had been careless. If Ryu gave that note to Purao, it could put them all in danger. Berna slapped Lars on the head and angrily reproached him for recklessness. But then she admitted the mistake and explained that the girl actually said she wanted to be friends with Lars, so she calmed him down. Everything would be fine because she was sure the girl would respond to Lars's sincerity. The teacher's words seemed to lift a burden from Lars. He felt relief and thought that he agreed with her assessment. But Berna decided that even if Lars and others had nothing against this situation, you never know when adults nearby might accidentally find out about it. She said that from today she would watch over Lars's house because she was terribly bored right now. Though it was she who was supposed to protect Lars's family, she explained that she simply loved his family madly. Lars protested, saying he couldn't ask her to go that far, but Berna assured him that everything would be fine. Berna cheerfully noted that they were, moreover, neighbors, and Lars thought yes, they are neighbors, but literally a whole forest lies between them. Meanwhile, that same day at the Lord's estate, Ruse stood outside and called for his father. Berna's voice, which had sounded earlier, still echoed in his head and soothed him. Everything is fine. In the house, Lord Bra asked what Ruse wanted, told him to eat quickly and get to studying, reminding him that ultimately he would have to become a lord. Ryu asked when his father became a lord, and Lord Bra seemed very pleased. He was clearly happy that Ryu had finally taken an interest in all this. He explained that it happened 2 years before Ryu's birth. The previous lord made a mistake and was removed from office, so Bra was chosen as the successor. Then Ruse asked who told him this, and Lord Bra looked stunned. Suddenly it dawned on him the previous lord turned out to be Lars's father, Rowan. Ryu remembered Rowan's son. Rowan was in the same class as him. Lord Browse's face darkened. He muttered about that man. Although Rowan said he wouldn't tell his son, Lars found out anyway. He asked himself if Rowan was still holding on to something, but in any case no chance he would return as lord. Browse's tone took on an accusatory shade as he spoke. In the end, Rowan just wanted to show off in front of his child, that's all. Ryu asked what exactly the father meant, whether Rowan would no longer be able to return. Rao assured that it was simple. He asked the townspeople to buy vegetables and herbs from Rowan cheaply. Ryus reacted to the explanation, saying, "That's how it is." Meanwhile, Lord Brawl laughed and said Rowan deserved it. No matter how hard he tried, he would never manage to gather enough money to become a lord again. Rao made it clear without any hints. He would not spare money or people. Ruse must properly disgrace Lars, Rowan's son. Ruse agreed and asked if he could ask about one more thing. Ryu froze in the doorway and Lord Brow asked, "What is this?" Ryu, with a catch in his voice, asked why his mother was not there. Silence was oppressive. Finally, Lord Brow uttered the name Narini. Against the backdrop of flowers, Lord Brow explained that Ruse's mother betrayed him, and that is why he expelled her from the city. Rose froze, trying to process this revelation, and then Lord Brow added that he never intended to kill anyone, not even that guy. Ryu stood in complete despair, his voice rising, words bursting out of him. He shouted that if Rowan had just weakened a little, everything would have been fine. But then he demanded to know why that man always succeeded so well. Rowan always outpaced him, no matter what he did, and he needed money for the child Narina was going to bear. But then she left and betrayed him, and suddenly Ryu broke off mid-sentence, calling for his father. Lord Brow immediately realized he had said too much. Meanwhile, Ryu could not digest what he had heard. The thought that he was the son of a killer tore him apart inside, and he could no longer look his classmates in the eyes. He asked his father why he so desperately wanted to become a ruler. Then Lord Brow said that he did not need friends, he needed followers who could be used as living tools for his limbs, not as companions. He asked if Ryu really called them friends, noting that the elder son was still alive. Ryu reacted when he learned that someone had been killed. Then Lord Brown explained, Lars was right, they simply did not die after all. Lord Brow apologized to Ruda and said he should not have beaten him. Ryus, beaten and sprawled on the ground, tried to respond, but his father interrupted him and sharply asked what he had just said. Brow said it was nothing. And to forget about Nornie's mother, he insisted that Ruse heard nothing. Suddenly it dawned on them, they actually knew. Lord Brow sternly ordered Ryus to return to his room and get some sleep. Ryus was walking the streets and couldn't shake the thought that only a few people knew about the poisoning attempt: Nena, himself, and the professor. He couldn't imagine that the professor who devised the plan would slip up and Nena would never blab she wouldn't risk harming her mother. But somehow Lars, Rowan's son, found out about it. Ryus thought that maybe they should talk to decide what to do next. Meanwhile, Nora and Leisure wandered the streets and Nora couldn't stop wondering what is Ruse doing now. Leisure said they never intended to meet just in the middle of a walk. Then the girls noticed Lord Brown entering what seemed to be a hospital. The girls crouched behind some shelter away from everything and Leisure explained, a true friend is one who grabs onto something useful and in return extends a helping hand. Nora asked if it wouldn't be better to just tell Lars rather than act on their own, but Leisure told her not to be foolish. If they did that, Lars would find out the girls were eavesdropping. They confirmed they were looking at Russ's father. Nora noticed it was a hospital and wondered if he was unwell. Leisure thought maybe Russ's dad hadn't told anyone about their conversation yesterday. Nora sighed in disappointment. She had hoped for something like a secret meeting in a hidden warehouse. Lujar calmed her, if nothing is happening, then it's good. Meanwhile, Ruse was walking down the street, stretching. Leisure noted that perhaps Ryus is investigating this on his own. Nora hoped that both of them were fine and recalled another investigation. Later in the morning, Helen cheerfully greeted Ruse and immediately asked what happened to his cheek. She also noticed Uruk said he looked hurt, but Ruse just shrugged and replied that he simply fell a little. Helena doubted whether a simple fall could have swollen his cheek so much. Ryu in response greeted Helena and Uruk. The next morning at school, someone greeted Lucille and her sister, after which Lucille returned to Ryu's and said she saw him yesterday in front of the hospital, to which Ryu's asked what they were doing there. Ryu's jumped up in surprise when Lucia confirmed that she had seen it. She explained that they were on a walk with Lucia. Then in that conversation, someone noticed that Ryu looked like he was following his father, and another person asked in surprise why he did not go to the hospital with his father. Ryu showed his swollen cheek and said that he came here for treatment of his wounds. But Lucia exposed Ruse she was the one watching his father, and Ruse, flaring up, shouted at her, demanding she stop sneaking up on him and called her truly creepy. He explained that when he tried to run out of the dormitory to the hospital, they rushed after him and overtook him, so he hid, shouting that his father had just scolded and hit him. Lars tried to comprehend what had just happened, stunned by Ruse's outburst of anger. Meanwhile, Lucia silently retreated to the background. Later, Lars stood near the hospital building, hesitating whether to enter from the front or use his ability to become invisible to scout the situation. He decided that when people say hospital, they mean this main hospital in the city, but he was puzzled why Ruse was in blue family colors, so he decided to try to investigate. In the hospital, Lars stands in the corridor, holding his breath and thinks, what will happen next? The nurse approaches and asks if he came for a checkup and where his parents are. Lars says he came alone but asks if they can still examine him because he has been very tired lately. The doctor says to Lars, come in and sit down. Dr. Ritzel in glasses smiles and warmly greets Lars, says that a lot of time has passed and makes sure that the patient in front of him is the right one while the nurse calls the next one. Dr. Ritzel says that Lars is trying his best and emphasizes, even adults find it difficult to cope with some of those challenging requests he has to deal with. The doctor says that this truly impressive and he asks if Lars is not overloading himself with work in the guild, because he heard that Lars gets tired easily. Lars admits maybe he is a little worried about what is happening at home. Then Dr. Ritzel gently suggests to talk about it, maybe Lars will feel a little better. But at that moment overall, something is clearly wrong. Lars decides maybe to try to shake up the situation a bit. He begins to speak frankly that if he had remained a nobleman, perhaps his life would have been different, and that now they are almost without money, barely making ends meet. Then Lars bursts out with the truth. He claims that he found out his father was once a lord. Dr. Ritzel nodded in response to Lars's words but noted that it was already in the past, and at that moment Lars realized something important about the doctor. The doctor told Lars that perhaps he was right, and Lars admitted that now he feels a little lighter. Dr. Ritzel explained that living means accepting such things, and now they only have to continue doing what is within their power. Meanwhile, Lars continued the conversation with Dr. Ritzel, recalling that he heard as if his older brother was brought to this hospital long ago, and asked if by any chance the doctor knew about it. Dr. Ritzel reacted, then confirmed that something similar really happened about 10 years ago. He said that the brother was miraculously saved, but at that moment he was overwhelmed with relief. Lars looked intently at the doctor. It was the same one. Lars's thoughts raced and gradually a terrible truth formed. This man conspired with Brow to kill his brother. Lars decided without hesitation, he will definitely catch him. Lars did not take his eyes off Dr. Ritzel when he himself raised the topic of what happened 10 years ago. He carefully tested the reaction, trying to hint that he might have some problems at home. Dr. Ritzel sat at the table, seemingly relaxed, but then Lars activated his pulse of clarity and began to closely analyze the situation. There was no doubt about this. Dr. Ritzel turned out to be the mastermind behind the assassination attempt on Dead Hates. Dr. Ritzel appeared in the hospital window with a smile. Lars stepped away from the hospital building, looked back at the doctor in the window, and decided that somehow he had to catch him by the tail. He hid behind the corner to quietly follow the doctor. Lars cautiously peeked from behind the corner, closely watching his target. Suddenly, a maid appeared in the building's doorway, and Lars, noticing someone approaching, tensed up. Lars froze in shock when he realized he might have been noticed. Meanwhile, someone in the hospital recognized Lars, the second son of the Irving family. Dr. Ritzel confirmed it was him and immediately thought, Lars seems like a clever boy. Nena appeared with a frightened face, panicking inside whether Lars had found out about her and the professor, or if that was exactly why he had appeared. Nena assured Dr. Ritzel that as long as they kept their tongues behind their teeth, no one would ever find out. Dr. Ritzel replied that no one would be able to prove that incident anyway. Nena pressed him, pointing out that he still carried the poison with him, clear evidence. Nena asked if he realized how valuable it was, and Dr. Ritzel explained that he couldn't just throw away something so expensive and rare. They say no matter how much it was investigated, this poison looked only like a natural death and after use left no trace that it was poison. Suddenly, Nena realized with horror she could not even imagine that this was a poison capable of killing. Dr. Ritzel brushed off her worries, saying they were still just half serious. He dryly emphasized, the only way to notice it is if someone directly applies appraisal to the poison itself. Nena was worried about what would happen if they started snooping around. But Dr. Ritzel insisted again that they would not find evidence that this particular poison almost killed Dead 8. Nena agreed and said she knew. Dr. Ritzel proposed an even darker solution. He said the whole family could just commit double suicide together because they could no longer endure their poverty. He thought it would be a clean break and leave no regrets. Nena was horrified. Meanwhile, Nena stood among the flowers and thought about what wonderful medicine Marion had. He realized that cutting it off would be pointless. Through the window, Dr. Ritzel warned Nena, if you want to keep your place, listen to what I say. Nena looked at him and felt that everything was repeating just like before when she had no choice. Dr. Ritzel calmly told Nena that if she meant that she would be exposed, then it was already sniffed out. Nena froze in shock. Dr. Ritzel asked if she really thought she could snoop around here unnoticed. Suddenly the door opened and someone ordered to bring them. Nora and Ruse were brought into the room, and Nena just froze in complete confusion. What the hell were they doing here? Meanwhile, Ryu stood silently, lost in thoughts about his father. Someone told Nora that she could step aside. Nena asked Ruse why he was here at all, but Dr. Ritzel intervened and explained that Ruse was sneaking around the estate, searching for secrets and poking his nose where it shouldn't be. Ruse immediately demanded to know what the hell was going on here, and Nena tried to divert the conversation, saying it was just family matters and he shouldn't worry. But Dr. Ritzel suggested taking this opportunity to tell Ryu everything. There was no point in hiding anymore. He introduced himself as an old friend of Ruse's father and explained that everything between them was simple. He only helped Lord Brow become a feudal lord and nothing more. Dr. Ritzel continued, indifferently admitting that having tried all possible ways, he ultimately sacrificed the son of the former lord. Nena was simply horrified and asked why, damn it, he could do such a thing. Dr. Ritzel just smiled and said he did it because he thought it would be fun. Then Dr. Ritzel leaned back completely casually and said he simply loved watching people suffer as if it were the most natural thing in the world. He admitted that what attracted him most was the expression of hopelessness on people's faces when they face something they absolutely cannot control. Ruz just stood bewildered, trying to comprehend what he had heard. Dr. Ritzel recalled how once Nena had rushed to him in panic, and how the previous lord and his wife made such funny grimaces. That man was clearly not himself. Nena angrily told Dr. Ritzel to stop. He was scaring her son. Dr. Ritzel thought that Nena should see the expression on her face when he told her that her son could not be saved, driving the knife even deeper. He explained that if Ruse one day became a feudal lord, it was vitally important for him to know who Dr. Ritzel really was, a monster behind the mask. Later, Nena quietly tried to calm Ruse, assuring him that as long as they obeyed the teacher, everything would be fine and they would be safe. Ryu inquired about what his father did before he became a lord. Nena held him from behind, not letting him break free. Someone started to say that his father was some kind of person, then stopped and said that this should not be said. Nena squeezed Ryu tighter, the tension increased. Then Dr. Ritzel told Ryu that his father probably never told him the truth. Nena shouted for them to stop, but Dr. Ritzel ordered Ryu to be silent and just do as he was told. Nena begged that Ruth could understand what Lars and the others feel. Ryu shouted in response, "Why not? Isn't it because they are actually poor too?" He insisted that if so, they should not look down on commoners. Dr. Ritzel stood calmly and admitted that he was once a servant to the previous lord. Anxiety appeared on Nena's face from this revelation. Dr. Ritzel continued, saying that it is truly pathetic to be betrayed by a servant who was both a friend and a person you trusted. In the memory, it showed how the previous lord attacked someone and called him a bastard. Then Ryu's Dr. Cell turned out to be the one that incited his father to all this. Dr. Ritzel's face remained cold when he said that he could do anything to someone like Blau whenever he wanted. He put his hand on Ryu's and whispered sternly, "Don't tempt fate." Adding that the same applies to Ruse, he is his son, Nena desperately shouted to Dr. Ritzel not to touch Ruse, begging him to stop. Dr. Ritzel only smiled and said with pleasure that he liked that expression very much, adding to Lord Brow that it suited him perfectly. Then, standing nearby, Dr. Ritzel explained that if he did not discipline Ruse properly, no one knew how it would end for the boy. Nena began to cry and said she understood. Meanwhile, someone called Ruse Doctor. Ritzel stood with crossed arms, suddenly grabbed Ruse by the face and ordered him to stop befriending Rowan's son, warning that if he continued to be so selfish, he would eventually be killed. Ruse's face was full of pure agony, tears welled up in his eyes as if begging for it to stop. Dr. Ritzel advised calming down and talking about it elsewhere. He pushed his way between shelves like a medical warehouse stocked with supplies, telling Ruse that he was sure the child would understand him. The scene moved to a quiet corridor with elegant doors, and Ruse took a deep breath, gathering his courage. He had to find at least some clue about what was happening, and his face became stone cold with determination. Suddenly, he noticed someone approaching the building. Ruse activated his invisibility skill and pressed against the wall as someone passed by. Suddenly, it seemed to him that someone else was watching him there. And he understood his father regularly came here. Ruse knew that if they did something wrong, he had to stop them. Meanwhile, someone, as if sensing the presence, shouted, asking what people were doing here. Nena suddenly appeared and sharply ordered Ruse to come to her immediately. Ruse stepped back and, as if stunned, asked if she was trying to make him run away. He stubbornly refused to go until he found out what his father was doing. The confrontation continued on the street right in front of the building. Ryu thought it was perfect if he followed them invisibly, he would have a chance to scout the building from the inside. But suddenly someone inside shouted his name and asked if he really thought they wouldn't find out, and another voice threw, "Why are you here?" and mentioned his father. Lars, observing unnoticed, was stunned when he realized how much Ruse really cared about him. Lars watched and suddenly everything fell into place. Ritzel and Blau really turned out to be connected. Ryu noticed a small glass bottle in the room and realized it was key evidence. But then he was struck by the thought, in this world there are no devices capable of recording sound. This greatly complicated his plan to gather evidence. Ryu reached for the bottles on the shelf, and in his mind he played out one scenario. If he collected that poison and Yaga slipped it in as a surprise, maybe it would work. But even as he reached for the evidence, doubt crept in and he couldn't shake the thought whether this would really be enough to prove that they tried to kill his brother. Meanwhile, Lars stood in the doorway, hiding and remaining invisible. Ruse knew they wouldn't be able to hold out here for long. He reassured himself that after they recovered and got out of there, they would figure out what to do. The tension was boiling, and time was running out. The scene shifted to Dr. Ritzel. He was sitting relaxed in his office. Nena was in the background, and he said thoughtfully, had it really been 10 years since then? He said that Ryu especially annoyed him with his senseless sense of justice. Suddenly, a long-haired woman appeared, commented that Brow was indeed a thoughtless man, and asked if it was time for them to take control of this city soon. The woman suggested trying something a bit more sophisticated. Dr. Ritzel noted that apparently the king would attend this year's harvest festival, so that was a perfect opportunity. But suddenly someone recognized Ruse and shouted loudly, "Is that Ruse? What are you doing here?" Suddenly Dead 8 exploded and asked if Ruse had already made peace with Lars. The man in the doorway casually waved it off. Guys always fight. Outside, Nena was completely confused, telling the teacher that she no longer knew what to do. Someone nearby asked what was going on and what had happened and offered to let her vent. Meanwhile, Lars watched from afar. And honestly, everything was clear. Nena had just faced such a harsh truth, and being a servant naturally felt confused and torn. Lars noticed that from that day Ruse started behaving a bit distantly towards him, and that complicated everything a lot. In class, the teacher suddenly announced, "Next month finally the long-awaited Harvest Festival, but this year everything is a bit different, so we will have to go through several precautionary measures." Lars listened thoughtfully and melancholically. At the same time, he had managed to get the poison, but he was completely stuck in thoughts about how to use it. Earlier, he had asked Jorgis for advice, but he said he couldn't evaluate it in detail, and that annoyed him terribly. Then Lars realized that the time of year had come. Since he first went there at 5 years old, the Harvest Festival had been one of those events he looked forward to no less than others. The teacher continued explaining that this year the king would really come. He would inspect the main street and hold a meeting at the Lord's Manor, a big event, but during the parade students would not be able to approach the main street, so they needed to watch to avoid causing problems with the soldiers. The teacher was confident that everything would be fine with everyone, but it was still necessary to ensure that no one started misbehaving. Someone muttered that it was probably better to stay away altogether. Later in the corridor, two boys were chatting. One asked if Lars had heard anything about the king having a meeting with the Lord, and the other confirmed yes, the king was really supposed to spend the night at his place, in his own house. Nearby, another student reacted. It was clear that this information had struck him. Lars stood and thought everything over, thinking that this could fit into the plan he was working on. He knew, without Nena's testimony, his plan simply wouldn't work. Lars ran through all the moves in his head. If so, he needed to manage to convince Nena before the Harvest Festival. Everything else came down to identifying the poison and whether he would really manage to meet the king. Later, Lars stood in front of a tall building, feeling that the end might finally be near. At the Dead 8 Guild, he picked up the bottle with poison and confirmed, "This is it, the real one." Lars said he heard from a classmate that in the guild you can get a detailed evaluation. Dead 8 noted that there is always at least one evaluator there, so they will manage. Lars stared into the dark liquid in the bottle, his thoughts racing. He had long suspected that Brown was acting suspiciously, but he never imagined the teacher was his accomplice. This was a completely different level. At the guild, Lars handed the poison to Gibson, and Yaga stood ready with the skill to evaluate. His eyes flashed, magical effects swirled around him, and the eyes of the essence activated. Suddenly, the information about the evaluation poured out in a stream. It turned out that this was the original poison. It was made by weaving in the leaves of K and the bulbs of some rare plant, and too much of this substance simply caused heart failure, while the master of the Valley of Poisons had already started making this second poison. Lars swallowed every word while Yagas finished the evaluation, then he just froze, puzzled, and Dead 8 asked what happened. Lars waved it off outwardly, but inside he was completely shocked. The information about the evaluation was literally pouring into his head. Yagas quietly and persistently explained how the poison was extracted from the leaves and bulbs of that rare plant. Lars realized that this was the same result that had just come to his mind a few moments ago. He could not get rid of the thought whether he had accidentally evaluated it himself. Meanwhile, Dead 8 got excited and exclaimed that with such evidence, Blaws could be written off, no mistakes, so someone suggested taking it immediately to Rowan. Lars emphasized that everyone would be terribly disappointed if the festival were cancelled. Dead 8 said he was going to talk to their father when the Harvest Festival ended, and Lars nodded he understood. Dead 8 told Lars that he didn't need to do anything else, the adults would decide the rest. Lars smiled at his brother and said he couldn't wait for them to start working together. They split the bottle of poison in half to get 2 pieces of evidence. Lars explained that maybe there was still someone in the guild connected to Ritzel. So this should buy them some time. Lars knew selfishly in his mind, but he wanted to solve it himself. Then someone shouted to Lars and suggested that next they ask Nena. Suddenly Lars noticed someone approaching them. He recognized it was Ryu calling him. And with a serious expression on her face, she used it again in front of him and asked Lars for help. At the Harvest Festival, decorations hung all over the town, and as the celebration began, one of the townspeople thoughtfully wondered where Nena had gone. Another person explained that Nena said she was going to her parents and would watch the festival together with Professor Burna, and someone else noted that these two had really grown close lately. Everyone gathered and someone kindly assured Nora, now she was almost family since she had been with them since last year. Nora asked if she was really allowed to be here, and someone exclaimed enthusiastically that they should all enjoy the week starting today. Meanwhile, Lars met alone with someone and confirmed that he had a vial of poison with him. Another person said that Tegger would also do, and then asked what exactly Lars wanted to consult about. Ryu explained that he wanted to stop his father and needed Lars's help. And he also added that he had already consulted with Sensei. Ryu continued, noting that Lars probably already knew the king would come to their house for this year's harvest festival. Lars listened as Ryaz explained that the teacher told him, "When the time comes, you should listen only to your own heart, not someone else's." Lars nodded he understood, then Ruse asked Lars to help expose his father. He was going to openly tell the king the truth there and make his father renounce the throne. Lars replied that he thought so, knowing Lars he probably already took some evidence or something like that. Lars confirmed that this was the case and a determined smile appeared on Ruse's face. But Lars asked if Ryu was really sure about this. He knew it was a chance for him, but still wanted to make sure. Ryu explained that he did not consider his father unfit to be a lord and sincerely respected him, but honestly admitted that he did not know how Lars felt about it. Ryu's face became serious, and he resolutely said that this was exactly why he wanted his father to do the right thing. Ryu continued, saying that his father was not at all the kind of person who could do something evil, and he wanted Lars to sort out his past and finally face the truth. Ruse was convinced that Dr. Ritzel took advantage of his father's weakness. Lars considered Ruse's point of view incredible. Lars asked with interest what Ryus meant. Ruse explained that it was all because Lars actually believed in Blau, and suddenly a figure in a cloak with long dark hair emerged against a stylized background. The conversation continued, and everyone simply acknowledged that it was obvious anyway. Ryu told Lars that they were still family, and Lars thought for a moment and replied that if that was so, then maybe he could understand too. So Ruse asked Lars to lend him his strength, and Lars replied that he was counting on him. Ryu smiled resolutely, they firmly grasped each other's hands, and Ryu gladly responded. Meanwhile, at the festival, Luciella appeared together with a group. Someone shouted to her saying they knew she would come to the festival and that her father was also here. Lars stood nearby in a vest, watching all this. Meanwhile, in another part of the festival, someone greeted another. It seemed they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The one in glasses quietly replied. The conversation continued when someone asked the silent one to greet properly. Someone else threw in that they were running to the toilet again, and another explained that the guild was hanging out there, so they would quickly come to say hello. They told the others to go ahead to the dance hall where Helena was performing. Someone waved their hand as if to say, "We're coming out now." Suddenly, a girl with light hair and a headband noticed Lars and called him, calling him Raccoon, then told someone that she would catch up with them later. Lars walked away and the girl called after him. Two girls stood nearby and waited. One in a maid's costume said that they had been waiting for him. When someone asked Lord Rhett if he was really sure about this, a hand gesture was shown. One of the girls firmly said she was ready for any consequences that might come. Someone says that if they were alone, they could have escaped even with Nena in their arms, and asks Professor Burn to look after her. Meanwhile, the maid apologizes to Lars, saying that maybe she is forcing him to talk about what he would rather avoid, but Lars smiles and says not to worry about him. Lars assures her that he will be fine. Then the two begin to discuss the situation and doubt whether it was really okay that Blau let the traitor in while the king was nearby. Someone shouted that the banquets were about to start, so they needed to hurry. Lars announced that he had been waiting just for them. Ryu told Lars and his companion that he had already informed the others that the two of them were his friend and companion. Lars nodded quietly and Ruse whispered to them to be cautious. His father had also invited the doctor to dinner. Down below near the luxurious stairs, people were passing by and someone said they had come across them at just the right moment. Meanwhile, one character thought what a complete fool this was, and another voice threw in that the thinker himself was no less a fool. Ryu promised to try hard and then added that, according to reports, work on public projects was stalling. The girl who was with them sighed as if resigned and asked Ryu if he had tried asking the former lord for help, since he seemed quite capable. Ryu told his father that he would take it as it is, although it was not like him, and the girl added that she would go with them. Later, Lord Brow sharply shouted, demanding decisively to know where Ryus was. It was Ryu's turn. He looked into his father's eyes and explained that he had been outside because he was picking up a friend. Ryu brought Lars to the king and explained, "He is my classmate and the son of the very former lord we were just talking about." He told the king that through that connection they would become friends, and then asked if Lars could join them for lunch. The king asked if Lars was close in age to Alden, and someone nearby agreed that it seemed so. Then the king simply said, "Lars is the son of Rowan," as if everyone had known that for a long time. Suddenly, the young man enthusiastically introduced himself as Alden Bartfield and sincerely told Lars how nice it was to meet him. The king said that everything was probably fine, and Alden explained that he was actually meeting children not from the Royal Academy for the first time, so he would really like to talk to them. Lars politely told the prince that he was pleased to meet him. But someone warned, "You can never guess what Lars will really do, as if that guy was some kind of joker." Lord Brawl nervously objected, saying that yes, Lars might be the son of a former lord, but now he was a commoner, that's all. The king immediately asked sternly if Brawl objected to the decision made by him personally, sharply putting him in his place. And the king asked Alden not to be too harsh with Bravo, he was just nervous. The king noted that Ryu by himself would not be able to carry the conversation, so this arrangement was quite suitable, and Brawl quickly agreed, probably just wanting to get out of the spotlight. Dr. Ritzel greeted Lars, saying they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Lars mentally noted that it seemed Ruse had not yet told the doctor, but Ritzel clearly knew why he was here. Dr. Ritzel asked how Lars was feeling. Lars thanked him and said with a smile that now he sleeps soundly every night. Dr. Ritzel said he was glad to hear that and was looking forward to their dinner, but something in Lars's smile worried him, though he decided to keep silent about it. And someone called out to Lars. Lars asked if Nena, the maid of his family, could be with them because she takes care of him every day and he feels uneasy during meals if she is not nearby, and someone sharply said to him, "Look who's talking." Meanwhile, someone else also asked about the girl and said they didn't care. Lars thought that next to the king he might get confused, so a friend nearby could ease the tension a bit. He admitted to himself that Berna was his magic teacher, but she and Nena were friends, and it was his selfishness that made him bring her along. King smiled, he liked the care for the servant, and he told everyone to enjoy the banquet together. Then Alden called Flugel and ordered him to think about the one who guards him. Someone asked Lars if his name was really Lars. Nena said she only had an old nanny and someone else had a beautiful teacher, whom she even envied. Alden told Lars that he didn't need honors, he would become king anyway. He asked Lars if he understood this struggle, because everything around was so tense and official. Then one student intervened and bitterly said that in the second grade he was treated like an outcast and it was quite depressing. Alden explained that he just wanted to communicate normally with his peers while he still could. But another student noted, in fact, he was treated just like anyone else. Meanwhile, a dark-haired student called Lars. Alden noted that the Lord's son in their class was quite arrogant. Somewhere else, Dr. Ritzel sat with folded arms and his face had a cold, calculating expression. Turning to the rest, someone noticed that Ryu and Dr. Ritzel had gone somewhere earlier and asked what was in that direction, and someone else answered that it was the toilet. Then someone else suddenly realized that it was actually the kitchen. Suddenly a fire broke out in the kitchen, and Lars summoned the fire arrow to extinguish it, muttering curses under his breath. Alden shouted at Lars, called him a bastard, and demanded to know what he was doing, accusing him of ruining the official dinner just like Rowan's son would have done. Lars just stood in the kitchen doorway looking quite worried. Lars activated his ability to assess, and right before him appeared the result. The corn soup was poisoned. He immediately shouted for no one to touch the food, it was poisoned, and those behind were completely confused, asking what had happened and calling out to Lord Lars. Suddenly Lars rushed into the dining room, pointing and shouting that the food was poisoned. While Alden and others sat at the table in the background, Lord Braun stammered and asked what Lars meant, and Lars warned Blau that he too had almost died. Alden asked Lars what was going on here, but then someone carefully examined the plates and realized that it was actually true. Dr. Ritzel admitted that he never imagined that the second son of the Irving family would figure out his plan like that. And he asked Lars if he did it on purpose, knowing that the poison would be found. Meanwhile, another bearded man interrupted the conversation and sharply asked what Dr. Ritzel's real goal was. After all, he had heard that Ritzel was supposed to be a friend of Lord Braun. Dr. Ritzel thought that everything would settle down as soon as they tasted the dish, but the king's retinue turned out to be strangely careless, and he constantly had the thought of poisoning in his head, although he knew well that it would be discovered. Then Lars shouted that that was exactly the point. He deliberately poisoned it, even though he knew he would be caught, and the text box added that if Dr. Ritzel had not spoken up right now, no one would have even guessed that he was the culprit. Dr. Ritzel said that he was already tired of this farce and explained that he simply decided to help young Radu fulfill his long-standing dream. Suddenly someone begged the bearded official to listen, and that man sharply demanded to know what had just been said. It turned out that this Blau was a criminal who, desiring a lordly title, tried to kill the 2-year-old child of the previous lord. A woman with long wavy hair stood before the court as the accusation was being made. She stammered before Niles could not form proper words, then Lord Brow exploded with a scream and called her a scoundrel. Someone on the floor could barely react to what was happening. Meanwhile, someone noticed that it was about that case, and Dr. Ritzel smiled and admitted that he was the one who offered a helping hand. Lars asked if Dr. Ritzel had evidence. Lars noted that when evidence and confession come together, it is the perfect development of events, everything fits perfectly. Dr. Ritzel told them that the poison used today was the same, and that it needed to be thoroughly examined to be sure. Then Dr. Ritzel looked at Lars and asked, "Are you satisfied now?" He said that he wished Lars were at least a little happier because of all this. Someone demanded to know what the hell Dr. Ritzel was plotting, but the cell simply replied that nothing special was happening. Dr. Ritzel asked if Lars had gotten his revenge. The narration noted this was the end of Blau's career. Meanwhile, Dr. Ritzel casually walked away from the scene. Someone thought about the food that Dr. Ritzel would have demanded and suddenly felt that something was very wrong with this person. Someone else exclaimed that Dr. Ritzel was not an ordinary doctor, but Ritzel himself coldly replied that the lives of all present would be his payment. Near the place where Dr. Ritzel stood, scattered medical instruments lay, and in the next moment Lars and another dark-haired person simultaneously drew weapons. The guard roared a curse for daring to point a blade at the king. A fight broke out in the chaos. The guard is knocked down. Lars orders the professor to take Nena and Ryu and get outside. The girl nods and says she will return soon, but Ryu protests, shouting not to drag him along, he is staying too. Having moved to another part of the building, Nena blocks the passage and says this way is closed, then asks the professor whether to kill them all. Dr. Ritzel of course answers, then asks if she will show him their faces twisted in horror. Suddenly the maid decisively declares that she will not let them through. A figure in armor shoots an attack of water spheres. Nena deflects the magic and indignantly says that no one told her there would be a mage here. The situation changed when someone noticed that the plan had been slightly adjusted. Dr. Ritzel said he would leave that part to them. And immediately a battle broke out between the knights and the attackers, and someone sardonically remarked that the knights' level had also dropped. Meanwhile, Lars retreated and shouted for Dr. Ritz's phone to leave him alone, but the phone calmly replied, "Lars is right, maybe it really is better to just kill the prince and his guard and leave the king to drown in despair." It also added that Lars's group would be left for last. Suddenly, Lars released a hydrostream flow of water magic that burst straight through the hall. Someone from another corner who was watching froze in shock, not believing, does Lars really know how to use such abilities? Dr. Ritzel noted that he heard Lars is a jack of all trades. Someone else wondered maybe this is actually a different skill, considering this and the previous assessment. Lars stood while someone pondered his skill. The thing is, it really was a skill for all trades. But here is the thing, Lars was a jack of all trades, but nowhere was a true ace, yet he put in an incredible amount of effort. Lars again utters the spell and launches a fiery spear straight at Dr. Ritzel. The attack hits and Dr. Ritzel admits that it is quite good. Meanwhile, Nena rushes to intercept him and firmly tells Dr. Ritzel that she will not let go. Then someone else anxiously calls their master. Suddenly, Nena shouted that someone was in her way. Behind her, one of the maids in battle raises the water shield, and the fight between the attackers and defenders still rages fiercely. Lars of Dr. Ritzelton. He asks if he really believes he can defeat him in a frontal fight. Laura does not retreat a step, he stands his ground when a huge combined attack of fire and lightning magic explodes between them, the elements swirling in destructive chaos. Lars shouts for someone to attack now, and the fire magic instantly flares up. Dr. Ritzel shouts his spell, Profile. The professor smiled interestedly and announced that he had changed his mind. He told Lars that killing him here would be pointless. Instead, he wants to kill everyone else, but Lars sees despair in his eyes. Lars decisively says that he will have to defeat Dr. Ritzel first and immediately casts Flame Lance, releasing a fire spell. But Dr. Ritzel asks Lars what he thinks will happen, and if it is not time for them to act seriously. Suddenly, Dr. Ritzel dashed with dazzling speed and in a moment was next to Lars. The attack came so lightning fast that no one could even blink. Nena suddenly felt a blade pressed to her throat. Dr. Ritzel pressed the weapon to Nena's neck. The number 19 is visible in the frame. Lars froze in shock from the sudden turn. Eyes wide open, he is scared for Nena. Then Dr. Ritzel smirks with cold confidence and tells Lars that first he needs to understand only one thing. Dr. Ritzel ordered Lars to look, and most importantly, finally truly look at his dear friend, whom he had previously despised and who now lies at death's door. On the chessboard floor lay Ruse, stretched out, severely wounded and bleeding. Someone knelt over him and he, struggling, tried to speak. Ryu apologized weakly, saying he was hospitalized and could not see them at all. Meanwhile, Lars looked in horror at his hand as dark corruption spread over it. He reached out to Ruse and released healing magic. Next to Ryu, someone whispered to him not to speak, but Ryu objected. It was pointless. Lars should not waste his magic, better to save someone else. Nena suddenly appeared and immediately used healing to help. Lars cursed his fate. He had trained only attacking magic because he planned to do it alone, and a few healing spells still circled around them as he realized what problems they would have to deal with. The wizard could no longer even move. Maidservants could not fight, their ranks were falling apart. Only the knights remained, which had already seen their better days. Dr. Ritzel told Lars that if he abandoned Nena, he would still be able to move forward. Lars clenched his teeth in despair how much he wished to have more strength. It seemed that Dr. Ritzel was pleased by Lars's anger and said with a smile what a wonderful voice of rage he was creating, while magical energy swirled around the professor. In despair, Lars begged his super skill, a jack of all trades, which was supposed to become stronger with each use, and shouted that he didn't care if the mana ran out. Nena turned to Dr. Ritzel. She did not know what had happened between him and Lars's father, but even a child in her place knew he could not kill an innocent child. Suddenly, a small voice full of surprise called for its father. Corruption spread over Nena's body, and Dr. Ritzel firmly declared that he would definitely do it. He stretched out his distorted hand and struck her harshly. Nena's face froze in shock from the blow. Dr. Ritzel did not relent, attacked again with words, and insisted that, ultimately, father and child must be together. Then Dr. Ritzel noticed what a wonderful expression Lars's face was making. He attacked through Lars backward with stunning force. But suddenly Dr. Ritzel seemed to stagger. He called his son Rowan and admitted he was wrong, and Nena, despite her condition, told Lars not to worry about her and just save Ryu. Desperate pleas echoed as she and Dr. Ritzel begged Lars at least to preserve for reuse. Lars spoke about his brother and said with a bitter sneer that he could never look him straight in the eyes. Dead 8 sat wounded in the background, and Lars's face turned stone cold as he approached Dr. Ritzel and coldly said that after he tried to kill his brother, he still had the audacity. Dr. Ritzel began to say something about cunning, then suggested Lars simply abandon the son of his hated enemy. Meanwhile, Nena's face filled with fierce determination. She declared that she would definitely save him. Then Lars shouted his promise with absolute confidence. Ryu was his friend. Magical energy swirled around, and Lars rushed to protect and heal the fallen Ryu. Suddenly a voice sounded and said those were kind words. Lars and Tigray shouted, recognizing each other. Tigray appeared surrounded by powerful magical energy. Lars looked shocked and asked how his teacher ended up here. Gray explained that when a student is in trouble, the teacher must come and rescue. Here Gray addresses Dr. Ritzel with a greeting, calling him a charlatan. Then he notices how the professors care about his student, while Dr. Ritzel just looks at him with a stern gaze. Meanwhile, Lars looks completely stunned and asks how Gray ended up there at all. To that, Gray says that when a student gets into trouble, the teacher's job is to come and save him. Lars reacted with surprise, but then told Gray that he was not the only one who came. Suddenly, a voice sounded from the other end of the hospital. Lars recognized it. It was Labe and Hazen. They ordered to leave this to us and run to help Lars, and someone else whispered bitterly that the hospital was left in the hands of such a person. Then more allies appeared. Someone shouted about the director, and another voice ordered Master Gray to leave the king to them. Someone else suddenly exclaimed that they were here too, loudly and excitedly. Lars asks why everyone came, and someone's voice explains that they ambushed this place because Reus told them about Lars. But others immediately began to reproach Lars. Someone said that he shouldn't have clung so much to an already wounded child. Another voice says that he should have asked them first, and a third person reproaches that he went and acted alone without saying a word. Lars quietly apologizes. Dr. Ritzel decisively demanded to know who the hell this new person was. Berna, in a maid's uniform, declared that she was Lars's magic teacher. Dr. Ritzel only nodded. A teacher means their goals are the same, and Berna agreed. Then Tigray and Berna returned to Dr. Ritzel with burning determination and said in unison that they would protect their students. Meanwhile, someone told Berna that she would be given a scolding later. Berna insisted that she was not guilty of anything, but they replied even so, there would be consequences. Dr. Ritzel began to insist that no matter how many came he would still win, but suddenly someone asked, "Is the forest already over?" And at that moment Berna shouted her spell, summoned a water prison. The magic struck with full force and locked Dr. Ritzel in a prison cage made of water. The powerful water prison spell crashed down on Dr. Ritzel with enormous force and completely broke him. Gray loomed over the bound Dr. Ritzel and grimly declared that he would tell them everything. Dr. Ritzel lay caught and defeated in magical bonds, but suddenly something changed on his face. Something changed behind his eyes as he quietly made that sound of realization, and the perspective shifted. The confrontation was shown from different angles. Gray looked down from above, and Dr. Ritzel in response raised his eyes and looked up at him. Meanwhile, Lars called out anxiously, asking how Ruse was doing. Lars assured Blau that it seemed Ruse would be fine. The bleeding had stopped, the wound seemed okay, but Blau probably had too little blood. Nena was lying down when Lars released a water orb. The healing spell hit her, and he told her later to go to Miss Marion for medicine to replenish her blood. In another part of the hospital, Lucier was shouting at the knights, demanding to know what the hell they were doing and how they could call themselves knights if they did not protect peaceful people. Suddenly Berna burst onto the battlefield with a storm of power, and someone said that she truly justified the title of Lars's magical mentor. Dr. Ritzel stated that in such a case he would become Lars's opponent. Dr. Ritzel exploded at the king's address, saying that he couldn't even protect his own son, and said that it would be a real spectacle to see him suffer all his life. Lars just looked at him with incredible intensity. Prince Olden began to protest, but the knight interrupted him and strictly ordered to focus only on defending himself and the king. Meanwhile, Lars rushed forward, shouting that he would not allow this to happen. Lars reassured everyone that everything would be fine. Meanwhile, someone noticed that two reliable teachers rushed to their aid, and Nena declared that they should rely on her. Then Tigre prepared an attack, shouting Shinkyu Jeki vacuum strike, and declared that he would blow away Dr. Ritzel and end this once and for all. Powerful vacuum attack rushed at Dr. Ritzel with incredible force. Suddenly Tigre swiftly descended from above, holding a huge sphere of energy. The observer only managed to notice how fast he was. The attack hit with explosive force, creating a huge wave. Dr. Ritzel smiled and said that only those who have never faced death can fear it, and Lars shouted in response whether he did not value his life and called him a charlatan. Then Lars rushed with a sword and struck powerfully. The blade hit with destructive force, tearing the clothes and cutting into flesh. Dr. Ritzel noticed something and asked about the scar on Lars's chest. Recognition suddenly flashed on his face. He remembered everything, while Lars looked at him with burning determination. Ritzel recognized him as a war demon. Dr. Ritzel laughed and said that it was as funny as the fact that he was a doctor, adding with delight that what pretended to be a teacher was a real masterpiece, and Lars immediately warned him not to rejoice so much, it was shameful. Then Lars apologized to Nena and asked her to take care of those two while he prepared to go into battle. Suddenly someone shouted to Lord Lars, and meanwhile somewhere else a person, going over the revelation about the war demon in their mind, held a pen and was writing something down. Returning to the others, someone shouted to Nena. The girl with decorations in her hair shouted loudly for them to run away while the teachers were fighting. Lars froze for a moment. He thought the ladies would be upset when his family flashed before his eyes. And Nena noted that Lord Lars was still just a child. But Lars apologized and refused. He told her that he could not just run away, he was still a child. Lars declared that he had the strength to fight. He had desperately honed his skills as a jack-of-all-trades for 5 years precisely for this. Meanwhile, Luzher looked at him with anxiety and quietly whispered his name. Suddenly, Lars loudly shouted to Mizuki and the others, "Do you really think you can take down that thing?" One of the women lit up with joy, realizing that Lars was encouraging her specifically, but someone else objected and asked them to wait a second. Suddenly, an explosive wave swept through the area, throwing people in all directions, and the girl found herself in a web of shadows and loudly demanded to know what had suddenly happened to them. Meanwhile, Lars was swinging on the structure by the chains with wild determination, shouting that he would never surrender. The girl in the dress was fighting the enemies and told the sensei that she could no longer hold them back. Mizuki shouted in response that Lori better just surrender and let them catch him. But someone ordered Illumi to first escape to the yard. Illumi replied that she understood and added that the sound was coming from the yard. Illumi ran away with a huge smile, throwing a parting insult about that muscular, flat-chested hag. Suddenly Mitsuki noticed something. She was hit by a terrible stench. A canister rolled nearby, and she shouted to everyone to wait. Lars shouted to Mr. Hassan to retreat, and Mizuki warned everyone, "Do not inhale the gas spreading around." Lars crouched low, covering his face, and recognized the smell, probably chlorine gas. He explained, although without a good inhalation they wouldn't reach a lethal dose, even this amount is enough to instantly cloud consciousness, and someone shouted to the others to hurry to a safe place. Lars unleashed Severing Void, a cutting attack that sliced the air with brutal force. But his opponent responded by throwing Hydrostream, a huge splash of water magic burst upward. Two attacks collided with destructive force, the explosion tore everything apart and someone screamed in pain. When the smoke finally cleared, Lars stood amid the ruins, and nearby on the ground lay a damaged blade. Lars shouted to the teacher, declaring that the charlatan's end had come. Meanwhile, Dr. Rietzel, now bound by magical chains, admitted that he still had no chance against the war demon. But Illumi explained that it was thanks to Lars's magic and added, although Rietzel skillfully dodged, his fighting style itself was nothing special. Lars was the first to rush to restrain him, but Dr. Rietzel objected, saying he did not remember allowing Lars to call him that. Then he issued a warning: he might not succeed in winning, but escaping definitely could. Someone reacted, overwhelmed by shock. Suddenly, even before Lars could firmly hold him, Dr. Rietzel unleashed some explosive barrier magic. A huge round shield of energy burst around them both with incredible force. A sudden explosion caught Lars off guard, and the entire house shook from the outside. And suddenly, a voice sharply ordered Lars to stop right there. Someone else apologized to Professor Rietzel for making him wait. Dr. Rietzel replied that the moment was perfect, and asked Lars if he still thought he could attack now. Everything became clear when three captured girls appeared. Nora in a maid outfit stood in the middle, flanked by Luciara and Luger. All three were tied up and held as hostages. Nora shouted to Lars weakly, and one of them protested, begging to be released. Lars immediately recognized them and shouted both their names in shock. He demanded to know why they were not in the dance hall where they were supposed to be. Ludzra apologized and explained that she was worried about Lars, so she went after him. But then someone ordered her to be silent. Suddenly, Lumi pressed the blade to the girls and threateningly said that if Lars moved even slightly, she would slit both their throats. The kidnapper doubted whether Lars could still move at all in such a situation. Meanwhile, Dr. Rietzel sincerely thanked his assistant and said with a smile that a reliable assistant is exactly what is needed. Lars resolutely demanded that both of them be released. Dr. Rietzel firmly refused, said he would keep them with him just like that. Lars hotly objected that if they were released now, they would attack again. Meanwhile, three girls were already locked behind bars in some cage. Dr. Rietzel's eyes narrowed as he considered options, holding Ludzra tied with a rope as a trump card and threatening that by tomorrow morning only her head or everything except her head might be found in the river. Lars simply froze in complete shock, staring at that threat. Someone called Dr. Wright's camera bastard. On the mansion balcony, Lars and Dead 8 tensely watched the events unfold, and Dead 8 suddenly asked what had happened to Lars. Below, the group noticed Dr. Rietzel with the captive girls. Someone first asked if he had escaped, but a moment later another voice recognized him and shouted in shock, "Professor Rietzel." Dr. Rietzel ordered Lars to step away from the hostages while the bound sisters struggled and fought against their chains. Someone shouted to Lars, and Nora urgently pointed with her finger. He shouted to everyone to hurry to the teacher. Someone shouted the name Luciella, and suddenly both girls desperately called out to Lars, who was running towards them. Lars immediately lunged at Dr. Rietzel and sharply asked how he dared to try to lay a hand on his dear person. He shouted at the top of his lungs that Dr. Rietzel was to blame. Then a huge water attack burst out between them in response, and Dr. Rietzel's expression became anxious. Lars said decisively, "I will never forgive this." Lars released his magic, shouted Dragonic Blaze, and ordered the attack to begin. Huge dragon-like tongues of flame burst from his spell. A devastating fiery strike swept through the district, destroying everything around with furious power. Meanwhile, Lars's destructive Dragonic Blaze hit Illumi right in the forehead. And she screamed as the dragon-like tongues of flame completely engulfed her. Dr. Rietzel just watched in shock as the powerful fire magic consumed everything. Dr. Rietzel fled through smoke and explosions, shouting that it was perfect. He had remembered Lars's face. Fleeing, he shouted to Lars, "Rathuan Irving." Meanwhile, Lars collapsed to the ground, completely exhausted after unleashing so much power. Then he barely got back on his feet, asking if he had hit him, and realized that he actually did. Suddenly someone nearby shouted, "Lars." But then he was stunned. He had killed him. Down below, both Rowan and Nora were desperately calling Lars. People kept calling Lars as he moved through the forest for several days. Eventually Lars fell somewhere, completely confused, and asked where he was. Later, Lars woke up in a hospital ward, grimacing in pain, and the doctor immediately noticed this and exclaimed that Lars had opened his eyes, asking someone to call his family. Lars's hands trembled while he was being examined. Rowan and Nora appeared at the door and Luciara leaned over him, her voice trembling, calling him by name. Lars recognized everyone who greeted his father, mother, and older brother. They all came to see him. But Lucia grabbed Lars by the collar and hissed, "Don't you dare greet me so lightly. You have been unconscious since you fell at the Lord's estate." Lars sincerely apologized for making her worry, and not hiding his anxiety, asked if the king and Prince Alden were safe. Rowan said it was noble of him to try to protect the king, but after that everything turned into chaos. Rowan told Lars everything that had happened, and Lars listened quietly, still looking concerned. Lucia stood in the doorway and sharply asked what exactly had happened to Reuse. Was he safe? Someone explained the situation to her, saying that officially Ritzel had been completely erased by Lars's magic. Bloody spots were found on the street, but the trail ended at the riverbank. His body was never found, and Ilmi's assistant disappeared. Lars processed what he heard and asked what it meant, and someone nearby told him that this needed to be discussed. Meanwhile, Lars woke up in the medical room. Everyone was around him. Dedate was visible in the doorway. Dedate said with relief that he was seriously worried, and thank God that Lars was okay. Then Nora called out to Lars and explained that she had heard from Professor Berna and Nena that he was doing something dangerous. She asked why he hadn't told her about it. Lars looked nervous and silently wondered if she really considered him so unreliable. Lars answered simply. He said probably she didn't, but he did it just in case. He sat on the bed and quietly admitted, whether he would succeed or not, it was quite possible that he would never return home. He felt it was wrong for both children to be absent. Suddenly Dedate grabbed Lars by the head. He grimaced in pain, and someone exclaimed anxiously. But Dedate seriously told Lars that even if he did all this for their sake, if they lost him, they would only regret it. Dedate hugged him tightly and said he would regret it until the end of his days. Lars's eyes widened in surprise, and then a dark memory surfaced. Someone had told him that he was an unwanted child. Through tears, Lars began to apologize, and Dedate looked at him tenderly. Lars said that he loved his father, mother, and older brother so much, and added that this was exactly why he could not forgive Blau. Dedate called Lars's name, but Lars just kept crying, apologizing between sobs and saying that his father simply. The story shows that Lars cried for a long time, not remembering ever crying so hard even in a past life. Perhaps his mind had rolled back to match his young body, he did not know, but he still sobbed, and suddenly a warm memory of happy times when his whole family smiled appeared before his eyes. Meanwhile, Dr. Ritz's camera stood alone in the shadows and quietly apologized to his uncle and older brother. Then Dedate put his hand on Lars's shoulder and calmed him down. There was nothing to worry about. Nora cheerfully chimed in she was fine. Lars smiled warmly at both. Nora explained that the guild had taken her father. He would be held in custody until the trial. Someone remarked that it was actually hardest for Lars himself. Lars said he had suspected the same about Lord Brau. They apologized for causing him trouble with their selfishness, but Lars waved it off and said, "Don't worry about it." He added that it suited him much more to be an adventurer, obviously better than some boring future as a feudal lord. Ded did not smile at that. Lars admitted that he probably would not have coped with what happened next on his own. Nora said she heard that his father also tried to help, and in her memory, a magical explosion tore apart in the middle of the battle. Nora said she just thought, dying for the sake of peace is not the way. Lars noted, despite everything, something good did come out of it. Nora told that her mother heard the commotion and came for her. Dedate was delighted and said that was really wonderful. And then Leisure appeared and shouted that Lars had woken up. Lars replied that he had just woken up. Someone asked if he really was unconscious for so long, and Leisure explained that he had slept through an entire week and she was very worried. Leisure apologized, saying that it was she who said they should chase after him, but Lars replied that everything was fine, and Leisure kept apologizing. But Lars just smiled and told her that everything was okay because everything turned out well. She thanked him, then said, "As a token of gratitude, close your eyes." In the darkness, Leisure seemed to freeze, but suddenly Luciare's voice decisively interrupted, "Do it yourself," and Lars instantly objected, begging his sister to wait and shouting that she couldn't do that. Leisure still leaned from behind Lars and kissed him on the cheek. Someone exclaimed in surprise and covered their face with a hand, while Lars was completely bewildered, asking what was wrong and what had just happened. Meanwhile, outside the window, supposedly someone saw everything. Lars awkwardly grumbled that he no longer loved his sister because of that prank by Luciare. Ushiar leaned in with a huge smile and asked Lars if he really liked Dead 8. Lars looked completely confused and puzzled by that question. Lars spent about 3 more days in bed recovering. During that time, the parents of classmates, his brother, and even teachers visited. Finally, he was discharged, and today was his first day back at the academy. At school, one boy noticed Lars and called out to him, "Where are your parents?" Another student said that Lars would probably come soon. When Lars finally arrived, Prince Olden was already waiting for him in the classroom. The prince said he had been waiting, and Lars stammered in shock. He couldn't believe that a prince was just standing in front of him. The prince told him not to worry and then added that there he really could not use his power. Lars awkwardly thanked him for what had happened recently. The prince accepted the thanks. The Havzoni appeared and told Lars that he looked good, but someone else seriously remarked what a reckless stunt Lars had pulled. Lars apologized, saying he did not want to drag everyone into this matter, but Hassan simply called him an idiot, although he added that he was glad Lars was safe. Still, he demanded that next time Lars tell him first, and Lars agreed. Suddenly Berna appeared and nervously introduced herself. Marion apologized for making Berna wait and introduced herself as Lars's mother. Someone remarked that Berna was as firm as a board, and she admitted it. Meanwhile, Prince Olden addressed Lars formally and said that his actions were selfish and, frankly, undeserving of praise. Lars silently agreed. The prince continued, insistently pointing out that Lars not only disrupted the meeting but also endangered both his son and the prince himself, but added that exposing Lord Brow's conspiracy and defeating the devilish doctor hiding in their city deserved praise. He thought that if they had left the doctor alone, he would surely have caused even more trouble, though Lars's antics would have gone unpunished. Prince sincerely and deeply thanked Lars. Someone said that upon seeing Lars appear with such strength, a flame seemed to ignite in Prince Olden. It was as if the prince had returned a completely different person, suddenly wanting to learn and master the sword. Lars thought to himself that managing to motivate that lazy one even a little was already an achievement. Then the conversation switched to Lord Brow. They had to choose a new lord, but it turned out that no one in the town truly wanted this role, so of course, Brow was retiring. Prince Olden asked Rowan if he was not going to return at all to be lord again. Rowan replied that he would return to become lord again. Both Marion and Prince Olden froze in shock. Prince Olden asked Rowan directly and frankly if he would agree to become lord again. Marion and Lars both shouted. Lars exclaimed, "Father." Prince Olden sincerely thanked Rowan for his decision. Rowan admitted he has neither money nor the necessary status to become lord. Prince Olden reassured him there is nothing to worry about. Then Prince Olden told Rowan that donations had started coming from the townspeople. They want him to return. Rowan admitted that once, even for the sake of his child, he abandoned his duties and renounced the title of lord, and Mary realized it is natural for parents to do everything possible for their child. Meanwhile, the man in glasses said that the Brion company also made a donation, and then asked about some solio. Prince Alden told Rowan that the one who owes him does not care about such things at all. Lars thought to himself that Brion should become the home of the Lucille family. They avoided his father but still gave money. He wondered, maybe something happened between his father, Brow, and Solio when the 3 of them were together. Rowan accepted Solio's gesture and, full of determination, promised to do everything possible to make his service beneficial to the country. Prince Alden said he understood. Rowan added that he was not so weak as to retreat because of this, and Marion tightly embraced Lars. Suddenly Hassan turned to Berna and asked if it was now his turn to speak. He called her Burna and asked if she minded, to which Berna shyly agreed. In the next moment, Berna with Haz until he thinks it was her training that allowed Lars to skillfully master magic. But Berna deflects the praise, saying that it is all thanks to Lars's super skill as a jack of all trades and his own hard work. Haz enthusiastically notes how modest she is, but Berna corrects him. She just lightly pushed Lars from behind. Lars looks at her and his thoughts appears Professor Burna. Then Lars frankly tells Berna that he probably couldn't work so persistently if it weren't for her. Meanwhile, Hassan, hearing that Lars's super skill is called a jack of all trades, keeps wondering what exactly it is. Although people say it's a useless skill, he believes that Lars's effort and Professor Burner's support decided everything. Suddenly, Hassan said that Mrs. Burna seems strangely familiar to him, as if he had seen her face somewhere before. He asks if they had met, and Berna instantly denies it. "No, we have never met." Hassan waved his hand and went on. He explained the rest briefly. Thanks to the mercy of Lord Browen, the Lord was spared from execution. He will spend 5 years in the royal capital's prison. And Ruse's mother decided to take him in, so he left the Lord's estate and continued attending the academy as before. Lars said that if it were a death sentence, he would go ask the king for mercy. Berna replied with relief. Most of all, Lars wanted Brau to truly atone for his sins, especially for Ruse's sake. Then Hassan raised another matter and asked Lars if he would come to the royal capital. Hassan wanted Lars next to his son to study and work hard under his guidance. Lars, a bit embarrassed, asked if he meant him specifically. Berna smiled and said she was proud that the king recognized Lars. She told him she would miss him, but after all, it was a great honor, and she respected his decision. Lars stood in the luxurious hall, but then apologized. He said he still could not go to the royal capital. Prince Alden, looking intently at Lars, asked him to openly say why he refused to go to the royal capital. Lars, with a bitter tone in his voice, explained that he was still inexperienced and that his hasty actions this time caused trouble for everyone. Lars continued, pointing out that if things had gone a little differently, Prince Brau or even His Majesty could have died. Then he added that if Professor Tigray and Director Hassan had not appeared, he himself did not know what could have happened. Lars told the prince directly that all this was really not an achievement at all. Not a defeat. It was something completely different. He explained that this is exactly why he now lives in the academy alongside everyone else. They compete, fight, and grow together, because he wants to improve and learn. Prince Olden asked if Lars was really 10 years old. He still accepted Lars's spirit. Prince Olden asked in surprise, did Lars just say for now, meaning that he would stay in the academy? Lars confirmed that yes, when he finishes the academy at 15, if His Majesty considers that he can be useful. And when the time comes, he would like to be truly welcomed in the royal capital. In the next scene, Lars explained that he was just making sure of this as a schoolmate. Then someone remarked that Libra always has to add one more word to many, and the conversation continued with no one wanting to let him go home. But Prince Olden said that he himself would be in the royal capital, so Lars could always visit. Lars gladly agreed, and Prince Olden, hearing this, said that was enough for him. Meanwhile, Hassan was laughing, recalling that His Majesty the King was once a real rascal. Tigray shouted at him to stop this nonsense. Someone asked if the director was really a friend of the king. Hassan insisted that it was true, and therefore, Lars thought that the story of revenge he sought had come to an end. Lars thought about how lucky his family was. Everything ended well. But on the other hand, this took away Ruse's beloved father. Ryu said he wanted Lord Brau to atone for his past sins and finally become a real father this time. Lars believed that Ruse was a person with a truly strong heart. And all the others who helped him, Professor Burna, Professor Tigray, everyone in the guild. For all the problems he caused from now on, if someone is in trouble, he is the one who must help. When the father returned as Lord, Lars had no idea what kind of life they would have to live from now on. With hope and anxiety, Nena brought a tray with breakfast and, smiling, cheerfully greeted Lars, "Good morning." Lars responded with a greeting. 2 weeks had already passed since that battle at the Lord's estate. The Irving family returned to the Lord's estate, and since then every day felt completely different from before. Nena asked Lars what color socks he would wear today, and Lars shrugged and said any would do. Of course, they could not just take and fire all the maids that Blower had hired. So now other maids appeared alongside Nena. The previous estate was also large, but this one was many times bigger. Lars couldn't even comprehend it, and in the morning the maids were bustling around except for Nena, and the tension in the air was incredible. His father and mother were already used to it, but Lars and his brother, poor from birth, felt out of place there. Lars thought that they would get used to it over time. Meanwhile, his father had not been coming to breakfast lately. He was putting all his effort into restoring everything. The management of the blouse domain was quite sloppy. Lars and Nora set off for the day, saying goodbye. And the maids told them to try their best and take care of themselves. Nora asked Lars if when he grew up he could help his father, and Lars said that he was not very skilled in such matters. He did not admit that they were actually improvising the whole time. Then Dedaid told Lars that fighting was easier for him, so he left the training to Lars. For him it was probably a trifle. Lars asked if he was planning to run away. Nora grabbed Lars with joy and persuading him not to run away. Today she was delighted because they were soon to have a skills lesson. The scene showed Lars and his classmates calmly enjoying their time at the academy. The students were laughing loudly and playing outside in the paved courtyard. Lars and the dark-haired boy stood closely pressed together, both beaming with smiles. In the corridor, Lars cheerfully greeted 2 girls with "good morning," and the dark-haired and light-haired girls responded to him. Lately, everything had been so calm that Lars was quite satisfied. Then the dark-haired boy enthusiastically approached Lars and said that he needed to hear this. He heard that a new teacher was starting work today. The dark-haired boy Grind told Lars that for a week they had been saying that the new teacher was a beauty. In the corridor, Leisure greeted Lars. Students gathered around and he replied to her. She asked what they were talking about. And someone whispered that it was about the new teacher, as if she had just arrived. Suddenly a voice ordered everyone to take their seats. And Lars came alive with excitement and looked up intently when Tigri at the front of the class announced that from today a new teacher, the assistant class supervisor, would join them. Students nodded to show they heard and prepared to give a greeting. Berna stood at the front of the class, dressed in a teacher's suit. She nervously introduced herself, saying that from today she would work diligently with everyone in the class, and named herself Burna. Meanwhile, Lars sat down, froze in shock, instantly recognized her, and exclaimed in surprise that this was Professor Burna. Berna smiled warmly and told everyone that he was glad to meet each one. Then Berna politely introduced herself as their new assistant class teacher, and the students' faces showed a variety of expressions of surprise. Nora smiled broadly and said that she was pleased to meet her. Jack said that they had also met at his place and added, "Well, she is really incredibly beautiful." Someone asked Berna what she would teach. She replied that her subject was magic and skills, and the students jumped in surprise upon hearing the word skills. Berna explained that the principal and Professor Tigray asked her to teach what she knows, so she would like to conduct the lessons in her own way. Lars thought to himself that he had learned all his magic from Professor Berna, and after what happened to Ritzel, it was no wonder they started watching her. Later, outside on the training field, Berna told the class that, of course, there would be no real fight. They would just fool around and play a little for fun. He asked everyone to first gather on the field. The students gathered and with slight excitement prepared for the practical lesson. Berna ordered Ruse to try using his skill first. Ryu took a combat stance with his drawn sword, cast a fire spell, and the attack surged forward. Students watching were quite impressed by this spectacle. Meanwhile, Lars observed as Ruse trained, and ironically thought that earlier that guy couldn't even master a single spell. Nearby, another student noticed that Ruse was secretly working hard. Then Berna, raising flowers and showing a peace sign, addressed the class and talked about skills. He announced that there are 3 main types. The students responded enthusiastically. Berna explained the first type. She described abilities that activate powers, for example Ruse's Spellblade or Kutarika's Titan Strength. He noted that this type is the most common. Then she switched to support skills and gave examples. Lars has Jack of all trades, Jack has collaboration. Berna briskly continued the explanation, describing special skills like Nola's animal care or Alka's spiritual arts, and raised a white rabbit to demonstrate visually. Students listened attentively, and Jack muttered that his mana was about to sit down. He shouted to the teacher. Berna told Jack to focus more and not to stop, yet he could hardly believe his ears. He reacted with disbelief. They could not believe how strict she was. During the break outside, one of the students noticed that many people hardly use their skills until they become adults. Yogas added that this is because people dislike discrimination and biased attitudes towards skills, and Lars listened, leaning against a tree. However, Berna explained that the duration, strength, and accuracy of a skill can be improved beyond the initial level. She demonstrated this by creating a twisted ball of energy in her palm and said that it is the same as learning or magic. Berna addressed the class passionately and persistently, saying that the most important thing is to gain experience and deeper understanding, while the students sat on the grass and listened carefully to her lesson. Meanwhile, Jack was completely exhausted and said that he could no longer go on. Suddenly, Berna picked him up from behind with a smile on her face. They told him that he was really great. Jack could only confirm this wearily. Someone asked Jack if he was really sure that it was okay. Jack looked completely exhausted and Berna was smiling nearby. When she held him, Jack doubted in his mind whether she was really serious, but he felt that he was beginning to like that teacher. Then Berna addressed the class. Try to use your skills in any way. This way you will feel in a new way what you are capable of. Suddenly someone called Professor Berna. Berna responded to Nora warmly, from the bottom of her heart. Someone asked what she should do to further develop the connection with animals. She, holding the satisfied cat close to herself, explained that she called the cats and squirrels as Berna had told her before. But it seemed everything had reached a plateau. The cat in Nora's hands looked happy and content when Berna reached out to them. He passionately explained that perhaps caring for animals is not just about gathering them or asking them to do tricks. She said it was about the ability to understand why the animal is in a bad mood, what it likes, and who is in its family. Berna continued, trying to truly understand another person. Nora could acquire a skill that would make her an even better friend than she already was. Nora stood holding the cat. While she absorbed the advice, the cat looked up at her from below, raising its head. The cat seemed to understand too and thought they could learn this skill. Suddenly Nora realized that this approach could also work with friends. She was delighted, told Berna that she would try, and gratefully thanked her sensei, while Berna smiled in the background as Nora tightly hugged the cat. Meanwhile, Jack approached Lars and asked him to help with his skill. Someone confirmed that Jack's skill was cooperation. Jack explained that he thought, what if I reuse this and cast the cooperation spell? Maybe he would finally be able to use those spells that he previously either couldn't or did poorly. Lars asked with surprise, wouldn't anyone else agree to this? But someone noted, in their class there are many skills that enhance themselves or are quite special. Another voice agreed, that's absolutely true. And asked if Lars meant cooperation, supposedly lacked excitement. Berna found it interesting but noted that Jack did not. He was completely exhausted by her Spartan training. One of the girls said, I can handle this, I have everything under control. Suddenly Jack lit up, clenched his fist, and asking Berna to look, exclaimed that this was their chance to show they were capable students, because on the first day the first impression is the most important. Others wondered, where did his sudden motivation come from? And Berna simply stroked Jack's head and told him not to worry, encouraging him, come on, try. Jack gladly agreed, prepared to say the spell to announce the cooperation with him, shouted I'm coming, and released fire magic. The spell exploded with incredible magical effects thanks to the enhancement from teamwork, and Jack watched it with obvious surprise. Both he and Lars began to celebrate he really succeeded. Meanwhile, Lars could not understand why the magical sword created in cooperation with Jack turned out to be much better than those he usually made. Someone suggested that perhaps the power changed depending on the level of magic involved. Lars decided it was worth trying another spell. Jack used wind magic. The spell worked, releasing powerful magic. The boy was quite pleased with the result. Then Jack said that this might just help him level up the magic in which he was not very strong, but someone asked him to wait a second. Then Lars admitted that he really did not want to say this, but suspected that Ruse's magic had not improved at all. Ryu angrily cut in that his magic was simply resonating in the sword through Jack, and that was all. One student emphasized that it made sense. Ruse actually did not use magic himself, and Jack was just standing there looking puzzled by the whole situation. Someone said that Jackie, supposedly, was only honing his skills. Jack defended himself, saying that it was hardly exactly so. During the conversation, it turned out that repeated use also went well. Meanwhile, in the background, the class did not stop training. Nora and Yuruka stood apart from the others. Nora watches as someone leaves the group rehearsal and notices Yuruka standing alone under a tree, completely detached from everyone else. He approaches closer and calls her. Nora asks Yuruka, aren't you going to train together with everyone else? Yuruka froze in silence in her outfit, then finally admits her ability is creepy, so she does not want to join them. Yuruka looks confused, doubting whether she is really that bad at her skill. But Nora tells her it doesn't matter whether you are bad at it or hate it, whatever the reason. Yuruka explains that she couldn't choose herself. Nora gently says that it's okay, just try and train on your own. And Yuruka walks away alone. Meanwhile, Tigray turns to Yuruka and asks with interest what she thinks about it. In the background, the students do not stop training together. Berna notes how well-behaved all the children are. Berna tells him that they are her proud students. Before they spread their wings and go out into the world as adults and as real people. If you believe Gray, he will first have to teach them a bunch of things. Berna says she thinks so too, and Tigray notes that the two of them rarely manage to agree. He says he heard that Berna lives deep in the mountains and asks why she chose such a remote place. Berna admits that essentially she ran away to avoid various problems and everything around. Suddenly Berna realizes that he touches her the same way she does. Tigray quickly whispers to her, forget it and pretend you didn't hear. He admits that at first he didn't know how all this would end. But in fact he thinks that Berna is perfect for teaching. Berna asks if that was supposed to be a compliment. So began the days after Berna was welcomed at the academy. There is something Spartan about her, but she is a beautiful and wonderful teacher, so the students quickly become attached to her. The children enthusiastically talked about how wonderful her explanations were and how much they loved her, wondered where she learned magic and everything else. After all, she knows everything, even in dancing. Lars wanted those peaceful days to last longer, but they were not destined to drag on. Lars was walking down the corridor of the academy, calling Professor Burna, stopped and looked around, and then suddenly realized that something was seriously wrong. Berna had disappeared. Lars just stood there trying to comprehend it, as if everything had just dissolved into thin air. He sharply turned around with a burning look and demanded to know what the hell that meant. Meanwhile, Yogas appeared with crossed arms and said directly to Lars, that's exactly what you thought. Lars rushed forward in despair, but Yagas shouted, "Wait," and grabbed him to hold him in place. Yagas sharply reminded Lars, "I already told you this before." Because he had a bad habit of rushing forward like that. He asked Lars to calm down a bit. Lars quietly agreed. So since Lars was an old acquaintance of Burna's, Yagas said that he would tell Lars what really happened. Yagas said that Berna left the country with someone. He added that this was only his assumption, and he was not sure about the details. Suddenly, an image of Berna appeared before Lars's if the scene itself illustrated what Yagas was talking about. Nora, as if casually, said that Berna was on vacation, and immediately asked Lars if he knew about it. Lars and Yagas stood next to each other near the academy building. Students had noticed these absences for several days already. Earlier, Nora asked if Miss Berna had disappeared again, and Yagas confirmed that a whole week had passed since anyone had seen her at the academy. Meanwhile, Nora, worried, asked Lars if she had heard anything. Lars replied the three were just standing together in the academy library. Lars wondered what had happened to their teacher, assuming that maybe Tigray caught a cold or something like that, and Lars admitted that she was starting to worry. But Yagas explained that Tigray was not the type to skip classes and not inform anyone, so he became concerned about his health and went to his home, but no one was there. Lars asked if maybe they were simply not in the right place, but Yagas's face darkened as he delivered the bad news. The room was completely turned upside down. Yagas ordered the others to quickly search the area, and they questioned people if anyone had seen anything. Witnesses say they saw a woman who resembled Berna. They say she got into a carriage with several men, as if torn from the night, and headed toward the border. Lars suddenly realized what this meant and blurted out that she was kidnapped, and Yagas froze, hesitating. Maybe, but there is another possibility. The room was turned upside down, but no trace of resistance remained. Lars asked what this meant, and Yagas explained that she most likely went along with it voluntarily. Lars thought if Professor Burna had really resisted, there would have been at least some trace of her attacking magic, something burned or broken. And the fact that the attackers even had a ready carriage showed that this was no accident. They had been hunting Professor Burna from the very beginning. And Yagas asked Lars how well he really knew that guy, and Lars honestly admitted that he did not know him very well. Yagas asked when they met, and Lars replied, 5 years ago. Lars apologized, saying that everything happened so suddenly that he couldn't control himself. The memories of Berna flashed through his mind, and he realized that he actually knew nothing at all about Professor Burna. Yagas said, well, whatever the case, Berna probably had her reasons for not wanting to talk about the past. Lars insisted they needed to find them right now. Yagas told Lars that the adults would handle it and that he better go home. He himself would take on the investigation, but Lars thought the director might know something, so he insisted, saying that Professor Burna was like family to him and that he was going to. Yagas reminded him of the promise, and Lars agreed, but Yagas still warned him, don't rush ahead. Then Lars turned to Yagas and asked him to promise as well. Lars added that they said as soon as they find something out, they would immediately report it. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the majestic facade of the house, and someone called out from there. A figure stood alone on what looked like a key, and something was thrown or dropped. Lars ran looking for the teacher, calling her, but when he looked back, he realized she had already left. He noticed how probably confused she was. Suddenly, he noticed something on the ground, an earring. Lars wondered if it could be a gift, and suddenly a vision or memory of a woman with long hair appeared to him. Determination lit up his face. He decided, I will find it no matter what happens. It was then that the carriage sped into the outskirts. It seemed it had no intention of stopping. Berna stood before the guards and the carriage with a deeply serious expression. They asked what they needed from her now. The guards were silent, and Berna only watched this silence. Knights in armor stood nearby. The guard told Berna that no matter what, she would soon be here again, saying that one way or another she would return anyway. Berna simply clenched her hand and defiantly thought that she would never return. Meanwhile, in a luxurious room full of officials, the guard said, if she knew why she was being called back, she would not be so confident. Mad reacted with surprise. And then the carriage rushed through the flower path, and the guards in armor stood watching the corridor with columns. An officially looking man with sticking up hair confirmed that the carriage is heading to the border. Elsewhere, Lars sat on an elegant sofa and apologized. That was all he could find out. The official said that once again the so-called warlord was behaving cowardly, but Lars sharply ordered him not to say that. The official suggested if they try to cross the border, maybe they will find out something. A memory of a meeting with someone flashed through his mind for a moment. Then when they mentioned the name Berna, he said that he seemed to have heard it somewhere before. Lars admitted he is the same and also did not really want to talk about his past. In a flashback to the dark forest, Berna recalled how someone said that he had fled. Returning to the present, Lars thought that this event might be connected to that. His eyes involuntarily turned to the building of the ornate academy, when suddenly a thought about Professor Burn flashed through his mind. 2 weeks had already passed since then, Nora said, and the blonde student had no idea what was happening. Nora also admitted that she felt lonely, but Nolt intervened. Lars had praised her for improving her skills. Meanwhile, outside, as Yaga approached, Lars told him that he needed to talk to him about that matter. Yaga stood in front of the elegant building and sternly told Lars to be honest and to no longer interfere in this matter. Lars reacted in shock and asked, "Why?" Yogas reminded Lars that he is the son of the Lord and then bitterly asked if Lars was going to depose his father again since he had just restored him. Yaga said that he had given his word, so he would tell Lars everything he knows. Lars asked, "What do you mean by that?" Yogas revealed that he found out where Berna was, and Lars sharply demanded to know exactly where. Yogas replied that she was in the neighboring kingdom of Rutsar. Lars stood confused, turning this news over in his head. Why was she in a neighboring country at all? Everything fell into place. Berna turned out to be the third princess of Rutsar. In fact, her name was Burna, and 10 years ago the third princess of the kingdom of Rutsar simply disappeared without a trace. She was spoken of as a gifted woman with gently pink hair and insanely deep knowledge of magic. Yogas explained that even then a notice about her search had reached this country, but no one knew why she had come here at all. The director, recalling what happened many years ago, told him about it. It seemed that Berna had completely forgotten about everything after all. It happened so long ago. Yogas noted it does not matter for what reason, she still returned to her homeland whether she wanted to or not. Lars considered the whole situation and thought that if she really does not want to return, then it is not worth pulling her back. But Yogas emphasized that the other side is the royal family, so interfering in this simply cannot be done just like that. He grimly warned Lars that if the son of the neighboring lord made a careless move, it could escalate into a serious problem between the countries. Lars tried to prove that he understood everything. But Yogas interrupted him. "I'll handle this myself, and under no circumstances will I allow Lars to interfere," and with that, the conversation ended. Later, Lars stood outside and looked at the letter with the note front on the envelope. He told himself he would figure it out somehow, and in his thoughts called someone an idiot. When he returned home, Marion greeted him gladly, and Rowan asked in surprise what had happened to them. Near the mansion, Dead approached Lars and asked if it was true that Mr. Lastigir was resigning. Meanwhile, inside, Dead pressed further, persistently demanding to know what Lars meant. Rowan stood aside and silently observed. Lars simply nodded in response to the question. Lars explained that, as it seemed to him, Professor Tigri did not want to bother everyone, so he planned to go look for Professor Berna himself. Rowan confirmed that this was so, and Lars, of course, added that he also wanted to go. Rowan asked what exactly Lars wanted to do. Lars said that Professor Berna was his benefactor and also a neighbor. Lars thought that Berna and others were like family to him. Inside with Rowan, Lars honestly admitted that he had no idea what to do. He was troubled by the thought that this could create problems for his father and others. In his thoughts, the worried face of Berna's suddenly flashed by. Rowan smiled and wondered if Lars had grown a little. He laughed and remarked that just recently Lars would have simply run away without saying a word to them. Lars was embarrassed and irritated by that remark, but Rowan asked him to continue. Rowan ordered Lars to go and check how Berna was feeling, and added that he would arrange an audience with King Louis R as Lord and personally speak with Dr. Gray. Lars remembered his father, and Rowan admitted that he himself really wanted to go, but the Lord could not simply abandon his lands at such moments. His position was maddeningly frustrating. Lars soothingly told him that everything was fine. Nora stepped forward and announced that she would go instead of them, and Lars asked if it was okay if one of the parents was nearby. He called his mother, and someone skeptically asked why parents are needed at all. Meanwhile, inside, Rowan asked someone to look after the children. That person asked whom exactly he meant by them. Suddenly, Lars reacted with surprise. His older brother is also going. Dead confirmed that he will go too. Dead firmly told Lars that this time they would go together, and Lars replied that he was counting on him. The group headed to a large, lavishly decorated building, and Nora announced that she, her brother, and their mother were going, after which someone remarked that they had not expected such a composition. Meanwhile, on the road to Gray apologized to the group. Nora was worried about Professor Berna, but suddenly a strange, anxious feeling began to creep over her. Outside near the cart, Rowan apologized. But he pleaded with Gray to watch over the children and Marion, and Gray promised that he would guarantee their safety. When they were about to leave, someone shouted that they were moving out. Nora begged them to return alive, warning that if anything happened to them, her heart would literally stop. The cart rumbled down the road into the distance. Gray felt that the city had become so far away and honestly admitted to himself he left without telling anyone because he could not drag them into this trouble. Someone shouted to stop the cart right here, loudly calling to attract their attention. Lars sharply asked Nora not to say that, explaining that he himself had once been a student of that professor. Nora instead suggested that her brother could stay behind. Meanwhile, the group of pursuers caught up with the cart, and one of them shouted, "We finally caught up." Lars shuddered with surprise when he saw who had come, and then noticed Gray's gear in the cart. Someone whispered that they heard Gray was going to have a meeting with the king. Gray asked them to tell the king that he accepts this with a grateful heart. He explained that he did not have many good memories of the days of adventure, so he left the equipment with the director. Someone asked if the sensei was originally an adventurer. Under the walls of the academy, near loaded barrels and boxes, a blonde girl asked in surprise what all these things were doing here, and the boy explained that the director said it would be rude to show up without at least a small gift, and then someone apologized to the director. Later, the group realized that they themselves had caused trouble, so they no longer had the right to scold Lars. Someone noted that the director was truly kind doing all this for the sake of the teacher who had even resigned. Meanwhile, inside, someone asked them to please check the gifts. Lady Marion, examining something, was making strange sounds. Lars noted that it was quite natural, but he was immediately interrupted. Another person said that they did not think they would want to help Professor Bernie so much as to quit their job. Looking at the gifts, that tall blonde said he brought one, and just in case a second one too, but knowing the director, there is probably something interesting hidden inside. Someone couldn't hold back and praised the atmosphere and wonderful taste. And another voice said that this truly exudes intellect. Suddenly, Lars asked about that box over there. Someone noticed that Lars, as always, was quiet but definitely still a boy. Another person thought that maybe they too should become an adventurer. Suddenly, the box stirred. Strange sounds came from inside. Meanwhile, Dead 8 warned, if anyone keeps talking like that, it will drive her mad, and when she is angry, she is much scarier than him. Suddenly, the box opened dramatically, revealing the people inside. One girl exclaimed that it was the end for her and complained about the unbearable heat, and the one sitting in the middle felt dizzy from the cramped space. Someone else froze in complete shock at what they saw. Lars immediately started calling for Machina and Nora. He recognized them. Dead 8 burst out, "Where are we even now?" and someone asked in surprise why Jack was here too. Then louder sharply demanded, what the hell were they all doing in such a place? Although 3 were exposed, they still always looked happy, but someone pointed out that they were going to be left behind, while Dead 8 asked what would happen to them. Lars asked what they would do if something happened, and someone sharply replied, of course they would come. Professor Burna was kidnapped. Then Lars told them, leave it to me, explaining that they asked to slip in with the cargo, and Dead 8 added, apparently it happened that Lucille received a delivery order from the director, and we overheard it. Lars added that they were also worried about Professor Burna, so they went to look for her. It seems Lucille and Kutarika took care of everything. They also wanted to join, but Jack stopped them, and Lars, moved, sincerely said he was very grateful. Dead 8 demanded to know what the hell they were thinking when they so theatrically scolded the children. The children looked worried and said that it was Professor Burna. Honestly, they were worried too. Then Gray asked everyone to calm down. Someone noted that since they had already come this far, simply turning the children back would not work, so maybe they should just keep going. Dead 8 intervened and said that he was here too, so everything would be fine. At first the children were happy, but then they became worried when someone told them it was better to stay silent. Meanwhile, Machina, of course, shouted that she would fight too, and Leisure said that the Lars were with them, so everything was fine. Lars secretly thought to himself that honestly, he was not sure if he could protect everyone with such a number of people. Lars smiled and reminded everyone, our goal is only to inspect the place, and he did not insist that the more people the better. Machina declared that she would do everything possible because Dead 8 and Lars were with her, so there was no need to worry, although Lars honestly admitted that he did not want Nora to be in danger at all. Jack threw his arm over Lars's shoulders and warmly greeted him. The observer could not help but notice that Jack was even more reckless than Ruse. Someone else objected that they were much better than that guy, and so the large group set off together to the kingdom of Ruzar. After night stops in towns along the way and fights with monsters, which Tigri and others dealt with, the group finally reached the first town of the kingdom of Litzar. Although it was a neighboring country, the journey there took a full 3 days. Jack beamed with joy seeing a foreign country for the first time, but Lars warned that if he got too excited, people would think he was a country bumpkin, to which Jack retorted that in fact it was not so different here from their native country. Then Helen was shown in light summer clothing. It turned out that on the southern continent the culture and skin color were completely different, and her tan actually came from her mother, who was originally from the south. A local woman with long light hair approached the group and, noticing that there were many children with them, asked if they were travelers. That aide explained that he is a teacher from the kingdom of Paralimlenia. They combined the trip with studying on campus. It was an off-site excursion, and the woman now understood why there were children with them. Then the woman asked if the beautiful young lady next to Dead 8 was his wife, but Dead 8 clarified that no, he was the guardian of these children. Someone remarked that luck had not been on their side over time. Later on the road, Dead 8 warned Lars that his country might be a bit dangerous right now. Meanwhile, in what looked like Belna's dwelling, someone anxiously reported that Tajer Sarge was missing, and a voice asked what happened to Ra, while someone else anxiously kept repeating Sarge's name. Someone pointed out that Sarge was right there nearby and said that Rihanna was really worried about him. Rihanna sighed with relief upon finding Sarge, and another person warned her do not go too far. Berna, also known as Renee, sat alone in a luxuriously decorated room with anxiety on her face. Then the guard reported that he had brought her, and the king acknowledged this, saying that he had done well and could leave. His Majesty the King was waiting in the throne room. The king in armor told Berna that he had not seen his daughter for a long time. Berna hesitated. The king asked if they could be alone for a while, and the guard quickly agreed and left, leaving them alone in the vast hall. The king said that she heard that during that attack on the lord in the neighboring kingdom, some unknown young sorceress really stood out. She, guided only by a premonition, asked to have it checked, but never believed that they would actually find her. Berna looked at her and said that a lot of time had passed. In the huge throne hall, the king asked if she was all right. Berna replied that 10 years had passed since then. Then Berna looked back at someone, wondering who it was. The king quietly made a sound. She turned to him and said she was glad to see that His Majesty the King, as always, was feeling well. The king recalled that Rachella was fine, and so was Berna's sister-in-law. Berna admitted that she was grateful to the king for allowing her to return then, although in reality she would have preferred that he leave the commoner's child alone. She asked what the king now wanted from her, the daughter of the concubine. The king told her not to say that. Berna began to protest, but the king interrupted her and ordered her not to speak that way. And then the king said something that affected her differently. She should not have returned. The queen asked why Berna thought she would simply be released from her father's hands. Berna replied, "Because I love H. Larry," and then addressed the king, "Mother." The mother bitterly lamented the unfortunate timing. Why did they have to find Berna right now? If not for this situation, she could truly have gladly accepted her back. It seemed that Berna understood her return here was by no means welcomed. Mama agreed, "Yes, you are right, but now something else is much more important." Berna was staring in awe at the luxuriously decorated item that her mother was showing her. The king asked if she remembered the mine north of the royal capital, and recalled that there was a rumor some unknown stone was dug up there. And then the king finally showed what it really was: dragon scale. It turned out that they accidentally awakened a dragon, who, apparently, had been sealed for an unknown time, and this dragon turned out to be intelligent and made a demand. Berna asked what demand the dragon made, and her mother replied that it demanded a sacrifice. Meanwhile, in the throne room, someone confirmed what Berna had just heard. The dragon demanded to give the princess of this country as a sacrifice. Berna recovered from what she heard and realized that the king wanted to sacrifice her. She asked her mother, "Is that all? Is that the only reason they need her now?" Her mother began to protest, but suddenly someone in the throne room interrupted them and asked how long both of them were going to keep talking, and then someone called their father. Someone asks if it is really Berna standing there, and another woman with sincere relief says she is so glad Berna is safe. Berna warmly greeted Lady Grace, saying they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and added that Lady Lachilla and Lady Sheena also seemed to be fine. But Lady Grace smiles and says that there is no need to be so formal, asking not to use honorifics. She gently reminds Berna that she can call her mother instead of her late mother, as she told her long ago. The blonde, moved, said how happy she was that the sisters can finally live together again, like in the good old days. Berna, thank you for that. Then someone, with fear in their voice, explained how worried they all had been since Berna disappeared, and the real trouble was that their grandfather tried to force Berna to marry some lord from afar. Someone addressed Lady Sheena and with visible relief said that they were very glad she had returned safely. Berna smiled and thanking them said that now she could be useful to her family by sacrificing herself. Someone exclaimed in shock and demanded to know who could have said something so cruel. And then the man behind bars spoke. He told Berna that this time he brought her here not to make her a victim. Berna honestly admitted she had one request for him. The woman in armor says that the knights are planning right now to go on a mission to kill a dragon and wants Berna to go with them. Meanwhile, someone angrily grumbles that the damn dragon even dared to demand that they give him the princess. Who does he think he is anyway? Then the blonde in the royal dress, it is clear she is not common, said that her husband, the Knight Commander Grave, is also participating in the mission, and assured they have gathered the best warriors of the entire kingdom, so there is absolutely no chance of losing this battle. Lady Grace turned to Berna and asked if she would do it because if Berna supports them with her ability to enhance magic, victory is almost guaranteed. Belmvik said she understands the situation and with deep gratitude added that she greatly appreciates their care, although she was just a concubine's child. And then someone remembered that they do this for the sake of their family. But Berna said that for participation she only needed one thing and she also wanted them to fulfill her request. Father behind bars said he was listening. Berna said it without hesitation. If they really killed the dragon, she wanted no one to look for her anymore. Suddenly one of the sisters shouted to Berna, "We are finally together again and you are already going to leave." Determination was readable on Berna's face despite the tears in her eyes. She had long left the castle, lived her own life, and the children were waiting for her. She smiled and said that as long as they do not destroy that way of life, she would gladly cooperate. Lady Sheena was momentarily stunned by Berna's words, then asked if she was married, and Lady Lucella was even more shocked and demanded to know who Berna's partner was. And complained that she got married before her, but Berna was embarrassed and quickly corrected them. She was a teacher at the academy, so those children were her students, not her own, and she hesitated explaining who her partner was. Meanwhile, from the side of the throne, someone laughed and teased, saying that a man is definitely involved here, and then joked that Grace also has to try, she is already of that age. Someone asked if defeating the dragon means they can do it, then why not? Another voice added, if she said so herself, then what is the problem? Lady Sheena told her mother that it was said a bit harshly. The man said that he had just learned that Berna was found, and Lucella immediately said, if it were her, she could even deal with a dragon. Berna admitted that she understood well, she was selfish. Still, if she could cut this trouble at the root, she would want to do it. Then the father apologized for that suffocating journey, said that he left her room as it was, and added, please use it. Someone thought even a dragon should not be invincible if all the knights fight together. Berna simply said, understood. Meanwhile, Lars and his group arrived at a huge castle. Lars was delighted and said that this is what a real castle is called. Someone said with surprise that it was even bigger than the Dedato house, but another just shook his head. This is a royal residence. And then came bad news. A dragon was supposedly found in the northern mountains, and it demanded that the princess be given to it. Someone whispered that their country might be in danger. Lars cursed them for appearing at this very moment. It turned out dragons really were that strong. Someone said that dragons who openly show themselves are very rare, almost non-existent, yet some of them demand sacrifices. Such people are usually strong. Meanwhile, Lars thought about the situation. They should have taken precautions, but it was still dangerous and he would never be able to sacrifice his daughter. Later, Lars suggested finishing quickly and heading home. His male companion admitted he was starting to get nervous too, and then a female voice reminded Lars that he should have stayed at the inn. Usually people like him are not allowed into the audience hall. Nora began to speak, but Lars immediately ordered her to be silent. She obeyed and shyly apologized for being scolded. Then the man looked at Lars and reproachfully noted that he came to help Professor Bernie and was already preparing to return to the tavern. Lars decided to speak directly. Even if it sounded rude, he heard they were teachers from the Oblivion Academy. Lars revealed the real reason why they were here. One of the academy's teachers was kidnapped and they were tracking his location. The bearded man asked if the teacher had the same name as their princess, as if checking if it reminded him of something. Lars tried to deny that such a person existed, but he didn't even finish the sentence. The man simply said, all right. Lars mulled it over and suddenly realized, Berna really was a princess when you think about it. She did say she was a teacher. The man confirmed she is here in this country. Lars knew this from the very beginning, but the bearded man, embarrassed, admitted that he was ashamed to tell everyone this. Berna was the son of a concubine, and his father, the previous king, despised her. At that time, he was powerless to protect her. All he could do was help her escape from the palace and thwart the unwanted marriage proposal. Until that moment, everything was going well. Someone asks about rumors of the dragon, and the man, with a heavy sigh, admits they had to take her back by force. Lars says he now understands the situation. Then the man explained that the story about the sacrifice was just a misunderstanding. They were not actually going to sacrifice Burna to the dragon. And Lars throws, "I don't want to offend, but isn't that a bit selfish?" Lars continues, "Maybe there were circumstances, but shouldn't they respect Professor Burna's wishes? She has her own life now, and taking it from her by force. Isn't that the same as when they just rejected her back then?" Suddenly someone else angrily intervenes and loudly demands an explanation. How dare Lars disrespect His Majesty like that? Lars bows and sincerely apologizes for his insult. Marion stepped forward and introduced herself to the king and courtiers. She was the wife of Lord Gast from the Kingdom of Reflection and the mother of Lars, explaining that Lars was a student of Professor Berna. Then she continued, telling that before meeting them, Berna had lived alone in the mountains for a long time, avoiding human eyes, and Marion was sure that in those years Berna must have been lonely. She noted that they had a slight suspicion Berna seemed not to be from here, but even so, she enjoyed getting to know them and communicating. Marion continued, although they had known Berna only briefly, she had already become an indispensable and kind neighbor to them. Over many years, they had gathered so many memories together. In each of those memories lived the true Berna the way she was now. So if Berna did not want to return here, Marion wanted her to be given a choice, let her decide for herself where she should be. Berna's father, still behind bars, finally responded and confessed. Yes, everything was exactly as Marion said. This trouble happened because of my own flaws, and he asked not to mock him so much. Meanwhile, Marion promised, as soon as I return, I will do exactly what Berna commanded, and then Lars asked when she would really return. Suddenly, someone began to say that Berna was now in a completely different place. Finally, it was explained. It turned out they were setting out to tame a dragon. Then someone, hiding behind a bookshelf, peeked and asked what kind of power the subjugation squad had, and another voice answered that the king's wife was going around saying that Princess Verna's magic was insanely powerful, and if she helped them, they would definitely be able to destroy the dragon. The squad consisted of 5 mighty mages and Princess Verna herself, not to mention 50 knights, their commander, and his deputy. Lars's face froze in complete shock. He exploded, shouting why they even thought the dragon was sealed, and someone coldly replied, if they are mages it takes 30, but if warriors over 100 to overthrow the dragon. He didn't have nearly enough strength. Then another voice jumped into the conversation, agreed, and said that if it were really dangerous, it just needed to be killed, but why they hadn't done it earlier remained unanswered. Finally, someone concluded, the previous sealer could only seal it, not kill it. Lars was already moving when someone shouted, asking where he was going. Turning back for a moment, Lars asked if he was going to search the northern mountains after Berna. The bearded man hesitated and, as if not believing, asked, what could some simple teacher do if he goes there? Then someone mentioned the war demon, and Lars asked Berna's imprisoned father if he now understood when he explained it that way. The bearded man froze, stunned. Meanwhile, downstairs Nora and another student shouted to the professor, checking the papers, to wait. The next moment Nora tried to calm Lars, and Lars insisted that they also had to go help. Lars thought to himself, as a person responsible for the children, he could not allow them to go. Lars tried to calm him, assuring that they would be fine and would just run if it became too dangerous. Meanwhile, Norik admitted that Professor Tigri said the same thing, but dragons are dangerous monsters. Lars explained that if his magic combined with the Jacks, he could make everyone invisible, and they would manage to escape. Then Lars rushed forward, saying she would go alone, and at least they wanted to help Professor Bernie escape. Lars and Nora told the prisoner that they were also heading to where the dragon was sitting. They needed to return Bernie and the subjugation squad. Lady Sheena looked worried, but before she could finish speaking, Bernie's father realized that Sheena and Grace had been listening the whole time. The 2 princesses looked around, asking if really no one was going with them, and called someone for help. Suddenly, Lady Grace appeared dramatically, demanding to know what they were going to do if something happened to both of them, and ordered them to wait right there. And Lars said there would be no point in sending Bernie to the subjugation squad if they were now just going to drag her back. Lady Grace explained that she had already ordered Knight Commander Grieve and the rest of the squad to return at the right moment. Lady Sheena called her mother. But Lady Grace continued coldly, even if the dragon is a disaster, it is still an intelligent creature. If it wants Bernie, they should just give her up. Lady Grace continued in a bitter tone, "That girl should never have existed in this country at all," and someone hotly objected in response that even if she is the child of a concubine, she is still a princess of this kingdom. But Lady Grace asked, if one life can save an entire country, wouldn't that be a profitable deal? She stood with outstretched arms and proclaimed that, as the Burna's family, they must ensure she is well used. Lady Lucella called out in panic, but Lady Grace only smiled and said that Burna probably went there herself, knowing she would become a victim. Lars looked stunned to the depths of his soul and could not get rid of the thought of how cruel this whole affair was. Then Lady Sheena loudly announced that they themselves would return Burna and make her part of the family. Lady Grace tried to stop her and asked if she was even listening. Lady Sheena said that this was exactly why they needed to go rescue them even more. Meanwhile, Lars and Nora did not remain silent. They promised everyone at home that they would definitely bring them back and asked to be taken with them. The fair-haired girl spoke about Mr. Burn, calling him a strange neighbor and yet so reliable. And the dark-haired boy added that sometimes he is a real Spartan and too strict, but he is hard to catch. In the background, Berna stood elegantly in a black dress, snowflakes falling around her. Lars announced that Burna is their teacher. Someone asked inquisitively what exactly his skill was. Lars explained that he is a jack of all trades. But the maid, looking him in the eyes, said that she understands, but the child would only be a burden. She continued that such a worthless skill is not an option at all. Lars admitted that he hadn't heard that in a long time, but he had predicted she would say that. The maid explained that if he doesn't have a truly useful skill, then that's how it is. Someone else added that his skill was called mirror clarity and could project reflections, showing them to the enemy. Lars smiled and said he understood, asking if he just needed to be useful. Below them, Lars was demonstrating his skills, and suddenly someone noticed that people had raised their heads and were looking up, wondering when their turn would come. But Lars cast invisibility and levitation on the group. One of the girls reacted with admiration. When Lars unleashed fire magic, a huge flame burst out. The girl said that it was all thanks to Master Bernie, and someone explained that both the brother and Nora had been learning magic from Master Bernie since childhood. Later, Lars approached and asked her if she was okay with this as his mother, but she replied that apparently he doesn't listen to anyone, so nothing can be done. The girl agreed enthusiastically but insisted that Lars promise not to do anything reckless, then said that it was time for them to go. At the very bottom of the panel, Lars and his companion decisively said that they would wait for Professor Byrne. Meanwhile, in the forest, someone leaned toward his comrade and asked if he was all right. The wounded man stubbornly insisted that he was fine and that it was nothing, ordering the other not to move. Healing magic descended on the wound. The one who was healed apologized and admitted that he had never imagined another person could be so strong. The blonde sharply ordered them to rearrange. The light-haired boy prepared his weapon, and Lars confirmed that he was ready. At the lower part, Knight Commander Graves stood with Sheena when someone objected that they could not possibly do it, and Sheena asked Mr. Graves to take everyone and run. Someone confirmed it was him. Below, the blonde woman addressed the group, where they ordered to retreat in exchange for handing her over. The maid explained that she was not going to surrender without a fight, but also did not want to drag everyone into this trouble. She smiled and said that, knowing her mother-in-law, she was prepared for something like this. Lars told her that she could tell them the truth and that everything would be fine. The maid laid out her plan. As soon as she gave the signal, everyone was to rush out simultaneously. Lars said that they were definitely underestimated. The maid reacted with surprise. The Knight Commander Greaves said that it was indeed so. There was no one among them who would run away, and Lars agreed. None of them would ever flee. He added that besides, if they dared to do so, Sheena would severely scold them. Lars noticed it was enough to anger Sheena, and she became truly terrifying. The maid just smiled and said that she already knew that. Then she revealed the real plan. At the next signal, they would scatter and surround the enemy from both sides. She assured that there was no problem with this, and someone asked Lars if he was ready. Suddenly, a dragon appeared before them. Its huge head loomed, and a threat gleamed in its eyes. Lars and Knight Commander Greaves stood their ground unwaveringly. Standing before the creature, they both tensely prepared for the upcoming confrontation. And then the attack suddenly fell upon them. It struck lightning fast. Lars reacted at the very moment the dragon attacked. He quickly cast protective magic. Geometric patterns emerged around him. The dragon's attack did not subside, but Lars held his position. The battle had truly begun. Meanwhile, Lars, as the Knight Commander, stood his ground, gloomy and unyielding, while the maid rushed into the air. When their joint attack hit, magical patterns flared around and a huge dragon's paw came down with a loud strike while the creature mockingly said, "What happened? Is that all you have?" Knight Commander Grieve shouted that it was not yet time they needed to strike together, and Lars replied that he was ready. The maid instantly burst into motion like lightning, and together with the Knight Commander they delivered a coordinated attack. Sparks of energy crackled around their strikes. Dragon howled as their attacks landed. Lars and Knight Commander Grieve fell to the ground after their strike. But in a close-up, the dragon's eye emerges though wounded. It still contemptuously calls them fools. The dragon spread its wings and proclaimed menacingly, "No matter how much you try, the result will be the same because you cannot pierce its body." It ordered them to realize the difference in strength. Meanwhile below, the knights shouted to protect the captain and the princess. The dragon's boasting drove Lars mad, and the dragon coldly ordered them to leave Ryan and go home. Suddenly a memory surged, Lars and the maid together in peaceful times among sheep. Suddenly the sinister jaws of the dragon fill the entire frame and someone shouts, "Ryan," while the maid looks around. Dragon asks if they really hate the very thought that Renai will come here. Are they going to seal him again? Maid stands in a circle of her armored protectors. Someone hesitated, full of uncertainty. Someone asked who Ryan was. And the scene showed her walking through the landscape, and the dragon did not take his eyes off her. He spoke, saying that she probably returned out of pity for him, and added that he understood there was probably a reason back then why he was sealed. But Ryan looked embarrassed and told the dragon that he probably mistook her for someone else, and asked what he was even talking about. The scene changed. Ra stood before the dragon, and magical symbols floated around them in the air. The dragon's eye watched her closely, and on Ryan's face was only uncertainty. She stretched out her hand forward and began to say who she was. Suddenly, Lars appeared as if out of nowhere and defensively grabbed Ra. She shouted at the dragon, calling him a bastard, and Lars demanded to know what the hell he had done to Burna. Below, Lars and his companion looked determined, and Ryan loudly called for Professor Grey. The dragon roared as Lars lunged into attack, wrapping him with magical ribbons that tightly encircled his enormous body. The enchanted bonds tightly wrapped the creature, and the dragon froze in complete shock, unable to believe that Lars was truly pushing him back along with his own barrier. The battle continued as Lars dealt a devastating blow to the dragon. After the attack hit, Lars shouted, "Burn," and anxiously asked if she was injured. Ryana quietly whispered that she was fine. Ryana asked why Lars was here at all, and he calmly replied that he would explain later. There were much more important problems now. He took a moment to observe the dragon and said that this bastard was not an ordinary dragon. Then Lars revealed the truth. It was actually an ancient dragon. Standing next to Nena, he admitted that he was not even sure if he could win this time. Suddenly the dragon called Lars Tagger. It accused him of planning to kidnap Ryun again. It exploded because of some broken promise and demanded to know where that loud one went, who promised to definitely return together with Rena. The dragon's disappointment burst out. He admitted that he believed that person, but instead he was sealed and he didn't even know why. The dragon asked who the hell this Heltager even was. Lars shouted back that he didn't care about the dragon's problems. He told the dragon that a few rascals were waiting for him anyway, so Lars declared that he was taking this guy back, pointing at Rene. The dragon hissed in disbelief that Lars interfered not once but twice. Suddenly Lars released a magical attack at the creature again and shouted to Bernie to come here. Lars whispered to Bernie, "Hide in the protected zone." She hid while Lars was erecting these giant magical barriers, creating protective walls between them and the dragon's attacks. Lars resolutely declared that he would not allow the dragon to act on his own terms. And behind him, knights in armor shouted that they were going into battle following Lars, throwing themselves into battle against the ancient dragon. The dragon exploded with rage, called their actions insolent, and launched a counterattack on the advancing knights. The ancient dragon fiercely retaliated against its attackers, demonstrating astonishing power. Then the dragon delivered a devastating blow with its massive head. Lars shouted sharply, "Make way, retreat." Meanwhile, below, Ryun sat on the ground amid the chaos, and Lars was calling for the tiger. The dragon roared that even with all that power, Lars was still a bastard. Lars sharply retorted that he had already told that creature he didn't care. Ryun stood below and watched as the dragon attacked again, loudly calling Master Tigri. Suddenly, Lars dashed forward through smoke and debris. The massive figure of the dragon loomed over him, but he surged forward with pure determination, closing the distance between them. Dragon growled, "Lars is a stubborn bastard." Lars cut in that the nickname War Demon was not given to him for nothing. Then he struck the dragon's wing, delivering another powerful blow to the ancient creature. Lars shouted to someone, "Careful." He was forced to admit you can't just brush off a dragon so easily. Meanwhile, the dragons turned their attention to him, and I noticed something important. These movements showed that Lars had already fought dragons as if he was used to such battles. The dragon doubted whether that weak tagger really had such combat experience. Lars stood confidently before the dragon, which now froze, and someone nearby noticed that the creature had stopped moving. Then Lars announced that he was going all out in the attack. In one attempt, he would unleash everything he had in a powerful assault. Numerous attacks, weapons, and magical strikes flew at the dragon, and the ancient dragon opened its giant jaws and took the entire barrage right into its mouth. The attack hit with explosive force, and Rihanna from her position watched as the dragon took the full brunt of Lars's strike. The blow was devastating. Shockwaves spread throughout the area. Lars stood after the strike with a tense, determined expression on his face. Lars suddenly doubted, was his attack too superficial? Before he could answer, the dragon counterstrike activated. The force threw Lars backwards so sharply that he didn't have time to orient himself, and suddenly he found himself in serious danger. The dragon's huge jaws were already closing above him. Meanwhile, Nena activated levitation magic and flew into the air. She suddenly realized that she had indeed been hit by the dragon's attack. Despite the injury, she maintained magical focus, stayed in the air, and tried to adapt in the fight. And then the dragon suddenly reacted with surprise to something. Lars was rushing across the battlefield, gliding through the air on magical energy at incredible speed, and said that this time he made it heading towards something critically important. Someone shouted Lars's name. He managed to reach Ra and carried her out of danger. They both hovered, lifted by magical energy that carried them to safety. Ryun looked up and said that it happened just at the last moment. Lars saved her from the dragon's attack at the last moment. Ryun shouted Lars's name, and then Dead 8 demanded to know what Lars was doing here. Lars told them that everyone was here too. They'd asked what exactly Lars meant by everyone. Suddenly someone noticed their teacher and shouted loudly, "Sensei." The whole group came running up, "Thank you so much for your time, and I'll see you in the next video." The crowd shouted, "Professor Tigri." Someone sighed with relief. Lars is safe, and Lars himself reacted upon seeing all of them there. Meanwhile, Lady Sheena and Lady Grace rushed to Bernie and anxiously asked if she was okay and uninjured. Ryun recognized Lady Grace and Lady Sheena and asked in surprise how they even got here. Lady Sheena told her not to say such things for the sake of their family. Ryan said she was glad they were safe. Then Ryan and one of the women hugged, and Ryan said she was glad to see her. Suddenly someone called out to their sensei, and the group looked up at the huge dragon. Someone noted its size, another admitted it was their first time seeing a dragon, and Lars simply nodded, acknowledging what he saw. The group looked up at the huge clawed paws of the dragon. Dead 8 remarked how enormous they were, and Nora stood next to him, no less impressed by the creature's size. Then the dragon began to move with colossal force, the massive creature wildly tearing through the surroundings. Its body smashed buildings and tore up the ground around. The character hurriedly retreated, escaping the destruction while the beast wildly tore through space. Grace stepped forward, shouted to the dragon to wait, and loudly introduced herself. "I am Grace, the second princess of the kingdom of Ritsar." Immediately after her, Sheena came out and also named herself. "I am Sheena, the first princess." Meanwhile, the group below looked up, completely confused by the mention of the princesses. The dragon roared in response that they were talking complete nonsense. It insisted that Ryan was the only princess of the Kibbolate Empire, and then persistently demanded what kind of kingdom Ritsar was, which they kept talking about all the time. Nena simply looked up at the dragon with a confused expression on her face. Then someone mentioned the Kibbolate Empire. Grace confirmed that it was actually the predecessor of their country. Suddenly, Ryan's eyes widened, pieces began to fall into place in her head. She thought to herself, finally understood what was happening. Someone shouted, "Bernie." Nena addressed the dragon directly. They told him that while he was sleeping, 500 years had passed. 500 long years. The dragon's eye froze, pure shock from what he had just heard. Ryun did not calm down. He explained that the era when the dragon lived had long passed. She said to the dragon, that is why the person he was looking for, Ray, had already disappeared. The dragon echoed the number, not believing. 500 years, impossible. It demanded to know if it was really sealed for so long. Suddenly the creature realized the figure standing before it had to be someone completely different. Burna clearly stated her name. She explained that 450 years ago the tyrannical emperor of the Kibbolate Empire was overthrown. Since then that empire was replaced by the kingdom of Ritsar. She stood looking at the kingdom spread out before her in her ceremonial attire. The dragon silently pondered what he had heard. He asked if this meant that she was not a Tager either. Burna confirmed that this was exactly what she had been telling this creature all along. The dragon's face instantly filled with shock and disbelief when the truth finally reached him. The creature could not believe its ears when reality struck. The dragon began to collapse while Lars and Berna watched from below. The dragon roared in protest, saying that it had been torn away from Ra. The rage did not subside even when the truth came out. Meanwhile, below, Lars tightly embraced Berna, protecting her while the dragon's torment filled the air. The dragon growled that if Rieni was no longer in this world, then it did not need this world either, and the creature declared that it would destroy this country. Lars reacted with fear, and Rieni looked up in shock at the dragon's speech. Then the dragon repeated its intention to destroy this country once again. Lars called it a damn fool and demanded to know what it hoped to achieve by doing this. He coldly remarked that even an ancient dragon would perish if it charged against an entire country. Just then, as Lars was preparing to respond, the dragon launched an attack. Meanwhile, determination to stop this was on Berna's face. Lars stood ready for battle as the dragon roared at him. The creature demanded to know what he could possibly understand about its pain. Suddenly, dark projectiles flew from the dragon's mouth straight toward Lars. The fight intensified. Berna screamed to Professor Tigri as Lars carried her through the forest. In the distance, Tigray rushed forward, clearing their path of escape, and the blonde princess shouted to Lars, "Take Berna," and ran. Then he shouted after Tigray, asking what he was going to do. In response, they shouted to Tigray that they must buy time for them to escape. He called to Lars as he ran. The princess ordered everyone to hurry and descend from the mountain, then turned to her mother. Soldiers replied that they would come to help. One of the knights finally confirmed that they were on it. Then a huge magical slash tore through the air straight at the dragon. Lars shouted loudly to the knights, warning them that the dragon always keeps a magical barrier around itself and that this is its defense. Lars explained that half-hearted attacks would not break the dragon's barrier. Someone decisively ordered the others, take the princesses and retreat. Meanwhile, Tigray and the princess did not hide their anxiety as the battle grew fiercer. He apologized to Tigray and said that he leaves the rest to Lars. Tigray said to Lars, "Leave it to me." Determination blazed in Lars's eyes as he prepared for what was about to happen. The dragon's eye gleamed with ominous vigilance, watching the people bustling below. Suddenly, the dragon roared. A massive magical attack hit his barrier. Complex magical symbols flared around the shield, and the energy from the strike exploded outward. But the barrier withstood the coordinated strike. Gray stood ready with his sword drawn, determination blazing in his eyes. The massive dragon's eye shone through the cracking stone, and someone shouted that it was attacking again. Suddenly, the dragon broke free with a roar and, as the confrontation intensified, called someone a bastard. Meanwhile, Lars, lying on the ground, shouted to Professor Tigri. Ray looked down at him and Berna, asked which other idiot was here, and sternly ordered them to leave immediately. One of the blonde princesses shouted, "Wait." And another loudly shouted, "Berna, come with us." Two blonde princesses clung to Berna, and one whispered to her that everyone had come here to save her. Burna was struggling, begging them to let her go, and someone shouted for everyone to retreat and hurry. One of the sisters introduced herself Lady Sheena. She said it was dangerous here and they needed to run away quickly, but another sister insisted she couldn't just leave her sister. Sheena apologized to Grev for making him obey their mother's senseless orders. He calmly replied that there was nothing to worry about, and someone else intervened and asked to postpone flirting until their safe return. A huge figure of a dragon emerged through the trees, and the blonde princess shouted that they also needed to run away from here. Tigri and the princess were rushing through the forest, and two students were panicking, screaming wildly and running away. The blonde classmate shouted to Jack and Machina to come to her, but the dragon was already approaching them. Machina and Jack stood shoulder to shoulder, facing the threat. The blonde student found herself in flames and said the fire was too strong and she couldn't move. Towards the great cursor, realizing that the children were in danger. He shouted to the dragon that he was the one it was fighting. With a powerful lunge, they rushed forward through the flames and debris. He shouted that he would not let the dragon reach them. Someone made a sound with effort as the gray broke through. His face showed fierce determination as he fought to protect the students. And one of the girls anxiously called out his name.